Adriel, ch-131. For the final part of the Balor Crusade, Forge Maguire sent their Titan Legion and 2 Night Houses to help, because the orc world of Balor and their warboss were building a massive army of Gargants and Stampas, the orc equivalent of a Titan. Now, fighting orcs is rather simple, if you know what you're doing. First, exterminate their orbital assets. Much easier than dealing with a Tyranid hive fleet, as even 1,000 orc warships and 100 rocks, plus 5 smallish space hulks only serve to increase my inventory of ship hulls and free metal. Of course, if 100 capital ships like orc battleships, terror ships, and kill cruisers happen to be completely obliterated by a massive barrage of Nova cannons, and then reappear intact inside my Tesseract, that must have been a miracle from the Emperor. As for the other ships and the space hulks, they will serve as prizes for the participants in the crusade, each chapter participating being granted the honor of boarding and reclaiming a dozen cruisers for their chapter, while Scutarii and battle automata from Koner and Maguire got to share the dismembered space hulks. The Inquisitors and their retinue joined the Mechanicus tech priests and servitors in the second wave, to make sure nothing corrupted was kept by the cargo cult and instead melted down with plasma and promethium. On the surface, we deployed lines of turrets and sentinels, then guardians, knights, and titans, with a few leviathans to handle more delicate tasks. Our armor formed a flanking force and struck the orc horde from the sides, while the corvettes and bombers provided air support. The infantry regiments were entrenched heavily where the terrain was advantageous, like marshes, swamps, and mountains, and created kill zones for artillery and ground attack craft. Once everything was in place, all I had to do was dare the orcs to attack, and give me a good fight. Of course, they were genetically constrained to oblige, and were butchered in detail, band after band and boss after boss, while their supply lines were bombed or sabotaged by special ops units. In a single month, the world was taken with minimal casualties, and we moved the troops onwards, cleaning up 50 more planets from orc garrisons in the next year. Then the troops reassembled into another big fleet and proceeded to liberate Boros and restore Night House_Boros as the rightful rulers. Sadly, most of their population had been decimated under orc rule, being used as slaves or food by the orcs. I could help a little, using the tech priests to rebuild the capital and import a few million new colonists, as well as station 3 Astra Militarum regiments here, indefinitely. Forge Koner could use an allied night house and provide them new suits, while I worked hard for a month to provide their female pilots with new heirs. Sly Marbo acquired another orc boss head in his collection, which made his Catacan concubines even more content at having a real man. Oh well. I was better off, I hoped. Calixa had 2 more kids, and the blank boy was named Flavius and scheduled for the Lamenters. The Inficide blonde kept the girl by her side and promised to train her in her arts. It worked out great. Soon enough, everyone began returning to their homes and bases, and so did I, but deviating to Sotha on the way. Lady Calistrati and I parted ways as she had a job to do, but she had a blank daughter beside her to keep her safe. She did promise to visit my house on Illavar at least once a decade if possible, and keep an eye out for more blanks or silent sisters. Instead, Lady Verlaine continued her trip on my ship, eager to fulfill her mission. I didn't completely trust her, because I wasn't that naive. Inquisitors were 3-bladed weapons, and one of those blades was aimed inward at all times. I did hope that raising children and having her body rebuilt by an angel would quell her suspicions, in time. A month later we arrived at Sotha to find it under attack again, this time by more Eldar corsairs and a band of chaos traders, as an unlikely alliance as it might seem. Even worse, the system was covered by Tyranid silence, a clear sign of another hive fleet being drawn by the Pharos beacon. On the bright side, there were 2 more Inquisitor ladies on the Aegida fortress, named Adriel Quist and Azu Grail. My companion smiled thinly at me and covered her eyes with her cowl. Perhaps the Emperor is watching over you, Lord Lancefire. I'll tend to the fortress while you romance my colleagues. Verlaine whispered after my battle barge Serenity was cleared to dock. I just sighed inward and focused on winning the battle first. The carriers were already deploying our corvettes and starfighters, while Vox transmission from the attackers were swiftly replied with plasma warheads riding back the guiding signal right onto their bridge. There were almost 5,000 enemy ships present, most of them Sky Raiders and Void_Dragons, insane Eldari that had abandoned their craft worlds for a life of fun and raiding. Mostly raiding on the Imperium, naturally. I didn't ask who those Chaos guys were, possibly Tsench worshippers going by the bird heads and wings of their warships. The traitors and their 30 Chaos cruisers melted just fine inside the sun. Nothing important was lost, most likely. The Death Watch and the sides of the Emperor also had 2 battle barges and a dozen cruisers stationed here, busy defending the fort lines by shooting torpedoes and Nova shells on intercept trajectories, forcing the fragile Eldar to engage only in hit-and-run attacks. My own barrage of Nova cannon and torpedoes forced them to clump up, just enough that 100 Nova mines lit up the void in a blinding conflagration, leaving 30 Corsair battleships listing, their solar sails burned to crisp, and most of the lighter void ships vanished. In a minute, I had my Tech Marines, Silent Sisters, and Blood Angels teleported on the lead ship, with my own fleet surrounding the Eldar derelicts, ready to annihilate them. Hey guys? You may want to board the other battleships and take prisoners. We have captured their leader, an Eldar named Serenia. I demanded towards my nominal allies, who seemed reluctant to leave the safety of the fort belt. Pretty sure they were not expecting my arrival and a rather brutal victory over the Eldar, even if my chapter had almost parity of the numbers with the Eldar void ships, with 32 capital vessels and 2,000 corvettes from the Lancefire dynasty, plus 4,000 Fury starfighters. Used to be 5,000 starfighters, but a crusade is rather costly and losses are inevitable. I did recover the fighter pilots though, so it wasn't all bad. Right. We will begin boarding immediately. Thanks again for your help. Be advised, there are 2 Inquisitors here that are anxious to meet you, Chapter Master Lancefire, a Death Watch watch captain answered after a minute of tense silence. Probably being given orders right at that moment. One at a time, Captain. Send the youngest one first. I quipped and closed the PIC transmission. Then I looked around the bridge to find my officers snickering to themselves, even my own children. This is serious, guys. Inquisitors are dangerous, especially in packs. I told them in fake worry. Rafin flipped a silver throne and held it up to show me the Emperor's skull grinning at me. The Emperor smiles on you, Captain. Ludvius can watch over you, while I take a stroll on those Xenos warships to look for anything shiny. I nodded and had him appear on another Eldar battleship, beside Sister Tanao Alea. 2 of them together should be enough to subdue a battleship, but I added a dozen tech priests and 1,000 combat servitors, just in case. Canis was the first to greet Lady Adriel at the docking tube, smelling her with suspicion before turning to nod at me. A space wolf. And a rather large one, the Inquisitor remarked after petting Canis fearlessly. That was a good start. Well met, Inquisitor. Any reason why you wanted to meet me? I wondered while checking her out. Another brunette, wide hips, Inferno pistol on that. That Tan asked for you, by name, when the Eldar appeared. He seemed rather convinced only you could save him, the woman said in a rather annoyed voice. I raised an eyebrow. That did seem rather strange, but then who knew what a Tan might say or do? Then I shrugged as there was nothing I could do. And here I am, saving the day. Perhaps the Xenos is precognitive. Adriel moved closer and poked my nose gently. I may not be a psyker, but I'm quite certain blanks cannot be predicted. And as proof, you massacred the Eldar Corsairs without giving them any chance to flee. I nodded and captured her hand in mine. The Tan are not psychers, my dear. They just see very far, and can compute trajectories and arrival dates to the second. Like a ship's machine spirit could, if it had sensor range over 1,000 light years. The brunette Inquisitor glanced at her hand in surprise, before staring me in the eyes. And you're not a real untouchable. I have met a Silent Sister once, and could barely stand her presence from meters away. I politely kissed her hand, then placed it on my elbow. I am not a real Astartes either. Only natural organs, and they all work fine. Woof. Canis confirmed with a joyful tone. All natural, you say? Perhaps you can tell me all about it, at dinner. I am rather starved, the woman asked and walked beside me like a princess. Oh well, I did buy lots of expensive food and drinks, in case my Rose was here. But as she was not, I'll make do with another Inquisitor. Perseus, ch 132. Much later, I entered my shower to wash off the sweat and tend to the scratches on my back. Lady Adriel had been really starved, for decades maybe. Then again, she was perhaps too paranoid about genestealers. It wasn't like they really were everywhere, even if I did find, well, they kinda were everywhere, in fact. Even on Illavar, with that cult of theirs. Might need to ask Trazyn for a genestealer detector of some kind. Leaving the good Inquisitor to rest, I headed towards the teleport room and entered the Pharos with Ludvius at my side. A stern woman with a ponytail and a dozen men in her retinue were busy interrogating Zares, using some arcane device of possibly Xeno's origin, and a robed psyker with gouged eyes, glowing with bluish tendrils of warp lightning. Beside her, a pair of Deathwatch Astartes reacted instantly, and one drew a grav gun to hold me at respect, while the other moved to protect the Inquisitor lady. Intruding on an Inquisitor is a capital crime, Lord Lancefire. Inquisitor Zu warned me in a glacial voice. I just shrugged and kept walking, ignoring the feeble threat. We are not in the Imperium here, my lady. Out here in the fringe, you need a warrant of trade to speak with Emperor's voice. Or just have overwhelming power on your side. I explained politely, walking past the menacing psyker and through his lightning cloud until I stood face to ankle with the huge humanoid shape of the Tan. Pef Lancefire, you have my gratitude. And you may gain a small favor if you stop that annoying psyker from electrocuting me. Zares proclaimed in a slightly pained voice. I do not command the Inquisition, mighty Zares. Tell me about planet Ignys, it should be in your vision range. I asked in a level voice. My astropaths had picked up a distress call, warning of a being of light and immortal robots. The Tan glanced at the Inquisitor, then back at me. They are waking, and have deciphered the engrams controlling their Tan slave. Only that one is not like me, but 100 times stronger. A single knight still stands, protecting the spaceport in feudal bravery. The world is lost to your Imperium anyway. I sighed inward at the news. A transcendent Tan would be impervious to any normal weapons, so possibly only a vortex warhead might work. So I turned towards Lady Azugrael and held a finger up. I will need an hour to deal with that mess. I explained politely while vanishing her retinue inside me Tesseract and bringing out the sounding board and a vortex missile. What are you doing? How? The woman demanded, walking beside me curious and suspicious. I'm quite certain the exact details of this installation are classified and sealed by the Inquisition and a certain Primarch. If you don't know already, then you were not told on purpose, my dear. I whispered while locating the Ignys world, where a pair of Cairn-class tomb ships were slowly emerging from deep underground, while shuttles filled with refugees were struggling to reach the last departing transports. A wing of Necron interceptors sped by and struck, blowing up the slow transport shuttles and ending the hopes for the remaining citizens stuck on the surface. Already the merchants and transport ships were speeding away from the planet, hoping to reach the warp limit with whatever refugees they had on board. Guardsmen and PDF troopers were being overwhelmed at the spaceport's edge, and that knight was still fighting, an arc lightning weapon striking everything in front, melting and blowing up dozens of Necron warriors with each shot. It was futile anyway. There were millions of those infantry troops, and behind them there were Necron monoliths and anti-grav tanks, advancing slowly but inexorably. Go and support the knight, Ludvius. I'll try to locate the Tan. I said softly, twisting space and relocating Ludvius on Ignys, just beside that knight. It didn't have any house markings, so it must have been a lonely freeblade, ostracized or fleeing his old house. I could use that pilot, and his knight as well. Using Ludvius as an empathic anchor, the Pharos connection became much stronger, and hundreds of those soldiers and crying refugees behind them vanished from Ignys to reappear in the Pharos, then instantly got sent into my labyrinth. As expected, it took an hour to rescue the remaining survivors, and then the Knight and Ludvius appeared beside me, just as the horizon lit up with a green glow. The vortex missile detonated right underneath the floating energy being, sending it into the warp in 100 pieces, while demons poured out from the purple warp rift. It was a waste to destroy such a potent weapon, but at the same time I did not have the means to control it. You're safe now, Freeblade. Now, let's see about those Necrons and their tomb ships. I spoke gently as the Knight locked on me, observing me with a raised weapon, while the gouges and cuts on its armor were slowly repairing by themselves. That was possibly an Archaeotech device called a Blessed Autosimulacra, using forgotten technologies to repair a machine to functionality, which would be tremendously useful, as well as the anti-Necron arc weapon housed in the right arm. Another weapon materialized next to me, this time a cyclonic torpedo. Simply burning down the place would not be enough, as those tomb ships were rather durable, especially if their shields were active. Then I just took out my rosette and began the activation sequence, glowing codes and runes lighting up on the cyclonic warhead, while my guests just stared at me with indifference or gritting teeth. Where did the Exterminatus torpedo come from? Who is this Knight? The Inquisitor demanded in cold outrage. The torpedo was given to me by Primarch Khan. As for the Freeblade Knight, I answered only half attentive. Here, my own Tesseract could see and control everything, and thus I could see the pilot, an elderly woman with a cruel slash marring her face, body near death and kept together only by willpower. You're sending that torpedo to Ignys, my lord? The pilot asked in a cold rage. Everyone seemed to have opinions these days. It is a Necron tomb world, my dear. Millions of them in the galaxy as well, though few contain Tans and Necron fleets. Only the crown worlds of their dynasties, I suspect. I replied in a patient tone, while running a final check on the humming weapon. Good then. Burn the Xenos and send them to hell, the lady pilot muttered and collapsed in her command throne, possibly exhausted and tired to death. Don't die on me, pilot. I vanished the woman into the labyrinth, keeping her in stasis until I could fix her aged body. A bit later, I began a new mind chat with Lord Trazyn, finding him away from his homeworld and instead on board the Blackstone Fortress, with a retinue of cryptechs and tech priests and a couple of Jokero orangutans, running complex code tests on a giant cannon with living stone wires leading to a half-human inside an egg-shaped control room filled with blue liquid. That must be the blank pilot of the Psi-Titan and the weapon itself. Congratulations on your success, Lord Trazyn. May I propose a small trade until our weapon is ready to fire? I asked with a wry voice. I should have known you're observing me, with whatever means you have, stranger. I know you're not using the celestial orrery, because I just did, for a huge price. So what is there for me? The Necron asked rather irate. A new dynasty has awoken on Ignys. Perhaps I can arrange a small accident for them? I proposed as the Exterminatus torpedo began humming under my hand. Trazyn took out a green cube and rapidly located that world using some obscure engrams and a data wand. Oh yes. The 8_ dynasty. It would be quite a boon, especially if you can also remove their transcendent weapon. I also have those Tau technologies repaired and your Titan rescued. Trazyn exclaimed, holding out another Nexus arrangement device and a pair of bone wristbands, which were totally not mind control devices. He stored them into the Nexus and let it fall, certain it would not reach the floor. And it didn't. I held my own Titan in my hand, and it even included its Heresiera Princeps, a woman named De_Virgos. Now, this was a massive deal for my future plans. So I focused on Ignys and launched the Exterminatus, and watched the planet ignite and detonate, shattering the underground vaults and the Necron armies and fleet. It was still draining and tiring, but I couldn't let that small fact stop me. Then I checked on the Necron world of Sarlacc, to find it covered in 1 trillion hungry Tyranids. Oh well, an incendiary torpedo will be enough then, if the defenses had failed. It only took a dozen years, damn slow Tyranids. Move faster. Seeing me priming the next Exterminatus-grade weapon, Lady Azu glanced at the Silent Knight suit, then at the wall where the Tan was observing me curious. I take it the world of Ignys is no more, exterminated from such a great distance. No wonder so many enemies attacked this burned Sotha planet and our fortress. You can even send and recover people from distant worlds, at your whim, she deduced while measuring me for another purpose. I nodded wisely, while releasing the last safeties on the incendiary torpedo. This baby is going to Sarlacc, another Necron world covered with the feeder elements from 3 tendrils of Hive Fleet Kraken. Nothing much to eat there, except dead robots and now a small ray of sunlight. I said softly as the torpedo vanished to ignite the atmosphere and incinerate about 1/3 of the remaining Tyranid fleet. The rest of the bioships in high orbit escaped and began moving away, while their brethren screamed and boiled alive as the sky rained fire. The Tyranid were learning to be cautious, it seemed. But avoiding planets would starve them too. And now Sarlacc is gone too. Any other enemy you want eaten by Tyranids, Lord Trazyn? I asked in faint amusement. The Necron overlord checked his galactic map for a minute. Who else? Who else? So many enemies, so little time, perhaps the Charnavok dynasty on Bardic? Farron Thok was always so high and mighty. I scanned the void for a suitable Tyranid tendril and located Hive Fleet Perseus on a direct course for Macridge. Someone was really sending enemy after enemy on those poor Ultramarines. Not anymore, not if I could help it. Focusing my mind on the sounding board, the beacon shifted on the Necron world of Bardic, thus directing any nearby Tyranids towards the potential food source. Then I began instructing Ledvius via the brain implant, before sending him back on Illavar to bring back the Lancefire dynasty's private fleet. The warp-less engine void ships could arrive in a week or two, depending on their starting position, while the torpedo destroyers could travel on the warp engines and arrive behind the Tyranid fleet approaching Sotha. Until then, I still had 9 vortex torpedoes and 100 Nova mines to destroy the largest hive ships and clusters of smaller bioships right from inside the Pharos. Should have known that the Tyranid hive mind would also deduce the source of the constant attacks, and would send a punishment fleet to end this threat to their race. Soon, the Pharos and its entire home planet would need world engines and begin to move, or no defenses could hope to save it. That will take some work. 7 shards, CH-133. While completing my task of ambushing the Tyranid fleet heading for Sotha, a part of my mind was busy digesting the new STC database from Trazyn. It would be hard to sell most of them as proper Mechanicus designs, even if the Necron wizard had tried to give them the Imperium look, gothic and somber and gritty as hell. A few exceptions were the advanced version of a phased-plasma fusel using adamantium instead of plain iridium for extra heat resistance and durability. Now, these dreadnought or night weapons could also be used to bash orcs in their teeth, and break those teeth with no worry. I could even mount them on tarantula turrets or light armored vehicles like Chimera and Weasels, which should be doable after Forge Retribution started a new manufacturing line for these heavy weapons. Same for a few Tau shields, which could possibly count as refractor shields of an ancient design. Maybe. As for railguns, the Imperium had precious few such weapons, mostly sniper rifles and missile accelerators, and even those in very limited quantities due to the advanced technology that was never properly understood and replicated from ancient archaeotech. Things like the Exodus rifle or the Needle Sniper rifle. But the most interesting and valuable technology from the entire database were not weapons, but the communication systems, including advanced mechanical cogitators and superluminal transceivers. For the Imperium, which depended completely on warp and astropaths for long-range transmissions, these devices would increase traffic volume and quality 100 times. They still needed astropaths to bounce off the signal on the edge of the warp and then onto their target, much like radio towers did. Kinda primitive and skill-dependent, but in a tight volume like an Imperial sector, hundreds of worlds could be linked into a comm hub, possibly on the sector's capital. or a naval base, or Inquisitorial Fortress 2. Range was limited to about 10 light-years, though of course with repeater relay stations the message could arrive anywhere, barring accidents and gaps in the relays. Very useful for deployed fleets as well, as the ships could keep in contact simply by staying in range of their FTL transceivers. For a transition system to the next technology level, it would work great. Lady Azu, how do you think the Imperium will react to a communication system less dependent on the warp? I mused gently as I sent the last Nova mine into a cluster of destroyer-sized bioships, incinerating 1,000 and wounding many more. The woman tugged at her ponytail, letting her red hair fall down and frame her face, giving her a more pleasant appearance. I shall have to examine such a device for any Xeno's influence or impurity. Is your bombardment over? I smiled thinly as my legs began to tremble. For today, yes. At least 1/10 of the Hive fleet heading towards us has been neutralized. I explained and ported straight in my room, letting Ludvius disarmor me and tuck me in bed. Perhaps 9 hours later, my door opened to reveal the same Inquisitor, this time wearing a simple leather uniform and a violet toga. She really insisted, Captain. Rafin muttered and closed the door behind her. I just stretched and held a hand out for a cup of recaf, to find Adriel sipping from it while Ludvius was staring blankly at the wall. Damn mind control. In a second, Ludvius vanished in my labyrinth, and the cup appeared in my hand, due to Emperor's grace. For someone without psyker powers, you sure use plenty of them. Is it some kind of new mutation? Or a Xeno's artifact? Adriel asked, watching me with an intense look. I think it's the tan, or some kind of control device over that thing, like the Necrons have. Lady Azu murmured while sitting down at my cogitator and abusing her clavis overrides to rifle through my stuff. The next second, my space wolf appeared beside my bed, to be scratched and petted. What do you say, Canis? Do we eat these women? I asked the wolf in a fake whisper. My wolf just snorted and walked away, pressing the button for water and gulping from the dispenser with thirsty laps. I can't believe you slept with him, Adriel, the other Inquisitor exclaimed in outrage, watching the recording I've made for recreational purposes. I can't believe you recorded. Wait. Your bodyguard does pick capture for all your bed adventures? Adriel asked in a slightly trembling voice, as the scene heated up on the holoscreen. Bionic eyes are so useful, after all. I did execute about 30 Inquisitors, with solid proof for their treason. You never know what Inquisitors would reveal in their most intimate moments. Want to see one having sex with a Slaanesh Demonet? I asked rhetorically. Lady Azu coughed politely and turned off my cogitator before a demon jumped out. If you have such proof, then it is probably nothing to worry about, Lord Lancefire. Now, you were saying something about a warp-less transmitter? I nodded and finished my recaf, while Adriel slumped and fell into an armchair, looking defeated. An Infocyte friend of mine recovered it from a research center, deep in Tau territory. The current theory is that the Tau are using an ancient STC cache to advance their technology at a fast pace, using weapons and templates from the dark age of technology. I lied with a wide grin, and held out a datastick imprinted with a dozen human-looking tech of alien design. An Infocyte, friend of yours. Tau territory, that makes it the Eye of Damocles. She wouldn't be Calixa, would it? Adriel asked, glancing towards her colleague with a knowing look. I am not at liberty to disclose ongoing operations, or operatives. Surely if you had the need to know, someone would have told you. You may examine the data stack, but no copies. Not until we know for certain how the Imperium would react. Especially the Astra Telepathica. I said in a stern voice, then threw off the bedding and entered my shower. Damn woman had said she had no psyker powers, and yet was able to keep Ludvius sedated with so much ease. No wonder chaos sorcerers were so adept at infiltration. People would only see what you wished them to see, including even Astartes. I was so glad for my blank jeans now. A few minutes later, I found both women examining the STC templates on my cogitator, no doubt after having made copies for their own use. It seems to work quite similarly to the Macarius drive, even though there are some signs of Xenos tampering. Lady Azu set in with a deep frown, and then turned to stare at my naked body. There was something in her eyes, temptation and revulsion and sadness. She probably lost someone, like everyone living in this hellish galaxy did. Really? You're thinking of betting him, after you yelled at me for it? Adriel exclaimed in outrage, possibly reading her friend's mind. He is clean though, no sign of corruption. And he even showers himself. Lady Azu mused in a longing voice. Woo? Canis asked and stood up, his head reaching over the two women in a menacing stance. I just sat back in my bed and smiled angelically. I only have time for 3 rounds before my bridge shift starts. I explained politely as my spear raised itself for battle. I think the red-headed woman gulped a little before throwing a warning look at her grinning colleague. This better never leave this room. And I get 2 rounds. Adriel grinned wider and leaned in her armchair. But of course, my dear. Enjoy your present. A dozen rounds later, I showered again and went to check on Zaryalash again, leaving those two sleeping in a mess of sweat and gene seed. If you want to live, Mighty Tan, you will need to help as well. I have seen a Necron world engine flying through the void. We'll need something like that and move the planet elsewhere. I announced in a serious voice, holding out a datastick and a brain download implant. The Tan examined me for a minute before nodding minutely. Just engines will not be enough. A reality cage and transdimensional beamer to assemble what we need at a higher speed. It would look like a green pistol to humans. Thus I began searching among my trove of Necron weapons for green pistols, proposing a few hundred green weapons and getting rejected until the good one appeared. And this thing will generate enough energy to move a planet? I asked, a bit doubtful, holding the gun in my hand. Of course not. But there are 7 more shards asleep beside me. We shall use one of them as a power source. The Pharos will lose some range, but we gain mobility and eventually a few weapons, the Tan proposed and pointed with his eyes at another wall. The living rock drew apart to reveal a yellow human shape, with tentacle hair and closed eyes. The creature felt strong and menacing, even asleep and bound with living rock chains. What now? I wondered, glancing at Zaryalash. Now, you lock his location in your mind, and shoot him. He will appear in a transdimensional pocket, inside the weapon. Sadly, it won't remove the binding, but it will allow me to convert his transdimensional mass/volume into engine components, what you call Blackstone, the Tan explained patiently. Mystery solved, I stored the new superweapon in my tesseract and smiled inward. I might be evolved from a monkey, but I wasn't one. Perhaps some other day, mighty Zaryalash. Not to be rude, but you are lying about some things right now, and it hurts my feelings. I commented in a sad voice, and focused back on the sounding board. The Tan had been helpful, giving me a weapon that would work on his kind. But he was planning his escape, and we couldn't have that, could we? Harness CH-134. I did return to the Pharos just in time, to observe Trazyn's the infinite latest feat. With a black beam of unreality, the Black Fortress fired upon the Hadex anomaly, slowly reducing it in volume and glow until the blank pilot inside the liquid cockpit just died and the black beam vanished. It was a bit sad, but that Psi-Titan Princeps did lack everything below his stomach, thus he wasn't useful to my plans. However, it was still a great result, as the warp vortex had been reduced by almost half, restoring thousands of star systems back into the galaxy. His death has not been in vain. It seems you have failed, Necron Lord. I am very disappointed. I spoke to his mind, letting my sadness filter through. So am I, stranger. I would need a powerful human pariah or a solitaire harlequin to attempt this type of adventure again, and those are too rare in this damned galaxy, the Necron Overlord complained, seeming disappointed as well. I mused on this for a minute, searching for a suitable target. Eidetic memory and the chapter's extensive travel logs did help. There is someone able to help. An inquisitor named Ivixia_Danica, who does have a pariah in her retinue. You'd need to disguise the operation as a Mechanicus adventure, using those Forge Venatoria tech priests and their records for similar attempts in the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom. You won't get the credit for this magnificent achievement, but you also won't be chased down by a dozen great demons afterwards. Better deflect the guilt elsewhere, right? I proposed with a faint smile. Better have an Ordo Malleus Inquisitor face down those demons when they came howling for revenge. I saw Trazyn stand still for a few moments before reaching the same conclusion. The tech priest ruse won't hold out for long, stranger. I've dealt with Inquisitors before. But for the sake of completing the task, I shall try. Any chance you would know the location of another such Psi-Titan? 2 of those weapons firing from parallel timelines would seal the anomaly for good, even without having to use the IMGA. Asking for its use would be too costly, even for one such as myself. The Overlord pleaded with a glance at the ceiling. I smiled inward, already expecting his demand. 2 weapons meant 2 pilots, each from different eras. There is one such Psi-Titan which might be salvaged, Lord Trazyn. During the Horus Heresy on the world of Ispander, in Ultramar. The Psi-Titan is called Occidentalis Damascus. However, you should expect heavy psyker activity around that location, and you'll need at least a null rod or wand. The Necron wizard grimaced visibly, and held out the very null rod I gave him. And I should expect you need another null bone staff for this. Maybe 2 extra bone staffs with mind shields, like you always ask. I nearly chuckled, as the Necron was getting used to my style. Sure. Those are useful to my agents, but what I need is the operation manuals for a couple of Necron devices. These ones. I explained and sent over the 5 Necron artifacts I had saved for this exact moment, including the new transdimensional beamer. If a Necron had spit glands, I bet Trazyn would have spat in disgust. Such a random collection, including a tracker, a tan cowl, and a beamer. And these 2, a memory assembly chair for cryptics, and a polishing data wand. You really want a manual for this? Just point and click and the item gets cleaned. No manual needed. Well, I didn't know what it was till now, but a magical device to clean anything was good too. Washing blood from my weapons and armor was a bit tiring sometimes. Anyway, I had another demand of more importance, for me. Thus, I sent the self-repair device from the old Freeblades Night over. This item, I needed in 3 STC versions, from simple to very advanced. I'm told it's similar to Necron self-repair, but I doubt that. Human tech is never that advanced, even if it looks similar in operation. Trazyn sighed while scanning the blessed machine and agreed. It doesn't even have a subspace storage for repair alloys. I guess that feature would be the very advanced option. Sold separately, as it would require extra time from my cryptex. I agreed to his demand, of course. It might be something simple for Necrons, but self-repairing Titans and Knights would be immensely valuable to humanity. And perhaps even spaceships, one day. And lastly, that planet-moving engine, which you never traded to me, even after Sarlacc got burned. I demanded with a grin. Moving planets now. With human-made machinery, it almost sounds impossible. I'd rather visit the orrery and move that planet directly where you want it. Trazyn grumbled as he took out a Mechanicus dataslate and began downloading stuff on it. Aren't a couple of dynasties fighting over it right now? Makes me wonder how you even gained access to that device. I grumbled in annoyance. Ha! I cheated, of course. But that's something for another time. I expect I'll hear from you in a decade, stranger. Trazyn said as my promised items began falling towards the blackstone floor and vanished. I didn't answer, of course. We were not that kind of friends, anyway. Plus, being mysterious had many advantages, one of which was complete surprise. Poor Trazyn could never rest, never knowing if he was being observed and judged by a stranger with a puppy. I opened my eyes and looked Zaryalash in the eyes. Shall we try this again, mighty Zaryalash? I asked while reading and memorizing the instruction manuals for those Necron artifacts. I don't think Tan can feel fear, but perhaps worry flashed in his eyes. Is it so bad to desire freedom, Pef Lancefire? Surely you can understand my predicament, the prisoner pleaded in a clear case of a prisoner's dilemma. Nobody is truly free, my friend. We all have enemies, friends, and duty. I have my duty and you have yours. Just ask yourself this, Mighty Tan. Do you really want me as your enemy? I asked in a gentle voice, while playing with the green Necron pistol that could in fact capture Tan star gods and even greater demons. Only had 3 shots though, unless a Necron cryptic would recharge it. That would seem unwise, at this moment, he admitted in a suffering tone. I nodded in agreement, and stored the pistol back in the Tesseract. Using advanced weaponry was a luxury I could not afford, not yet. Let's start again. World engine, reality cage, and a Tan power source? We don't actually need all that, as you know already. The reality cage would be useful, mostly to prevent farcers and those Immaterium dreams from finding us. As for propulsion, we could either use those slow engines provided by Trazyn, or control the Tyranid narvals to drag us away, much like they do for their fleets. You have control bracelets, so we just need a living rock harness inserted directly into the synaptic node. Zarylash explained in a patient tone, glancing up at the dataslate I deposited on his head. I twisted space and brought the memory device into my hand. This did seem to work, possibly. Like a carriage drawn by 100 dragons, tied with gravity chains instead of real ones. I'd have to feed the mind-controlled narwhals some biomass to give them energy, but I had plenty of orcs in storage to serve as fodder. Or even better, other Tyranid corpses that would be soon arriving for this task. Even better, there was sufficient living rock around for 1 million such living rock chains to control the Tyranids. So I took out the beamer and pointed at a wall and took a meter-wide bite from the indestructible element. Inside the transdimensional pocket, the living rock seemed alive and easily malleable into whatever form I wished. Well, I suppose it was why it was named Living Rock, right? Took me a couple of hours of hard work to construct the control harness, which looked like a spear with a dozen spikes, anyway. It was a harness, it said so in the title. Then I took the spear out and materialized the control bracelets on my wrists. With a mental push, I felt the harness activate, ready to inject nanofilaments into the target. A second later, a captured Narval bioship appeared behind the gas giant, and my spear vanished to impale the synaptic node. Controlling the Tyranid was complicated, as it used senses alien to me, instead of eyes or sound. First thing, I fed it 1,000 orcs for a test run, then grabbed a small asteroid and flung it into the gas giant. Of course, this happened in slow motion, and took many tries, but eventually it worked. An internal alert returned me to my own body, as the Inquisitors were awake and asking Canis for me. I guess mind-controlling those traitor astral claws could wait. These ladies needed some hard work to be turned to my side, both with logical arguments and my favorite weapon, my spear. Cribbed CH-135. It did take 2 weeks of daily hard work until I knew I had something solid with these two, including an agreement to aid me in my personal quest for a blank humanity and other common goals like eradicating corruption and xenos wherever it was possible. And from this goal, we began sharing tiny secrets, like my daughter's exploits on New Seam or gifting them each a bone staff to keep their minds safe from intrusion. A speaker for the Rogue Traders, that would be a powerful tool indeed. My mentor, Hezekiah_Carmillus, has often found rogue traders involved in heretical and heretic deals, especially those operating around the Hadex anomaly. Adriel said in a hesitant voice, then bit her lips in deep thought. As it happens, I have some rumors of a coven of tech priests working to close the anomaly. The only success I know of was the Rapidity Rift at Medusa V, and a partial one with the anomaly. Their other trials with the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom were not worth mentioning, so I doubt any of them survived. I whispered to them in fake secrecy. Ludvius knew better, but he didn't show any sign of protest, just patting his vambrace which contained a null wand now. Made him immune to psychers and the Black Rage, but sadly those amazing devices were in very short supply. So you have an informant among the tech priests, Might it be a Muggos lady with a weakness for flesh pleasures? Lady Azu asked with a teasing voice, and offered me her breasts to be suckled. It was a different kind of interrogation, but also effective. I enjoyed the flesh pleasures for a few minutes, then drew her under me for another round. She wouldn't get more pregnant, but her teasing had to be punished. Thus, I stopped just before her release, and offered my spear to Adriel, who smirked and then swallowed her prize in victory. I need to start preparing my officers for combat, so the fun times are over, dear ladies. There are still 1 million Tyranid bioships heading this way, if the silence didn't warn you enough. I explained while entering the shower to make myself presentable. I saw with my spycam Azu pouting like a young girl, then pinching her colleague in revenge. Adriel shared a kiss, and probably more, as Azu seemed a bit more content as I emerged from the shower. How do you even have 2 battleships and 5 battlecruisers in your private fleet? Plus all those cruisers and carriers, it is too much for a rogue trader dynasty. Adriel asked me while observing the fleet deploying in defense of the Aegida. I shrugged and began dressing myself. Captured from space hulks and pirates, or from orcs and returned to service. We only had a light cruiser when I was young, the rest was paid in lives. I was beside the captain during most of his campaigns, starting from the battle at Antax. It is completely true. Ludvius announced with a stern voice, daring anyone to contradict him. Adriel sighed and measured me with a discerning eye. There are many rogue traders, but no one is that lucky, she complained and entered the shower while shacking her head. The other Inquisitor smiled sweetly and joined her, teasing me with an enticing sway of hips. Fuck it. Another round in the shower then. It would take a month for the Tyranids to arrive anyway. Damn slow insects. Of course, I didn't simply wait to be overwhelmed, instead sending the Lancefire cruisers and battlecruisers armed with Nova cannons on hit-and-run attacks on the Hive fleet, conducted a dozen drills and organized the Scythe's fleet for better coordination and battle, upgraded the forts and the fortress with extra weapons and Blackstone armor, anything I could do to gain an advantage. Having these 3 Inquisitor ladies supporting me in this operation was a great boon as well. While scouting the lower decks of the Astartes ships with a group of astropaths produced a couple more blanks and thousands of new gun servitors to be used as disposable crew on the defense forts. Sadly, the conditions on those lower decks were so bad that the poor men were irradiated and sick, and even with my tech priests injecting them with anti-rad medication and rejuve cocktails, they might only live a few decades and still remain sterile. These blanks would serve as portable defense in the Inquisitor's retinues, clad in purity armor and wielding only an adamantium staff. I was pretty certain they would be mentally indoctrinated to obey all commands like Scutarii, probably using the same Mechanicus devices. The Hive fleet arrived famished, and there was nothing to eat here, except ships containing warm bodies, so the bioships soon began chasing after food in hunter packs. Made it even easier to defeat them in detail, as my ships were many times faster on their real space engines, or they could micro-jump from one end to the other of the star system to engage a new target. Meanwhile, the Death Watch and the Scythes began using their teleport rooms to beam warheads instead of strike teams, as did the Aegida Fortress. We even had the fleet of Eldar battleships lined beside the defense forts, using captured Eldar to fire their lances on the Tyranids or get eaten alive. They may have been corsairs, but without soul stones their fates would be rather grimdark. So they manned their weapons and fired, with tech priests and silent sisters keeping watch over them. Well, I had the Tesseract anyway, in case of rebellion. And to capture more narwhals too, for the Celestial Carriage Project. By the second month, my Lancefire destroyers that were available arrived to strike at the back of the Tyranid fleet, adding 9,000 torpedoes and mini lances and point defense batteries to our forces. Did I cheat and resupply the torpedo cells as needed? Hell yes. Did anyone mind? Possibly. Leading a crusade gave me a lot of leeway for what munitions I could requisition, and there were plenty torpedoes left to fill my pocket. Anyway, the heavy bright lance batteries of the Eldar battleships did most of the damage. Compared to my own battleships, the Eldar ships were 3 times stronger, and they had numbers too. Even when combined with the firepower of all the battlecruisers and battle barges present, the Eldar still came out on top by a dozen times. Damn Eldar. If only they could be turned against a real enemy. After the battle was over, I continued implanting the captured narwhals with Trazyn's control harnesses, then fed them some corpses of their brethren. And then, I called Lady Verlaine for a meeting, and after a passionate victory celebration in my bed, I began laying down my plan. I think she was rather surprised. It is a completely insane and heretical plan, Lord Pef. Would it work? The Inquisitor asked after a long minute. I nodded gently and kissed her in thanks. We'll drag the planet on a southwest course, roughly toward Sternak, but aimed at a dead star system. Someplace with billions of metal asteroids to craft a constellation of orbital defenses. It will be grand. I explained while drawing a line on the galactic holomap, placing the destination way above the galactic plane, and thus having half of the upper hemisphere clear of potential enemies. This new galactic position also increasing the inward range for the Pharos by 1,000 light-years, reaching a bit inside Segmentum Tempestus, while also bringing it closer to the Lancefire domain. Of course, there could be no witness to the heretical plan, and thus my ships were ordered back home, the sides sent away to patrol the French, and I had the rest folded inside the Tesseract. Leaving me with 3 Inquisitor ladies and a couple of STC containers to serve as habitation blocks during transit, deep inside the Pharos caverns. It was like a picnic in a cave, if you think about it. Ludvius and Canis mostly resided in the Tesseract, as they ate a lot, both of them. In case you did not know, every planet is a spaceship, since it does travel through the void. But now this planet-sized spaceship was being sucked into a gravitational tunnel by the Tyranid narwhals, stolen from its sun and carried away. As we moved farther and farther from Sotha's sun, our speed increased, crossing the light-speed barrier and going higher. The aspect sensors were unreliable now, and constant impacts with matter particles peppered the planet with new craters. The planet's magnetic field helped a little, as did the layers of melted rock above the living rock bunker. But I had the mental connection with the bioships, and the Pharos itself as a navigation device, and that was enough. Only a year passed for us, as the gravity tunnel distorted the passage of time relative to the objective universe, barely enough time to have my new lovers give birth to a few kids, 2 blank boys for Verlaine and Adriel and a normal girl for Azu. But when we arrived at our destination, a dozen years have passed, and Verlaine's first boy was already enjoying his harem on Illavar, and exploring his new psyker powers under the watchful eyes of his sister Janice and her mother. Lady Calistrati and Amberley had also visited and left, and a certain new Inquisitor was interrogating the Lamenters on the Starfort. Must be Inquisitor Carmillus then. Easy to check, simply by asking Victor or Decima. It was her. Your mentor has been looking for you, I think. She is now pestering the Lamenters and nosing everywhere. I told Adriel with a faint smile. The woman nodded a bit worried. I will fix the problem, lover of mine. But I will need that special staff now. Verlaine declared and laid her boy back to sleep in his crib. This will take a bit of work, but it was doable. Visitors CH-136. The first step was constructing a huge asteroid-made defense network around the Pharos, with 2 gigantic battleship-sized defense platforms anchored above the poles. And not Oberon-class battleships, but Gloriana size. Then merging together thousands of metallic asteroids for a huge shipyard with 1,000 docks, millions of ice and methane comets brought close to provide fuel for my future fleet. Depositing a gigaton of Blackstone and most of the Eldar and Orc ships in my inventory next to the future shipyard, and lastly ordering Forge Retribution to send all the Forge ships here, to begin building a new secret fleet. Made it look like this had been the site of a huge battle. There were 3 Orc battleships, and 100 Orc cruisers, plus Eldar and Dark Eldar battleships, a couple of Grand Cruisers with Astral Claws markings, but each ship just empty of crew or Xenos. A week later, the first Forge ships arrived, and Lady Verlaine stepped away from the Pharos and onto the Lamenter Starfort above Illavar, escorted by Adriel and Ludvius, plus their Deathwatch bodyguards. Lady Azu stayed beside me, because we wanted a blank child, and that would take more work. Pleasant work. It is amazing to see what a forge world with 1 million tech priests and 10 million servitors can do, when truly motivated. A dozen projects began at once, from drilling and installing a reality cage inside the burned planet, to examining the Orc and Eldar ships, constructing defenses and shipyards, and converting the Grand Cruisers into new Arch Mechanicus shrines. Over the next month, more forged ships arrived from nearby forge worlds, detached as permanent explorer expeditions into the Eastern Fringe, from Antax and Ryza, to Triplex Fall and Metallica, even Konar and Megair. The asteroid field became a beehive of activity, and the nearest moon was selected as a new forge world, called Machine Forge, after 1,000 proposals were discarded due to religious and historical reasons. This place would be a testbed, with each forge's tech priests bringing with them a host of different manufacture techniques and secret technologies, in exchange for the access to the caches of STC templates discovered on board the Grand Cruisers, of which the Tau designs were the most valued. The teleport guns of the Orcs and the fragments of a real STC constructor were seen as a holy grail, while xenoarchaeologist Magi dismantled a couple of Eldar and Dark Eldar ships to study the alien machines for greater knowledge. And then I revealed the final piece, a Warlord Titan from the Heresy era, somewhat damaged but with intact crew inside. The Princeps pilot, Dave Virgos, stared around and focused on me and my Space Wolf. "You are Astartes, from the Space Wolves," the woman asked in a hopeful voice, glad to see someone recognizable. I smiled kindly and offered her my hand. "Not exactly, dear lady. Things have changed a bit in the past 11 millennia. Let's get you some food." "Woof!" Canis exclaimed greedily, as food was his main concern on most days. Playing with human-shaped puppies or making his own wolf-shaped puppies came second. It took a few days to get the woman used to her displaced timeline. In a huge underground cavern dug under Forge Machine, a few Moderatiae from the Titan's crew were assisted by tech priests as they went over each system, from the volcano cannon to secondary batteries and power systems. I suppose I should return to Gantz and serve in the Legio Titanica again. Lady Day mused out loud, watching the tech priests cover her Titan, named Pride of Konar, with logic canticles and purity service protocols, involving scented incense and lots of oil. I sighed inward. "I have a better proposal, Lady Day. I aim to create a new Titan Legion here, formed from blank Princeps. Just like the Lamenters and the Blood Angels will become full blank chapters in time. You have experienced yourself the horror of fallen crew, turning their Titans against humanity." The Princeps glanced to my left side, where Inquisitor Azu was quietly conversing with a group of tech priests called the Crucible Resolviate that she had called here personally. "And that involves turning me into your concubine," the woman guessed and grimaced in displeasure. Well, that option was out then. Not at all. It would involve marriage and many children. I can only pilot knights, but I am also a blank. And there are few people in the galaxy that can offer you a loving family and safety for your children. Well, until fighting starts at least. I proposed in a soft voice and squeezed her hand a little. "Let me think about it, Lord Lancefire," the Titan Princeps whispered and squeezed my hand a little in response. Oh well, it wasn't any rush anyway. And if she refused, I had control bracelets anyway. I couldn't take no for an answer. In a couple of decades, this forge world will begin manufacturing new Titans, even better than your relic. I have sent out calls to 30 forges, and a dozen have already arrived. They will bring a female Princeps each, to serve as the initial force that will defend Forge Machine. I explained in a gentle voice, and left out the unspoken part. And serve as concubines too, as their scout Titans were mere tokens of participation. No fabricator could send a big Emperor or Warlord Titan out in the Fringe, even for all the resources I could provide. But a Scout Titan to form the base of a new Titan Legion, and then being given a Warlord Titan in exchange? That was possible. Of course, getting my own candidate approved as a fabricator for the leadership of Forge Machine wouldn't be easy either. And sadly, Felicia was not millennia old and respected by the tech priest community. I had my eyes on someone else, though. A certain fabricator locum from Forge Tigris, who was also a woman. Given that Cult Mechanicus was a religion, it wouldn't matter how old and experienced she was. Forge Tigris would never allow her to become the leader. But with a simple sidestep, the Lady Archmagos would be a fabricator general here, and bring me the adamantic technology and experts from her old forge. It took me a month to romance the veteran princeps to my side, as we have just consummated our marriage when Adriel and Lady Hezekiah arrived, with Decima and Ludvius on their Black Inquisitor ship. I left Day asleep and teleported in front of the new Inquisitor. She was old and scary, but I wasn't afraid. Lady Adriel and Hezekiah. Well met. I exclaimed in a cheerful voice, then went to kiss my wife and pat Ludvius on his pauldron. Anything to worry? I asked mentally. Nothing you cannot solve, Lord Pef, the veteran blood angel replied with a confident tone. So you are the maverick rogue trader. And whatever other ranks you have acquired, including a Space Marine chapter. Inquisitor Carmillus announced and then examined me with suspicion. I nodded politely and went to kiss Adriel, just to make a point. Welcome back, love. Not now, Pef, the woman muttered a bit embarrassed. Yes, spreading your seed like oats, are you? The stern Inquisitor asked in an angry voice. Is there a point to your question, esteemed Inquisitor? My blank children are immune to the warp, are they not? I asked with fake naivety. I suspect it's more the defense against the warp in your plans, Lord Lancefire. Your rogue trader dynasty has become too strong. Your alliance with so many Forge worlds, the Silent Sisters, and even some Inquisitors, they all point to a greater plan, the old woman whispered in a psychery voice, about as strong as Rose had been when we first met. Beta-level psyker probably. Careful there, my dear. You might be an agent of the throne, but I am actually related to the Emperor, by blood. Via his son, Primarch Sanguinius. My children, they are the Emperor's grandchildren, by blood. I proclaimed in a low voice, using all my focus to remain upright and unbowed. At need, I could take out my bone staff, but I was making a point here. My argument seemed to have an impact, as the Inquisitor stepped back a little and glanced at Ludvius, then back at me. So she had learned about the angel, right from an eyewitness. There have been other sons who turned against the Emperor. And only recently a pair of the loyal ones returned to help the Imperium, with your help, correct? Lady Hezekiah demanded in a sharp tone. I just shrugged and drew Adriel into another kiss. Accuse Lord Pef again, old witch, and I will crush your bones. Perhaps a demon will crawl out. Ludvius growled and hefted his power maul, making it glow blue with energy. The Inquisitor's bodyguard drew ranks, hefting weapons and trying to look menacing. So they vanished in my labyrinth for now, before one of them fired by accident. Lady Hezekiah is correct, Ludvius. Primarch Sanguinius was killed by Horus, was he not? I said in a peaceful voice, and held my hand towards the stern Inquisitor. The woman touched me cautiously, almost like expecting to get burned at my touch. Immune to warp, but not nearly as painful as those Silent Sisters. The Primarchs had plenty of Silent Sisters, and did not use them to protect themselves from chaos. Probably defending the warp gate under the Imperial Palace. Or they simply considered any defense beneath them. Prideful guys, the Primarchs. I declared in a low tone, placing the Inquisitor's hand on my elbow and having her walk beside me while I explored the black ship. I feel like I'm the one being examined for corruption. Lady Hezekiah Carmillus muttered as we passed interrogation cells and decks of sealed rooms with purity seals on the doors. I just hummed inward while cataloging and inventorying everything on the spaceship. So many exotic weapons, assassins and Xenos held in stasis, 1,000 autosvants and astropaths a few decks below, prisoners of 1,000 kinds, from governors to rogue traders and navigators, to simple tech acolytes and Imperial guardsmen. Did I steal an Exodus rifle and 100 rounds for it? I deny any such allegations. Anomaly CH-137. After a week of examining my new guest, I concluded that Lady Hezekiah would not qualify for into my family. mostly due to her Puritan philosophy, which fit more into the Sisters of Battle group, using faith and willpower as a source of strength. Sure, those were both immensely powerful tools, but they needed exceptional people to work. Not everyone could have the strength of will to stare a demon prince in the eyes and crush him in a desperate last stand. 1 in a million people, maybe. For the rest of humanity, prayers worked almost like home. As in, very little. Which is why there were spaceships and army regiments actually fighting in the Imperium's wars, and not holy saints all over the place. I found some actual relics to gift her, and a mostly vague story about my abilities and plans. The woman wasn't stupid, but she also had nothing on me, nothing concrete. The Inquisition will still need access to the Pharos, Lord Lancefire. However you manage to transport the planet here, the Tan inside is a dangerous Xeno, and there is much to learn from examining it and its abilities. Inquisitor Carmillus muttered with a sharp and hateful look at Zaryulash. The Tan pleaded silently at me, but I just smiled. I will agree to this, with the caveat that I will screen these Inquisitors. And if they are found wanting, their corpses will be sent to Terra, along with their rosettes. So no demon hosts or other corrupted traitors, nor the many other kind of insane freaks I hear about, massacring Astartes chapters or burning entire imperial planets because their bowels said so. I replied it with a gentle voice. The old woman blinked once, before vanishing with a flash of purple fire. Oh well, I guess there won't be too many Inquisitors visiting Forge Machine in the future. Their curiosity will possibly be tempered by the promise of certain death, and the numbers of dead Inquisitors returned to Terra slightly dead had steadily increased over the years, often with proof of their treason attached inside the stasis box. Others had mysteriously vanished or died in various explosions, and only their rosettes were returned. After Lady Hezekiah left, I began searching for a new deployment target, as my lamenters had finally reached 2 companies of Battle Brothers and 2,000 Teg Marines, not the forging kind, but pilots and field commanders for the Guardian mobile turrets. Would it surprise you to find out the Blood Angels had 40 Teg Marines in total? I almost felt like slapping their heads around. Perhaps it was time for visit. Then again, Hive World Meridian was experiencing earthquakes, which naturally announced a Tyranid fleet approaching. My dear Adria Calistrati was there, purging a Genestealer cult with their aid of the Deathwatch, and even Lord Commissar Kane was there, no doubt cursing his luck while neck-deep in cultists and Genestealers. I helped a little, emptying 2 crates of Krog grenades to thin out the enemies, and sent a squad of Blood Angels and 2 Silent Sisters to keep Adria a bit safer. She didn't have Kane's luck, after all. Clean out the southern Hapspires of Orcs, and make sure to secure the Manufactorium until my fleet arrives. I whispered in Inquisitor Calistrati's mind. P.E.F. I should have known it was you, damn situation was so familiar, the woman grumbled as Sister Alea fired her phase plasma fusel into a huge Genestealer Patriarch, ripping off a limb claw, while her sister charged ahead and slashed with a knight-sized power sword, taking off a leg and crippling the beast. Got delayed by some kind of temporal distortion, my love. There are 100,000 bioships heading your way, so you'll need to mobilize every able citizen. Just make sure to place Commissar Kane in command, he has good instincts. I explained in faint amusement, before switching focus to a certain Necron. Damn Wizard was playing puppet master with his captured tech priests, preparing his Blackstone fortress for another shot at the Hadex Anomaly. How long till you're ready, Lord Trazyn? I asked, curious. Stranger. I almost forgot about you. As for firing the weapon, the Inquisitor wanted the ignition button, so it's up to her. We've been ready for weeks, but she keeps demanding more machine prayers and purity rituals. As if my creations would explode from improper maintenance. Trazyn the Infinite complained while his staff discharged a green cloud of energy. Well, I wasn't surprised at the Inquisitor's precaution, as many Mechanicus contraptions did explode or malfunction in horrible ways. Most often when warp fuckery was involved. But that was mainly because the moron tech priests only used a single Geller field instead of 20, even on critical installations or spaceships. Those ruinous powers did enjoy ruining things for humanity. While I was musing for something to trade, Lady Adriel teleported beside me and went to pet Canis without any fear. The space wolf just snorted and allowed the woman to scratch his magnificent fur, eyes still fixed on the alien creature on the wall. "What are you doing now?" the Inquisitor demanded and walked beside me. "Arranging for the closing of the anomaly. It won't take long," I murmured out loud while measuring the Ordo Malleus Inquisitor with my mind's eye. Lady Avixia was formidable, even from this distance. Then again, she carried her own father's skull on her shoulder, used as a shoulder-mounted autocannon. This was true dedication and willpower, although she would need a null bone rod to be safe against the warp. Perhaps a chronoblade, no. She had a real relic polearm anyway. "You need to give the Inquisitor a null wand, Lord Trazyn. She hears voices, and that's not a good sign," I told the Necron after observing the damaged Inquisitor whisper to her dead father. "That's actually makes sense. No wonder she was so undecided. Something is inhabiting that skull, perhaps?" Trazyn asked while he teleported a null wand to one of his mind-controlled tech priests. I just observed her reaction, as the null wand instantly suppressed the ghost inside the skull. "Inquisitor Danica, is everything all right?" the tech priest underling wondered and drew back. "It's nothing, I just had a revelation." "Very well then. Let's fire your weapon and hope we don't all die gruesomely when it fails," the black-haired woman muttered and took out a hand device with 2 green buttons. "Just make sure you pressed both of them at once, Inquisitor Danica. We're confident that is the best way to close a warp rift of this size." Trazyn proposed with a mechanical voice emitted from the tech priest's vox box. Clack! The armored woman pressed both buttons and the weapon blurred and split in two, then 2 parallel black beams struck the anomaly. Well, only one was visible. The warp swirled and constricted, then an immense howl emerged from deep inside the vortex, followed by a giant red claw the size of a few stars. But Trazyn wasn't a wizard for nothing. Some kind of brilliant green Gauss beam shot from beneath the fortress, flaying the gigantic claw and forcing it to draw back, while the warp contracted more and more until 2 waves splashed into each other and sent spatial shockwaves for light years, annihilating everything in their path, stars or demon worlds or spaceships. It worked. "The anomaly is gone," Lady Avixia exclaimed in surprise. And then, despite the null wand in her hand, a voice spoke in her mind. "The ruinous powers will never forgive you, Lady Avixia. You're not ready to fight a great demon either, if a mere skull ghost could fool you for this long. And your tech priests are not actually friendly, now that your purpose is over. I advise you to depart hastily, and ask Inquisitor Ramius for help." "Who is this?" she asked, looking around suspiciously. "I have a puppy. And that's your safe word too, if you keep calm and demand to leave right now," I explained while keeping watch on Trazyn, who was obviously considering adding an Inquisitor to his collection. To give her credit, Lady Avixia could be very decisive at need. In a second, the skull was dismounted and shot into melted sludge by her Inferno pistol before she turned towards the nearest tech priest. "I will leave now, for my service to the Emperor calls me elsewhere. Also, be warned if you try to stop me, for I have a puppy," she proclaimed, sounding fearless. The tech priest in front of her hesitated, before waving a mechadendrite in disgust. "I should have known you were his agent. All this waiting, just to receive the go-ahead to fire when the stranger returned. Fine. You will arrive on Forge Retribution a minute earlier and forget about us. You hear me, stranger?" Trazyn muttered as the Inquisitor vanished from the Blackstone Fortress, to reappear on Forge World Retribution, just beside my knights and their tech priest supervisors. So, Trazyn did keep a locator on those knight suits. "You can already start preparing a null bone wand for my agent, Lord Trazyn. I shall provide a bloodline flaw in a decade or 2. Now, I want those repair modules, for knights and titans," I asked while another Dark Eldar Archon and his retinue appeared in front of Trazyn, only without weapons. "Oh? Is this my present? The rulers of a nearly extinct species, who live on pain. The Necron Overlord wondered while examining the new prisoners. Just imagine how many secrets they might know. Secret webways and weapons caches, hidden subdimensions of the Kamarak, maybe the construction method for those amazing void mines? I offered with a teasing smile. Trazyn nodded, obviously considering my words. Yes, indeed. And in exchange, you only want a copy of their knowledge, in STC format, he asked rhetorically. I smiled inward and did not reply, instead checking on the Necron world being assaulted by Hive Fleet Perseus. To my surprise, those Necrons were still on Bardic, and their tomb ships were fighting a gigantic Eldar fleet instead, while the void was littered with dead bioships. The planet itself was still infested with billions of Tyranid warforms, battling a black-tan shard and armies of Necron warriors, all wearing Tyranid hides on their backs like capes. Not unexpectedly, an avatar of Kain was leading the Eldar fleet from a large battleship with too many guns, empowering the bright lances to pierce right through the thick blackstone armor of the Necron warships. The Necrons had almost 100 ships but were outnumbered 30-1, and their weapons seemed to have no effect when striking the Eldar battleship, green beams of death striking a golden aura and vanishing. Damn cheating Eldar god! Well, the Avatar sure chose the perfect time to attack, and I decided to lend a hand, deploying a couple Nova mines in the midst of the Necron escort ships. A minute later, the Necron fleet was faring even worse, reduced to 8 capital ships and their shields weakened a little. I was pretty sure the Avatar would object if I used a Vortex warhead, so I just watched. Well, I could sell tickets to this fight now. Something amazing will take place on Bardic, Lord Trazyn. A Tan Shard and an Eldar Avatar, fighting among hordes of Tyranids. Want to buy a ticket to this once-in-a-lifetime show? I asked in a curious voice. Yes. So it hasn't yet begun? I can prepare then, and you'll get your trade, don't worry stranger. Might need more test subjects to perfect memory downloads on the Dark Eldar. At least a few thousands, the Necron proposed quite shamelessly. Couldn't say no to such a nice robot, could I? Showers CH-138. Lady Adriel waited patiently beside me as I opened my eyes. Well, she asked curious. It is done. The Hadex anomaly was closed. I replied with a glance at the Tan God. A fine blow against those warpling creatures from the Immaterium, Pef Lancefire. Now you'll have to repeat that several more times. Zaryalash spoke with a slightly impressed voice. I picked up a Null wand from midair and offered it to Adriel. I think you should stay here for a few decades. Keep an eye on the new forge and raise a few children. Adriel had a bionic eye, so my joke wasn't all that tactful. This is a Xeno artifact, PEF. My left eye was made by a Jokero, and it picks up certain Xenos vibes, she explained while twirling the wand in her hand. I just shrugged and hugged her to my side. One day humanity will make even better tech. But it would be a pity to blow up your brains if you let a demon inside or some mind-controlling Xenos gets hold of you. Your children will be sad to grow up without a mother. She sighed and glanced at the Tan. This creature better cooperate then. I won't waste 2 decades for nothing. I smiled gently and began setting up a holographic screen, matching cogitator components from my inventory. Lady Adriel has level 2 access, Mighty Zaryalash. Lady Azu and other authorized visitors, level 1. The Tan wasn't a star god for nothing, and he measured my lover with curious eyes. It is a pact then. For my safety, he demanded in a cold voice. I just smiled and flicked a comm cable at his foot's pinky toe, where the connector just merged with his toe, seamlessly. Then I grabbed Canis and the sounding board, and stepped through the Pharos directly on Forge Retribution. No point wasting travel time and fuel to reach my own domains. Fabricator Dominus, you heard the news? I asked the tech priest in a gleeful tone, making him jump in surprise. Lord Pef. You mean about this Inquisitor who appeared out of nowhere, the Muggos said and pointed at a holoscreen to show Lady Ivixia conducting interrogations on my night pilots. Related to that. This woman has just closed the Hadex Anomaly with the aid of some deviant tech priests from Forge Venatoria. Quite an achievement, wouldn't you say? I explained while bringing out Canis and preparing a few cups of drinks for my guest. Dominus stared at me for a moment before looking at the screen again. Some kind of reality cage? But the energy for that. It was way more complicated than that. The energy came from a Blackstone fortress, my friend. Plus some really deviant procedures. I spoke softly and twisted my labyrinth to bring Ivixia in the room. Lady Ivixia, meet Canis, my puppy. I announced with a genial smile. The Inquisitor stared at me and patted her hip where she had the new Null wand. This was another teleport, without using the warp, she concluded while examining Canis with a long stare. Woof. Woo. Canis explained logically. Tea, peach juice, recaf? I proposed with a kind smile. Tea will do, Astartes. Lamenter chapter, the Inquisitor demanded with a stern voice, and went to pet Canis while examining his shield collar with expert eyes. I poured tea and waited, while discussing with Muggos Dominus through our manifold circuits. Much faster exchange of data that way, and more secure. I had lost plenty years and had much to catch up, but Forge Retribution has not been idle. Fabrication lines for the new infantry Hell guns, Lost Cannon Tarantula turrets and armed sentinels were already operational, while the new Forge districts for Guardians and Macarius tanks were almost ready. Nearly 1 billion immigrants have been imported via Antax, mostly servitors and new acolytes. In orbit, there were 6 dockyards now, 4 for escorts and 2 for capital ships, and the canonical battlecruiser had been already finished upgrading to my specifications. Primarily extra armor, new reactors, and better shields. Even better, my mentor explorer Muggos Gyron had sent a short message saying entry found, which most likely meant he was inside the Speranza now. Wherever he was not in the Pharos range, which didn't surprise me at all. I am not the usual kind of Astartes, my lady. Must be my rogue trader origin, but I prefer using my brain instead of muscles. For example, I prefer using blank Astartes in my chapter. Pretty much zero chance of falling to chaos and being turned against humanity. Sure, I just copied what the Emperor did with the Silent Sisters, but since it works then it surely means my adoptive grandfather approves. I explained in a polite voice and sipped some recaf to recharge. Blank Astartes, how does that even? The Inquisitor grumbled inward and handed me the Null wand, but I waved it away. I was a Null myself, after all. There is a big difference between blanks and pariahs. The first kind is a mere adaptation to withstand the energies of the warp, just like dark skin protects someone from the sun or Windows tint to block weapon flares. The second kind, it's more akin to photosynthesis and solar sails. Warp energies are used to provide that person with extra power, besides simple immunity. Power to close the Hadex Anomaly, for example. I continued in a soft voice, and raised an eyebrow knowingly. The Inquisitor nodded in deep thought, now realizing why those heretic tech priests had asked for her scrawny pariah so insistently. This means, we need to grow and protect blanks until they produce more pariahs. Such weapons would, this is huge. Ivixia exclaimed in an ecstatic voice. Yes, of course. That it is exactly why the Silent Sisters were banished from Terra, and blanks all over the galaxy hunted down and murdered for being dangerous mutants. Often by your own order, Lady Inquisitor. How many High Lords on Terra are Psychers? Who pilots the ships, maintains the Astronomicon, provides empire-wide communication, or hunts down rogue Psychers? Aren't the most powerful Inquisitors Psychers too? And other secretive groups like the Grey Knights and the Templars _psychologists? I asked rhetorically. The woman froze for a second, before sighing in defeat. You never heard this, fabricator. Sealed by my order, she demanded forcefully and returned the teacup on the tray. Of course, Lady Danica. It will be so, unless Lord Lancefire countermands that order. Muggos Dominus answered with a flat voice, and glanced at me for praise. Well, he was loyal so I praised him on the manifold. Come, Lady Avixia. Let's take a walk and visit Forge Retribution. I said peacefully and offered the woman my elbow. That always worked. Canis, wanna come or visit your lady friends? I asked my other friend. Canis just snorted and grinned wolfishly. All right then, go have fun making puppies, horny space wolf. He vanished to reappear in the wolf pen and proceeded to dominate his new bitches immediately. That Fenrisian wolf, how at that a puppy? She asked as we walked around the forge and examined the new fab lines. Obviously, Canis has grown up. I got him as a puppy though. I replied with a wide smile and produced a data slate with his cute appearance as a wolf puppy. A couple of hours later, we returned to my rooms to eat, and Felicia arrived in a rush to welcome me with kisses and hugs. P.E.F. I passed the entrance rites. Next year I will be a full Muggos, she explained proudly while sitting in my lap without a care. A flash of jealousy passed over Lady Avixia, making Felicia tilt her head curious. Don't worry, Lady Inquisitor. I can wait, if you want the first rounds, the bubbly Enginseer added cheerfully and kissed my angelic cheek, lovingly. That didn't help as much as she expected. What is this exactly, Lord Lancefire? The black-haired Inquisitor demanded in a stern voice, watching my hands fondle the blonde woman in my lap. Couldn't help it really, must be a reflex. Blanks cannot be cloned, Lady Avixia. Only made naturally, with deep sessions of hot sweaty bedtime. Or other locations, like a steamy hot shower. I replied very seriously, while Felicia was already breathing heavily and pushing herself harder into my hands. Her eyes glazed over for a few seconds, no doubt envisioning the promised scene. Perhaps, I can watch. Yes. And I do need a hot shower. Avixia murmured to herself. It didn't take that long until my new lover joined me and Felicia in bed. Didn't plan for a threesome on the first day, but maybe I was that lucky sometimes. Meridian CH-139. You want me to travel with you to Hive World, Meridian? Avixia asked, looking strangely at me. Not just for the pleasant company, my dear. There is a cache of demonic artifacts there. And this time, it won't be just the Lamenter fleet. House Lancefire will provide some cruisers and the knights. I explained with a big smile, just as Rose entered my room. Even as a blank, and my lover wearing the Null Bone Staff, her powers were obvious, as the air shimmered around Rose with a light blue glow. Avixia patted her hip to make sure the Null Wand was still in place. P.F., my love. A demon hunter now? Rose asked with faint merriment. Lady Avixia was instrumental in closing the anomaly, my dear. She even fired the weapon. I said while offering a hug. Rose smiled a little, while her deck of tarot cards flew out and glowed, before falling on the table in some mysterious reading. Even so, my naive P.E.F., your sweet Avixia is only waiting for an opportunity to burn you alive. It's how their kind are trained, or better said, brainwashed. I sighed inward, knowing it was probably true. There's a long list of those who want me dead, but it will never happen. In fact, it only saves me time by exposing the traitors and allowing me to exterminate them easier. I answered in a cheerful voice, then kissed Rose for a long minute. When I returned inside my body, Avixia was staring at me with a doubtful look, possibly reconsidering her life choices. I do not burn innocent people, no matter what you heard about my order, colleague Inquisitor. And Lord P.E.F. is a blank, so most corruption accusations would be absurd, at least those involving the warp or chaos. There is some doubt on his chapter's approach on the Codex Astartes, plus all the proven heretic use of Xeno's artifacts. Inquisitor Danica replied in a dignified voice. Proven, you say? A Blackstone fortress is made by Xenos too, with the purpose of fighting against chaos. Now, how should you be sentenced, Inquisitor Danica? Surely if you're not guilty, being submerged in molten brass will not hurt you. I explained with a wide grin. That would be interesting to watch indeed. I boiled Fulgrim's corpse in molten adamantium, but never an Inquisitor, not yet. Rose commented and weaved a claw made of warp fire around her hand. That won't be necessary. If Lord Pef did use a Xeno artifact, he must have had a good reason. Lady Ivixia muttered as the adamantium floor beneath her feet started melting. Rose cast another deck of tarot cards, while the floor became solid again. A trick of the trade worth remembering, as it did use the environment against someone immune to warp. You could also simply use weapons, which was how most blanks got killed anyway. See Pef? Now we're all friends. Next crisis will happen in 7 years, if the nice Inquisitors survive so far. Rose predicted with a warning voice, then continued on the manifold. This woman is completely deranged. Keep her away from Illavar. I sobbed inward. All my efforts would be wasted on Ivixia, if things were this bad. Perhaps it's better if you are given a new quest, Lady Ivixia. Travel to the Rock and awaken Primarch L. Johnson. Those silly dark angels have forgotten about him and keep him hidden in a stasis crypt, right under their fortress. I murmured in a soft voice, while taking out a few items that will help. A data slate containing the best STC templates I had, another null wand, and a blessed autosimulacra disc, which contained enough alloy gel to heal a power armor a few times. Both women exhaled in unison, perhaps at the amazing news. Why her? Rose demanded in a furious tone. Because only Ivixia can enter this crypt. She needs a ferryman to help her cross, and those ferrymen only listen to Ordo Malleus. I declared confidently, and then moved the demon hunter aboard the inquisitorial blackship in orbit. Then I sat down and sighed deeply. If my conjecture was correct, the ferrymen Grey Knights would be able to resolve those watchers keeping the lion in stasis. They were all pariah after all. Dad. We're going to Titan. Too bad it takes 2 years to reach it. Janice sent me as the blackship cruiser began undocking from the Forge Retribution's receiving space station. Be careful there, Janice. Trust no one. I advised my daughter with parental worry. Terra and the solar system were always the most dangerous place to be, even for a navigator. And Titan was the base of the Grey Knights. Then I turned to stare at Rose, watching her get undressed with bemusement. So all that was to get me for yourself, my beloved Rose? But she only laid herself in bed and beckoned me over. You have to stop doing this, love. If not Ivixia, then the next. But you will get excommunicated, and doom your family as well. So far, you got amazingly lucky, but don't chase after more Inquisitors. Even Verlaine can't do much against the Inquisitor Lords. While joining Rose in bed, I mentally scratched a notch on my bed pole anyway. Having seduced at least one woman Inquisitor from Ordo Malleus, it was time to look for an Ordo Hereticus lover. Banking on my amazing life story, and my rather impressive resume of campaigns and high-profile kills, I would bet a throne at least one heretic hunter would fall for it. Anyway, it seemed Rose was very eager for a new child, which made me just as eager too. I did choose a pleasant type of duty, and I'll never regret it. The blank town has grown into a blank city in my absence, as my children and their children kept increasing our numbers, as did the imported blanks like Jurgen and Sly Marbo and all the others. As for the Catechans, we had 150 regiments now, and their children had also reached recruitment age, at least the first generations. Technical training in the colonies was already the best I could offer, and that reflected back in increased output in new factories, mills, and even agriculture. My kingdom had finally achieved resource independence, although we will keep importing advanced machines and immigrants in exchange for raw or processed materials. If this wasn't a total war economy, things would have been much easier, but war will never end in this universe, not with orcs and Tyranids and Necrons eager to smash, eat, or destroy everything, while Eldar and Chaos plotted the demise of the humanity at every opportunity. However, while things were still bad for the Imperium, in the Ultima Segmentum it was possibly a better state of affairs than anywhere else. Many of the Forge worlds doomed in that other timeline were still here, some battered, some thriving but alive even so. Also, pretty much every demon world I could reach had been burned, as were many Orc, Necron, and other Xenos planets. Plus, all the new technologies and the Blackstone and Adamantium provided for the war effort, and a few easy victories over Eldar, Orcs, and Tyranid hives, and much costlier victories over Necrons and Chaos forces. I was just waiting for Primarch Gallium to make up his mind and commence his march for Terra. The man had charisma and momentum behind him, something I could never hope to achieve. To put it simply, Robert was the hero of the story and everyone else was his helpful aid. Soon enough, this proved true again as my fleet reached Meridian, and we rapidly began preparing defenses against the Tyranid hive fleet. With over 30 billion people, I could demand and obtain 1,000 regiments being raised without any problem, although arming and training them would take time. So I tasked my tech priests and the local tech priests to convert the criminal underground into tech servitors, and had them assemble hellguns and lost cannons and landmines and autocannons by the millions, while my troops and Astartes provided enforcement. It would have worked great, because my plans always work. It was not the first hive world that I defended after all. But then, the damned Blood Ravens objected, claiming this world was under their protection, and sent a priority communique to the Primarch, and the damn idiot gave them command over the defense. It wasn't enough that this Space Marine chapter had an ungodly large amount of psychers and librarians. No, that I could deal with. Not with a fucking corrupted Azariah Kairos, the cretin wishing for demonhood. So now I had to find a damn Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor, or let this world get munched on by Tyranids. Well, I could also act sneakily, but I was pretty sure this time and place was not right. There were too many eyes watching, and not many friendly ones. At least I had a patsy to send forward and take the blame. Commissar Kane. We meet again, and you look rather healthy now. How has duty been treating you? I asked over a glass of expensive wine. I manage, Lord Lancefire. The armor and sword you gave me saved my life a dozen times, and the bodyguard twice that. Although some of them have died, fighting valiantly for the Emperor, the man muttered, not too pleased. I nodded gallantly, because death was too common in the Imperium. I have another gift for you, esteemed hero of the Imperium. This is a miniaturized warp null rod, disguised as a combat knife. It also cuts, but that's not the point. I explained and offered him a Katakan-style jungle knife, with the handle drilled to allow a null wand to nest inside. The man hesitated, before accepting the gift with a sad face. Protection against the warp is too valuable to refuse, as much as I would like. I am a blank, so I don't have a need for such a trinket. However, I do require a favor, Commissar. Place a call and ask for an Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor to be dispatched at once, hopefully on a warp-less drive ship. I whispered in fake secrecy. Really no need, inside my quarters, but it made a better impact. I suppose it is within my rights as a Lord Commissar, although I never used the rank. But why me, why not yourself, Lord Lancefire? He asked with visible worry. I just shrugged and emptied my cup. The last time I met a chapter master who fell to chaos, it ended in the Badab War, billions of people died, and that chapter was excommunicated and completely exterminated. My chapter, the Lamenters, lost 900 battle brothers fighting the Astral Claws and their allies. We only have 200 Astartes right now. Kane blinked at me and drank his wine in a single gulp. I shall make the call, Lord Lancefire. And let's pray the Emperor listens too, and sends us someone able to fix this, before the Tyranids arrive. I sighed inward, and poured myself more wine, while mentally placing a vox call to the Governor of Meridian, while Kane walked away at a rapid pace. Governor DeRosa, do you have time for a meeting? I asked while smiling at the holoscreen. Lord Lancefire, in 1 hour, if you're available then. There will be a working dinner, with my closest staff only, the Lady Governor answered a bit flustered. My face did have that effect on mortals, and I plan to use that. For the benefit of the Imperium and the salvation of the human race, of course. I'll invite Inquisitor Calistrati then. Best if she scans your staff for genestealer infiltrators. I explained with a gentle voice. The genome scanning gadget from Lord Trazyn was really useful after all, even if it cost as much to make as a dreadnought suit or Baneblade heavy tank. A single tank would not save a planet from a gene-sealer cult, but the Invictus Patern Auspex could. Sadly, only Forge Masters or Archmagi with great experience cold craft them, and not very quickly. Not when it required using thin slivers of enslaver bones and other exotic materials, like psyker nerves and neurons and an Emanatus force field to scan for special ether and empathic markers. Trazyn was working on a new device, able to detect chaos corruption just like the Necrons could for themselves. Only, doing that with Mechanicus level of technology was not as easy, nor were enslaver bones an item found on markets. Lesson CH-140. After the meal with the governor was over, I stayed for a nice bottle of wine and a relaxing chat in front of fireplace, which even had a gigantic beast fur laid in front of it. Very promising. So why do I get this honor, my lord? I heard that you caught Gregor Vandis just before he managed to run away with all the stolen riches from my planet. Lady DeRosa murmured with a worried glance towards the Inquisitor. I did, and thus came in conflict with the Bloodravens, who also claim ownership over some relics, including chaos-tainted artifacts that had to be destroyed. I and my Astartes are all blanks, which means we're immune to corruption, but that's quite the exception among humanity. I also believe that chaos incursions will continue in this sector, and where else would they strike than at the leadership, the noble houses? I asked rhetorically, while the blonde woman paled and gulped some more wine for courage. Our faith in the Emperor will keep us safe, and perhaps your troops, the governor murmured in a hopeful voice. I smiled gently. There is a simpler solution, and quite a pleasant one. I will be available to impregnate most of the noble daughters with blank children, and thus create a ruling class immune to chaos. I commented with a knowing glance towards the welcoming fur. The woman blushed fiercely, and then turned towards the Inquisitor. Is that all right, Lady Calistrati? She asked in a shy voice. We don't have that long, Lord Pef. I already feel the silence in the warp, reducing my abilities and giving me nausea. Perhaps a month. Adria said with a soft voice, and sipped fruit juice instead. I kinda guessed the nausea was not the silence's fault. Here? Elena de Rosa asked while her hands were already unconsciously unbuttoning her uniform. I swiped the fur into my tesseract and then stole the governor as well. I do believe my bed will be much more appropriate. What do you say, Adria? I don't care, as long as I get a few rounds, the black-haired beauty explained and massaged her breasts teasingly. Well then. Time to do my fucking duty then. And Rose might want to watch or even join in, which would be great too. Much later, Lady Elena returned to her apartments quite tired, while Adria and Rose stayed in my bed to explore my talents in depth. So why are we here, Pef? Except saving a hive world from Tyranids, my stern lover asked while massaging my glands. I need Bloodravens genocide to obtain Psyker librarians for my chapter. I am quite certain that it's the genocide itself that turns feral boys into gamma-level psychers. I explained with a wry voice, and relaxed under her pleasant ministrations. Rose exchanged a look with Adria, and drew closer, pressing her breasts in my face while Adria took over the massage. Tell me more, she demanded in a throaty voice. Damn the Inquisition. Such torture was impossible to resist. They listened to my plan, and fine-tuned it to be legal and less risky. You better hope the Ordo Hereticus sends a woman, and one, very amenable to your charms, my love. This plan of yours might turn into a disaster otherwise. Rose grumbled as she rested on my chest. I hoped so as well, counting on my knowledge of the events around Aurelia and the Bloodravens. It was always possible that things will turn out different, especially with the Eldar Farser Idronal involved. This Farser will join my collection when I found her, as she was surely around somewhere, using the turmoil on Meridian to draw the Hive fleet towards the Imperium. Over the next 2 weeks, Elena kept inviting noble daughters to visit her, and then they got simply ordered by an inquisitor to bear my children and promote them inside their houses, the blanks most of all. We managed to score about 50 of them, before another Navy battlecruiser arrived in the system, carrying Inquisitor Adrastia and her retinue of witch hunters and interrogators. Strangely, there was a locked adamantium vault deep inside this spaceship, holding a young woman in a stasis pod, and the stasis pod bound with 100 purity seals and phase iron chains. A mystery for another day. Right now, Commissar Kane was tasked with receiving and offering his suspicions, backed by a couple of Bloodravens Marines sharing his accusation. Return to your duties, Commissar. I shall interrogate these witnesses myself, the Inquisitor demanded with a deep frown, and locked her cold blue eyes on Captain Angelos. I just laid in bed, while sweet Elena was writing me in glorious ecstasy. The blonde governor was not the first nor the last noble woman to give herself to me, but I would do everything I could to keep her, and my future children safe. An official marriage would not be possible, but she could receive a bodyguard and tech priest expertise to raise her world to the peak of productivity and civilization. Even simply repairing the underhive conduits and algae farms would allow the world to double its population in a few decades, while cleansing the gangs and opening new weapons factories would provide increased exports and profit. The nearby Forge world Akatran was asked to help set up shipyards for system corvettes and mining spaceships, as well as manufactoriums for armed sentinels and tarantula turrets. My own tech priests from Retribution would train and consecrate 1 million new tech priests here, to produce weasels and interceptor fighters, and just like that, Meridian would soon be able to export mechanized regiments wherever they were needed. Nothing too high-tech, but thousands of Imperial Guard regiments armed with light tanks and walkers were much better than simple infantry regiments with puny lasguns and bayonets. You go and help Inquisitor Adrastea, my love. Make sure you take the Death Watch and the Silent Sisters. I said to my dear Rose, who was lounging in my armchair and enjoying the show. Damn horny lover. You had 6 women today. Rose grumbled as she grabbed her staff and vanished in a flash of purple light. I shrugged inward and continued my fucking job. On the outskirts of the system, my cruisers armed with Nova cannons were already skirmishing with the first bioships, cutting of a small hive tendril heading towards Typhon_Primaris, and testing the new weapons. With increased range and power, the long lances on the cruisers allowed the ships to engage and harass the Tyranids without much danger, 100 Lamenter and Lancefire cruisers easily terminating 1,000 bioships in a single day. After my dear governor crashed on top of me exhausted, my spear sprang back, ready to fight again. Is it my turn now? Sister Alana asked in a hungry voice, trying to sound sultry, but failing so cutely. I sent Elena back to her own bed to rest, and waved Alana closer. Your turn for what, my dear? I asked teasingly. You mean Astartes? Always teasing me, even when I'm on bodyguard duty, the vocal silent sister grumbled as she took off her armor and jumped in my bed, to guard my body closely. Rafin passed a throne coin to Ludvius, no doubt paying some secret debt among them, making the veteran grin at me and hold his thumb up. I've bet a throne you'll reach 7 women one day, Captain. Took you a couple of years, but you finally managed, the powerful war machine explained over the manifold connection. Well, I guess they would get bored watching me bang women over so many decades. One of you will need to remain on Meridian for a couple of decades. Guard my children until they grow up and gain power over the hive world. I said as a reply, while I pampered sweet Alana with kisses. Ludvius nodded slowly. It would be my honor, Captain. Perhaps you'll reach 8 women by then. I sighed inward, sad to part with him. But 2 Blood Angel bodyguards were rather wasted on me now, and the presence of Ludvius would entrench Elena as a planetary governor even in front of other Astartes or tech priests or mini-Storum adepts. While Alana enjoyed bodyguarding me, I kept watch on my Rose and the swift and brutal manner in which she and Lady Adrastea confronted the corrupted chapter master and executed him. From there, the purging spread among corrupted Bloodraven librarians and chaplains, and then to their connections among House Vandus of the former governor. A noble house was a large entity, comparable to a national government on Earth. Purging and rounding up the traitors took an entire week, even with the aid of the local Adeptus Arbites, the Inquisition's own troops and a company of Lamenter Terminators backed by 50 Lamenter Tech Marines to provide perimeter security with their mobile Guardian turrets. It would have been my right to confiscate some of the loot, but I did not, not even relics and Astartes armor. Instead, I demanded 100 ampoules of Blood Raven gene seed for my own librarians, and denied their chapter further involvement on Meridian. The new chapter master was not too happy, but he relented in the end. I feel we got played by you and the Inquisition, Master Lancefire. You should have let us deal with the traitors ourselves, the grisly old veteran muttered with a cold voice. I just learned from my mistakes, Master Angelos. As did you, I suppose. I heard you released a greater demon with that big hammer of yours. Smashing things is not always the better option. I commented wryly, as this idiot did indeed release a demon by crushing the male dictum artifact. Do not try to shame me, Lord Lancefire. And 100 gene seeds is too much, as we're too recovering from losing so many battle brothers and librarians. Gabriel Angelos exclaimed a bit outraged. I nodded in agreement. What I can offer is 100 blank recruits in a decade. Also blank ship captains for your spaceships. At least with them, you'll be certain they will never fall to chaos. The Blood Raven glanced behind me, where my sons were arrayed in powerful Terminator armors, immune to chaos and most mortal weapons. Why a decade? He asked, curious. Blanks are few, and they need to produce offspring of their own, before being sent to die as Astartes. I answered with a shrug and walked away. In my rooms, I found Rose and Adrastea discussing the topic of the day, me. I'd have thought you'll be eager to leave my presence, Lady Adrastea. I murmured as I began taking off my power armor. The pretty Inquisitor smiled coyly and unbuttoned her own leather uniform, showing off a boob window under the leather jacket. I blinked and checked with Rose. Turns out Lady Adrastea wants a blank daughter too, my lover explained with a smirk. I jumped in my bed and checked the new conquest, as Adrastea peeled off the black leathers of her job. You can leave your hat on, I demanded on a whim. It was a quote from the classics, after all. Leathers CH 141. In the end, the Tyranid fleet barely managed to land 1,000 assault spores, which was not enough to provide a proper Tyranid occupation army. My corvettes bombarded the more distant landing sites, while Marauder bombers and ground attack craft sortied to launch melta-bombs and other incendiary ordnance on the closer landing sites, where orbital bombardment would be much too dangerous for our ground troops. Then we simply defended the Hive City's walls as billions of Tyranids bioforms crawled through fields of burning lava and artillery barrages, only to enter killing grounds of landmines, spinning flails, and turret lasers. Sadly, I couldn't take part in the last melee, being busy chasing down the Void bioships and the last battleship-sized Hive ship, which would provide me with battleship-grade bioarmor from the attack claws of the Hive ship. The organic compound that made those claws was incredibly durable, which kinda made sense considering it had been evolved to crush spaceships. A millimeter-thick plate of Hive claw was more durable than a centimeter of ceramite, and much lighter. I guess I could sell it as a new organomineral, and use it as armor for boarding torpedoes and assault shuttles, or even drop pods and gunships. Anywhere weight was a limiting factor, from sentinel walkers to guardian turrets and even knights or titans. The Eldar used something similar, those wraithbones of theirs allowing durable but light and agile titans and starfighters. Humanity did not have something like that, but we could skin our enemies and wear them on the outside, much like we did with leather armor. I even tried my new toy, the transdimensional beamer, but Hiveclaw was not living rock and the Necron device didn't know how to shape it. Not yet. I bet Trazyn could find a patch fix for the new material. After that, I could dedicate some time to mass-produce durable components for my armies, especially for attack drones and ground attack craft, which were always the highest casualties in every deployment. By next month, Meridian was declared clean of Tyranids, and my Lancefire forces began embarking on their warpless carriers and cruisers while the Lamentor Auxilia and the Lamentor Astartes and Tech Marines returned to our battle barges and drop cruisers. I think Gabriel Angelos was a bit envious on my military might, since we barely lost any units against an entire Tyranid Hive fleet. I might have cheated a bit, but only to save lives. Machines could be replaced, but trained soldiers and pilots not that much. Is it really all right for an Astartes chapter to have so many auxiliary troops? A single one of your armor regiments is 10 times stronger than my own auxilia, the man muttered with a gruff voice. Probably not for the Blood Ravens, seeing as easily your Astartes fall to chaos, Master Angelos. Best if you ask Primarch Gilliman for a solution, preferably one that includes blank recruits and Silent Sisters watchers over your chapter. Then again, you can try it your way, and next time I might have to exterminate your chapter for corruption. It would be my duty, after all. I explained in a gentle voice, and smiled genially. The veteran Space Marine glared at me for a long minute, before glancing at the Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor at my side. Warning received, Master Lancefire. I shall travel to Ultramar and ask the Primarch for aid in this matter. You've let them get away too easy, Lord Pef. Best if I purge them now, before other traitors spring up from their midst. Adrastea muttered in a low voice, watching the big Marine walk away towards his shuttle. I sighed inward, knowing that Angelos certainly heard her. By your words, Lady Adrastea, I should exterminate and purge the Inquisition as well, before other traitors spring up from their midst. Correct? Rose giggled faintly and smiled at me, then she vanished in a flash of blue light. On the other hand, blanket accusations serve nobody. But I shall keep an eye on the Blood Ravens even so. I fear the corruption will not be easily cleansed, even if I got all the traitors. Adrastea whispered and leaned on me, as the Blood Raven's shuttle departed the landing bay. I nodded with grim acceptance. The poor Blood Ravens carried the curse in their genes, most likely gene seeds from Magnus the Red, going by how many psychers sprang up. Come, my dear. Let's celebrate this grand victory in bed, and provide the Imperium with another incorruptible child. Your first blank son can join the Blood Ravens and serve as your inside man. I proposed with a cheerful voice. By the next week, my fleet was already en route to Forge World Akatran, so I could finish up another trade deal for more Katakan regiments and a new fleet carrier, in exchange for STC templates and more Blackstone. We arrived just in time to fend off a gigantic orc waff, composed of 3 space hulks, a dozen terror ships, and thousands of smaller orc contraptions assembled from transport ships and/or carriers, as well as mobile asteroids. Akatran was a rather small forge, barely a Tier 4 despite having a Titan Legion and a dozen orbital shipyards. Maybe my luck struck again, or they were situated much too close to a giant orc domain. Probably both. We managed to break up a space hulk before it could warp away, and captured 9 terror ships more or less intact. My labyrinth collection grew with 1 billion more orcs, mostly the bigger or better armed, while my lamenters got to train with full armor and weapons clearing out the space hulk, and some even complained it was too easy. Well, it was much easier than the training we did at Illavar with swords and shields, instead of Terminator power armors and rapiers and guardian turrets in support. Forge Akatran brought millions of Skitarii and combat servitors to speed things up, where it would take decades to clean up an entire space hulk made of thousands of wrecks and derelicts merged together. It was worth it anyway, as we looted a wealth of relic weapons, even more Astartes armor and a stasis pod filled with a dozen Heresy-era dreadnoughts, a couple of battle barges heavily damaged, 100 cruisers of different classes, and even 2 battleships, an Emperor class and another Retribution. I immediately and generously donated the Emperor class to Forge Akatran, as the thing was too big and too expensive to repair. The Retribution battleship will be tractored to Forge Metallica for repair, as would a dozen more intact cruisers I set aside to become my new heavy drop cruiser squadron. Other nearby forges on my gift list would receive some spoils, in exchange for millions of tech acolytes and ship mechanics, and billions of tech servitors to work on new cruiser-sized shipyards, here and at Machine Forge. It took almost an entire year to set up the spread of wealth in metal and technology, including a chain of warp-less transmitters to Meridian and Forge Metallica. By then, Forge Akatran jumped an entire tier in Mechanicus ranks, reaching Tier 3 and access to extra technologies, including the production of Chimeras, Hydras, and Macarius heavy tanks. In a few decades Akatran will have a battleship-sized Arc Mechanicus though, and probably climb one more rank. They just needed to import a lot of human resources and acolytes, and now they had the wealth for it. My time here was not wasted anyway. I also received 30 more Katakan regiments in trades with nearby forges, as well as 100 million immigrants and thousands of new tech priests. A couple of raids into the Orc domains cleared up a dozen planets as agri-worlds and mining settlements, while also providing live training for the new mechanized regiments and Millennium Astartes and Lancefire Knights. Meanwhile, Rose disappeared somewhere and returned with a dozen leather-wearing women, hailing from a death-underscore cult called the Emperor's Blades. My implant marked them as dangerous and began highlighting power swords and daggers, vials of poison and neural gloves, and dozens of other unknown items which were certainly not massage sponges or acupuncture needles. I examined the sexy assassins with a frown, being quite certain it would mean death to touch those appetizing women. Blades, this is your new master, Pef Lancefire. You will serve him unto death, carry his children, and kill his enemies. Now take off the leathers and let your master examine you. The Inquisitor commanded in a cold voice, as if these women were lower than trash. The women obeyed without comment, exposing themselves to my eyes and cautious fingers. Really, dear Rose? A death cult coven is your gift for me? I murmured while tracing my finger over faint scars and surgical sutures. Whoever worked on these women had been a fleshcrafter, not quite a Mugos biologist, but close enough. I could bet a throne there were a dozen of adrenal and cyborg implants under the soft skin. Rose just smiled thinly and nodded. They work better in pairs, and are best deployed on hive worlds, or at least industrial worlds, where their talents will allow them to blend in easily among the brutish cultists and gangers. And they can't speak? I wondered while opening a woman's mouth to examine her teeth. As expected, the teeth had been worked, containing poison capsules, both for attack or suicide. We can speak, master, a red-haired woman replied shyly. And you agree to this? I asked, a bit curious. We have been told of your deeds, Lord Lancefire. You protect the Imperium and draw the ire of its enemies. We are to make sure those enemies die, the death cultist replied in a cold tone. I glanced at Rafin with a raised eyebrow. Your advice, Sergeant? The veteran Blood Angel measured the women and their arsenal with a cautious look. Induct them into your obsidian auguries, Captain. Lady Alexa would know best where to deploy them effectively. Otherwise, it would only take 2 days for your spear to convince them to become loyal. I sighed inward and went to take a shower. These will be 2 long days. Gift CH-142. When I returned to Forge Machine, it had barely been 2 years yet the place was unrecognizable. 100 Mechanicus ships from different Forge worlds, and even a couple of Inquisitor black ships, now covered in expensive blackstone and being outfitted with extra torpedo cells and drop pods. Someone had been paying attention, copying my tactics both for orbital and planetary combat. Inside the Pharos, a coterie of no less than 6 Inquisitor ladies were busy interrogating the trapped Tan, sitting on blackstone benches and writing down his words like gospel. Zaryalash blinked towards me in the same second I checked inside the Pharos with my Tesseract Labyrinth. Pef Lancefire has finally returned, Inquisitors. Part 34 of the War in Heaven history will have to wait, the Tan explained in a wry voice. Lady Villain glanced in my direction as well, although she couldn't have possibly, unless she gained some control over her own Tesseract. Indeed, Lord Lancefire has arrived in system. You have been very helpful, mighty Zaryalash, the woman announced politely and tapped the floor with her bone staff and vanished. She reappeared on the moon, right beside Lady Day. Pef is back, my dear Princeps. Have you finished the report on the Horus Heresy era? The Titan pilot nodded and held out a datastack. Everything I remember, from birth to death, or whatever this new life is. You will have to compile the rest of the pictimage from my Moderatiae's memories. Yes, I will do that, Princeps Lancefire. As for your mystery, I do have some clues now. Although a stasis field does sound as the more probable method for your unlikely salvation, I also believe it's incorrect. My classified source has revealed a dozen different ways to achieve your temporal dislocation, and none of them involve a stasis field. Villain said with a wry smile, and vanished again. Damn woman. Don't ruin my marriage with your suspicions. Perhaps giving the Inquisitors access to Zaryalash and his well of arcane knowledge wasn't all good. Then again, knowledge was power and Zaryalash was ancient even compared to the Necrons. If I wanted to beat the Necrons, I needed ways to defeat their advanced technology. That meant pinpointing weak points in the Necron defenses, flaws in their knowledge and operating instructions, and many such advantages. A couple of hours later, I teleported inside the Pharos as well and released Rafin and Canis from the labyrinth. Ladies, I hope you have received many lessons from the resident Tan? I asked politely. A dozen pairs of eyes blinked at me, most of them related to me, except for Inquisitor Carmillus. We have learned of your adventures, Master Lancefire. At least this time you avoided massacring an entire Astartes chapter by appealing to the Inquisition to prosecute the traitors, the old woman muttered, and nodded approvingly. I shrugged and went to kiss my lovers, and ignored the old witch. If the Astartes were blanks, they wouldn't fall to chaos at all. Something the Emperor himself was working to address, as shown by his Silent Sisters and Ordo Sinister programs. Too bad those traitors on Terra desired to rule with psyker powers and without any controls, thus the persecution of blanks and pariahs. I explained in a stern voice, pointing an accusing finger at the female Lord Inquisitor. The woman held my gaze for a minute, before glancing away. I'll wait on my cruiser, Lord Lancefire. It is obvious we will never see eye to eye, she declared in a dignified voice and stepped on the teleport pad. As long as you avoid hurting my interests in the Eastern Fringe, we can be allies, Lady Carmillus. I advised her just before she teleported away. Pef Lancefire, you should know that 14 warp rifts were closed and 2 warp storms have been reduced by your friends. The Tan spoke with a rumbling voice, surprising the remaining Inquisitors. I just nodded and took out the sounding board to check on latest developments. It seemed Overlord Trazyn and his followers had been busy, clearing a path towards the Maelstrom and closing interface ports with the Immaterium. Perhaps not for the exact reasons you may suspect. 100 orc planets were also conquered and hundreds more worlds were being invaded right now. The Necron wizard was expanding his influence and increased the size of his dynasty. Lord Trazyn, setting up a small stellar empire for yourself? I asked the Necron with a mind transmission. Oh, the stranger is back, and much sooner this time. Well, Bardic has fallen as you promised. I expect you're in need of another trade? Trazyn asked while taking out a data slate. I did want better technologies, but most of all, I wanted something else. The Halo _ device, if it works. I said curtly. Ah, yes. The effects of that device are rather strange, even for me and my orange helpers. Only the orcs seem to survive the transformation with any degree of sanity, though for orcs that's very low anyway. I needed a few billion test subjects to finalize a less aggressive variant, the wizard admitted with a wave of his robotic hands. And no human or Necrons, perhaps Dark Eldar. I wondered, curious. Not yet, puppy stranger. What I can tell you is that the devices are not medical machines, nor psyker artifacts, but a type of transdimensional interface. Something at the other end is configuring the receptacles for a kind of database download. The orc brains are luckily completely empty and self-erasing. All we obtained are orcs 50 meters tall and even more savage. Trazyn complained and produced such a gigantic orc held by thick chains of living rock, easily as large as Tan or a medium Titan. I mused on this for a minute. The Tyranids should adapt to anything. Perhaps the Krut or Barghesi as well. I expect the Jokero simply died? I added in a teasing tone. The old ones had surely encountered the Halo Star civilization and were likely the ones that destroyed them. No wonder the races they created were not compatible, most likely by design. The Jokero managed to control the device to craft a teleporter and attempted to escape or suicide. His body was splattered over a whole deck. Trazyn the Infinite explained, seeming outraged. I closed the link and turned, as Verlaine arrived inside the Pharos and came to hug me. Glad to see you, Pef. And look, I figured out what this thing is, she whispered, holding the silver cube, and pressed 3 runes at once, making a Necron engram project in a miniature star system. I sighed inward and took her toy away before she blew up my new forge world. Then I took out my dataslate and projected a galactic map from it. Stop playing with pocket universes, my dear. And you, mighty Zaryalash. You should know better. I growled at the chain tan. Hey, it was a harmless function, Pef Lancefire. Merely a real-time window, the ancient star god muttered like a naughty child. Damn galaxy was doomed with idiots like these. In a second, I sent the cube over to Trazyn. Please make a manual for this, before my agent blows up a sun, by accident. She already figured out a dozen functions, simply by pressing runes at random. The Necron examined the cube and sighed, then took out an identical silver cube. I'll keep the sleeping army for myself. Here, take this pocket tesseract and a dozen titans in exchange. Plus the dataslate with the latest technologies. But no crew. Damn Titan pilots are too rare, unlike those unsightly robots. I'll make them new ones and better. With a twist, I collected the trade goods and began downloading the manual on my implant, learning how to operate yet another Necron device. What did you do? Verlaine demanded in an irate voice. I just held out the datastick manual. Learn the manual before you play with the Doomsday device, my dear Xenos expert. I explained and stepped out from the Pharos and beside my princeps wife. P.F. You're a bad husband and father. Your son can already walk, and you're never around, the woman complained and smacked my head, not very happy. I nodded and drew her into a hug. Sorry, love. I worked hard to acquire resources for our family. Spaceships, ancient technologies, and a Titan maniple. I whispered in her ear and showed her the silver cube as proof. Day was quite smart and realized what I held in my hand. A portable storage dimension, and it can hold Titans inside, she asked in a breathless voice. Exactly, dear Day. But that can wait. First we visit my son, and then the bedroom. I continued in a teasing voice. My wife hesitated for a moment, before relenting. I guess you did work hard, husband. You are still allowed in my bed, as long as you bring me such nice gifts. Perhaps she'll get more mellow with time? I thought about all those other women in my life, and they were just as demanding. Probably not then. Seed CH-143. Fabricator Gemina arrived in a single minute, as soon as the new Titans appeared in the Titan hangar. 2 more Warhounds, 2 Reavers, 7 Warlords, and 1 Emperor-class Titan, the largest and most powerful of the God Machines. Of course, the Emperor was burdened to carry 2 cathedrals on its shoulders, abusing and encumbering the mighty war machine to its limit. Not in my Machine Legion it will not, plus all those sanctified cathedrals and relics inside will be very useful to decorate my kingdom and attract devout believers. Faith was very important, as it kept the citizens safe from chaos and made them more productive, religious zeal and all that. Lord Lancefire, where did these Titans come from? The female tech priest demanded with obvious surprise. Not exactly sure, my dear fabricator. A donation from a pious believer in the Omnisia, most likely. I answered with a fake shrug. The woman glared at me for my obvious lie, then gestured something with her 2 mechadendrites. Yes, she only had 2, which was proof of amazing restraint in a tech priestess. The Tigress Eye of Judgment was thought lost during the Horus Heresy. Last known records of the God Machine place it as deployed to support the Ultramarines, possibly on Kulth, she explained, pointing at a Warlord Titan with forged Tigress markings. Anyway, remove those cathedrals and have them sent to Salvation and Natale before you begin repairs on the Emperor class. I'm certain the Sisters of Battle will be overjoyed for my gift, as will the Titan himself. I ordered in a casual voice, and turned away. You can't just expect, of course he does. The fabricator muttered towards my back, watching me greet Inquisitor Verlaine and pat her bottom. If you tell me there were Titans held in stasis in my cube, I will smack you, Lord Pef, the Inquisitor warned me, sounding serious. Then I won't tell you that, my dear. You managed to learn how to use it yet? I asked while holding the silver cube in my free palm. Still learning the manual. It might take me years. Verlaine complained and leaned into me, possibly enjoying me fondling her ass. I sighed inward but didn't press her again, as not everyone would enjoy having their skulls open to install a mind impulse unit, and psychers least of all. I have a couple of free weeks, my love. Getting the fleet refit and upgraded, torpedoes and missiles replenished and all that. Want to reserve a slot in my bedroom schedule? I asked in a teasing voice. Damn idiot. Verlaine complained without rejecting my offer. Much later, I snuck out from the pile of sweaty and sleeping bodies of my inquisitorial harem and went to take a gradually colder shower until my mind cleared. This was a dangerous game I was playing, but I would need trustworthy inquisitors to place in positions of power. Same with generals, admirals, and governors, even bishops. As long as they were members of my family. All I needed was time to allow my last perk to grow and reach its full potential. The ancient awakening was activating very slowly, but I was growing in mind, and body, and possibly soul as well. And just like with the Primarchs, or the Paternova Navigators, my descendants will receive benefits as well, reflections of my genes boosting their own powers even more. No doubt, using the Pharos to observe the sector of the galaxy contributed to this as well, forcefully opening my mind to allow empathic communication and matter transfer over thousands of light years. I knew I had about 50 years left of relative peace before all hells broke loose, literally. Didn't have much hope to stop it completely, although I could reduce the impact a bit, at least in areas that I could watch over directly. The galaxy was too big and the array of enemies too great. The Dark Eldar that had undoubtedly survived would need time to recover and regroup, and hopefully direct their anger at the Eldar. The Tau were busy turtling themselves against constant attacks from all the usual enemies plus demonic incursions and Necron raids on their allies. The Necrons had yet to awaken en masse, and I kept watch, burning emerging tomb worlds or directing orcs or Tyranids at the Necron crown worlds, which had war fleets and Tan as defenses. Orcs were a plague for which I was crafting a cure made of glass, although live tests of the glass virus were not yet successful. The virus was not easily controlled to target only orcs, and it rapidly mutated to vitrify all life, which didn't help as much as it sounds. Luckily, the counteragent copied from the Dark Eldar still worked. As for Chaos, I had my own plans to ambush Abaddon the Despoiler when he began his Pandarax campaign, but for those Chaos gods one champion was as good as the next one. And I wasn't certain I could kill or trap Abaddon anyway. Damn guy had his own luck perk, and reality bent to his will to provide opportunities and artifacts just like it did for me. I had my own cheats, and enough ships and troops to make it a fair fight anyway. By the time the vacation was over, my Inquisitor ladies were pregnant again, as were the imported Princeps ladies and the Death Cult girls. For now, I detached half of them as assassins for my Inquisitor friends, while the rest were being sent to Illavar to become Elix's enforcers. On Illavar, Victor was already ruling as governor and I agreed to his promotion without a blink. It wasn't like I actually had time to rule a hive world and manage their problems directly. Better spend a year in Blank City and enjoy 1,000 blank concubines set aside for me. The noble concubines got their due as well, and their blank daughters and rarely sons were sent into the colonies as colonial governors. It sounds great for them, until they realized they were tasked with growing and managing 1 billion people and 1,000 small cities over the next century. Where possible, I assigned blank men to join their retinue and provide blank genes for a new nobility, which sounds great until you realize how hard it is to impregnate 1,000 women. Really, it is hard work, especially for someone without angel genes. And when you finally reach the end of the queue, you have to start again. I know, because I had this fucking job for decades. Wives and lovers are nice and fun, but it gets less fun with concubines that you barely recall their names. Not the case with the pretty Elixa and my wife Serena sharing my bed right now, just for pleasure and relaxation. I filled them both with love, and then let them rest on my chest and legs, breathing heavily in afterglow. My lord, if you keep importing immigrants, the food production and the housing capacity will be overwhelmed. Serena complained after she regained her voice. And we will dig subterranean hives for each new billion. I want to reach at least 100 billion citizens both here and on Natale. Geothermal pits and cometary ice will sustain the hive worlds for millennia without impacting the environment too much. I've seen how much hive worlds can produce, and I want that for our domains. Plus recruiting troops and crew for ships will be easier. I explained in a serious voice. More work for me then. Monitoring hive cities is not easy, Lord Pef. Elixa muttered and licked my spear to prove her point. The new hive cities will have integrated surveillance and tracker implants for everyone. And when the time is right, the current hive cities will be demolished and the population moved underground as well. I explained in a sharp breath, as her blowjob was suddenly stronger and much more pleasant. Elixa was probably happy at the prospect of total surveillance, just like any infocyte would be. Serena wasn't that pleased, as she bit my ear quite hard. That will be very difficult to sell to our nobles, dear husband. They enjoy their freedoms. There is nothing to sell, Serena. My wishes will be made laws, and those caught without implants will become criminals and get punished. The mines always need more servitors. I said sternly and drew my wife into a long kiss. Our battle resumed savagely until Serena was felled and drifted to sleep. My eyes turned towards the other red-headed minx who was licking her fingers teasingly. Am I going to be punished too? Not there, don't ever stop. Elixa exclaimed while being pounded into submission. She kinda enjoyed it, I guess. An hour later, I arrived on the star fort in high orbit to observe the new recruits and their gene seed implants. My son, Ignys, already had minor psyker powers, despite being blank, so he would be the first librarian in my chapter. He already had 40 blank kids of his own, and I shouldn't delay his implantation too long. Are you certain we should use the Blood Raven's gene seed, Chapter Master? My sanguinary priest asked, sounding doubtful. Yes, I am sure, brother. I've promised Master Angelos a company of blank recruits, and we have to be certain how the gene seed reacts. And prepare 10 more recruits for next week. Different fathers for all of them, of course. We need a larger range for a test sample. I ordered with a frown. I wasn't certain how the natural blanks will react with the Astartes gene seed, but I expected problems. While Ignys and other descendants from my bloodline would be safe, natural blanks were a completely different story. And indeed, Ignys passed his implantation procedure without any problems, instead gaining gamma-level psyker powers. Now the boy will need a decade or two of training, while the Astartes organs were implanted. As for the other 10 blank recruits, things went bad very fast and only 2 boys survived the Blood Raven's gene seed, while the other 8 entered some kind of poison shock and were stored in stasis pods until I could find a cure. If there even was a cure. There went my hopes, right out the window. The blank city has failed its purpose, and I needed to find another way. Maybe I would need recursive eugenics and pair the natural blanks with females of my bloodline for a stable genome able to support a librarian caste. Time to schedule a meeting with the Adeptus Sororitas. Trazyn CH-144. The Cadet Seminary Hall was packed full today as the greatest hero of the French, meaning me, was sharing a few lessons with the aspiring officers. But first, I flicked a throne coin right at Valerian's ear, waking him up from his psyker trance. Valerian might be Finona's son, but not even he was exempt from being respectful. Now that we are all paying attention. Direct your eyes above my head. Tell me what you see. You. I demanded, pointing at a teenage girl enrolled for piloting classes. It's the Aquila, Lord Lancefire. The symbol of the Imperium and the Imperial Creed, she answered a bit timidly, seeing the brass ornament but ignoring its meaning, just like nearly everyone. Excellent answer, Cadet. But wrong. You. I exclaimed and pointed at another girl. A daughter of mine named Ramona, blonde and pretty as an angel. It is the symbol of the Imperium, Lord Lancefire. The Imperial Creed also uses it. Ramona muttered a bit confused. Good. There is a great distinction here. If there was just an eagle, it wouldn't matter at all. But this Aquila has 2 heads. Why? I asked, pointing at another cadet. The young man glanced at the eagle and frowned. It is how the Imperium was formed, sir. The Emperor and the tech priests from Mars joining together to start the Great Crusade. I nodded in agreement. So this Imperial Creed worships Mars and the Emperor then? You? I asked another cadet. No, sir. Only the Emperor, the Asian-looking boy answered calmly and patted his chest where the same Aquila was stamped. I sighed inward and gestured at the holoscreen behind me. You all better remember this clearly. The Imperium is the Emperor and the Forge. Other imperial institutions that formed afterwards, like the Ecclesiarchy and even the Inquisition, are not meant to be part of the Imperium. Not the Adeptus Sororitas, nor the Officio Assassinorum and the many imperial death cults. Those are all vultures, preying on the citizens of the Imperium. Questions? I asked in a loud voice. My lord, the tech priests are heretics. And while the creed indeed formed after the God Emperor laid down on the golden throne, it is fundamentally important for the salvation of the human race. A devout believer yelled at me, holding his Aquila as a shield. Faith is important. Again, a big distinction here, cadet. We know the Emperor protects and safeguards our souls in the afterlife. Now, does humanity need bishops and cathedrals to be saved? I personally don't need anyone to tell me what to believe, because the blood of Sanguinius flows through my veins. For times in my life, an angel sent by the Emperor came to my aid. But perhaps for those with weak souls and feeble faith, they do need to be led into prayer by a bishop. It is also the only reason I even allow cathedrals and sisters in my dynasty. I also allow tech priests. Why? I asked, pointing at Valerian. They make ships and tanks. Why else? Valerian muttered in disgust. You say that, and seem displeased, cadet. Are you saying the Emperor was in error to sign the Olympus Treaty? What other errors in our Emperor's conduct would you like to point out for your fellow cadets? I asked rhetorically. 1,000 eyes stared accusingly at the poor boy, although they shared his views even so. You? I demanded, pointing at another cadet. The Emperor surely had good reasons, sir. But it was possibly a temporary measure, until the galaxy was united. The boy claimed in a doubtful voice. Of course. What other temporary measures then? The Astronomicon? The Adeptus Astartes? The Silent Sisters? Shall we just destroy everything the Emperor did, and claim it was merely a temporary measure? Already the High Lords of Terra have exiled the Silent Sisters from the Imperial Palace. Let's turn off the Astronomicon next. Correct? I wondered with a wry voice. A single month of losing the light of the Astronomicon would paralyze the Imperium. Turning it off would be a death blow. They all knew it, even here in the fringe. I had already pointed the beacon of the Pharos at Pythos, while preparing the ground for the next fight. A couple of Tyranid hive fleets and orc wafts would cover my own agenda quite nicely. No, sir. And we are also not in the Imperium, not until you decide to create a new Imperial sector, the cadet answered with a lower voice. I like things as they are now, cadet. With my warrant of trade, I speak with the Emperor's voice. Because of that, my words are the law here in the Lancefire domain, and our worlds are not crawling with cultists and criminal gangs like in the Imperium. You will all soon pilot shuttles or starfighters or even become captains. And when you do, and are sent to trade in the Imperium, you will see the squalor of those worlds. You will beg me to never allow our worlds to join the putrid corruption that is the Imperium right now. Back to tech priests. You. I pointed at another cadet. Air. They worship the machine god and believe the Emperor is their omnicia. Don't know much more, sir, the girl replied anxiously. Correct. Now, to understand the Forge and the tech priests would take decades of study. But I'll give you a short history. Back in the Age of Strife, the advanced human worlds in the galaxy found themselves isolated by warp storms, attacked by millions of rogue psychers and demons, while the machines they were used to became savage beasts, shredding the people with metal claws and laser eyes. Very few civilized worlds survived at all, and those became Forge worlds. There was a motive these worlds survived and not the rest. Those engineers and technicians overseeing the machines learned the operating manuals and the repair protocols by rote and repeated them to their descendants. In 5,000 years, those lessons became prayers and machine canticles, but they also kept the machines working. Adding oils and incense to the rituals helped keep demons away, and thus they survived. And then one day, the warp storms cleared and only the Eye of Terror remained, a gateway into the Immaterium and the horrors beyond. I narrated while images scrolled on the holoscreen. And then, only the tech priests knew how to use machines. Well, them and the Emperor on Terra. Ramona said with a knowing tone. Pretty much, yes. And thus the Imperium was born. The Forge and the Emperor working together to unite the galaxy again. And leading the way were the rogue traders, empowered with warrants of trade to deal with Xenos, acquire navigation routes and pinpoint enemies for the following fleets of the Great Crusade. The Forge kept the monopoly on technology and took over the surviving Forge worlds into their domain. The novice nobility or the navigator houses were formed to guide the ships into the warp, and every religion found was destroyed and obliterated. All religions but one, the cult Mechanicus. I pointed at another cadet. Well, it seems obvious the Emperor did not consider the tech priests to be heretics. Perhaps only annoying, the boy replied with a question, which was mildly amusing. You forget something, cadet. The Emperor did not need to learn machine manuals by rote. He was immortal, and he had lived in the dark age of technology. He also had the brains to understand the complex science behind any machine. For the tech priests, his intellect and knowledge of the machines were amazingly miraculous. Or to put it simply, he was the best tech priest of them all. I believe the Emperor felt pity, not annoyance with his machine-worshipping followers. Imagine looking at clouds and hearing your naive siblings argue if they form a crown or bird. You know it's only water and feel pity. I concluded and teleported away. I returned to the Star Fort and opened the galactic map on my cogitator. Decima had been updating my simulations, keeping track of imports and exports and numbers for population growth. My domain was growing very fast, but not fast enough. I will need billions of new immigrants and a billion tech priests, if slightly better educated with each generation. The geniuses will be selected for my special research teams, and given the best technical training I could steal from the Tau, and the Demiurge and any nearby races with advanced technology. It seemed a new round of heavy trading was needed, sending all available ships and captains to Ultima Segmentum Forge worlds, and a few just beyond, like Griffin 4 in the south and Lucius in the north, plus the big forges like Ryza and Greya. They could carry Dark Eldar and Necron artifacts, plus few Tau and Eldar weapons. The STC templates would need to be customized for every forge to make them more attractive and valuable, plus targeting data on nearby Necron or Orc worlds. Did I shamelessly ask for all-female regiments and any blanks or pariah they could provide? I sure did. Did I ask Forge Ryza for 200 Catacan regiments to pacify the fringe? Yes, I did. But I also earmarked a transport of 40,000 armed sentinels and tarantula turrets and a billion multispectrum vaccines doses to be donated to Catacan citizens. I may drain their manpower, but I'll not leave them defenseless on that death world. Combat walkers were powerful force multipliers, and medication for an entire planet even more. I was also pretty sure that Finona and her Catacan husband will be able to induce an immigration drive for my domains, even if it would be only kids and women, sent to the paradise worlds filled with untamed forests and savage orcs in the eastern fringe. Perhaps send 1 million adamantium swords as well, and flak armor with blackstone armor plates? Sure, why not? The Catechans were not stupid, even if forced to live in near servitude on a jumbled planet where everything could kill you. Plans made, I raised my eyes to look at Dreadnought Chirin, who just entered my quarters. Yes, brother? We have a problem, Chapter Master. A dozen apothecaries have defected while pretending to search for new herbs. I fear your blank women escorting them have. He rumbled in a cold voice. I sighed inward and stood up. Come with me then. Any clues on why they would turn traitor? I asked while heading towards the docking bay. The apothecaries and the sanguinary priests, plus a few Tegmarines and various support personnel, are the remains of the original, cursed, lamenters, which of course implies all the chaos fuckery possible. Like a minor plant collection expedition, turning traitor went away from their base and my watchful gaze. I suspect it was the failures of the Blood Raven's gene seed, my lord. Others have also voiced displeasure at using such corrupted gene seed that even poisons blanks. Chirin said in a level voice, possibly agreeing with the defectors then. It would happen even with Primarchus Khan or Sanguinius gene seed, my friend. That's why I demanded test recruits from 11 different fathers, not just my own sons. The 3 recruits that survived all have my genes or my children's genes. I am the reason, not the gene seed. I whispered as we reached the docking bay. I looked at the airlock door to find Hestia and Fidelia already armed for war. They have the right to avenge their sisters, Captain. I heard Rafen murmur on the manifold. All right. The more the merrier. Plus I could use the sisters to relax on the way to the Pharos. Damn crazy universe. Feast CH-145. I'm not sure how the idiot apothecaries thought they could run away and become a new fallen group, but I wasn't going to let them go. Not after I was just making fun of Gabriel Angelos for losing so many of his own brothers to chaos corruption. And even less after finding the Lamenter destroyer filled with desecrated and eaten corpses of the crew. Not the Blank Sisters, which were beaten up and thrown into the ship's vault. Probably not good eating, unlike the rest of the crew. Having a meal, are we? I asked after stepping out of the Pharos right in the mess hall. A dozen pairs of red eyes turned towards me, then looked around as my own escorts appeared around them. You! It's all your fault. One of them howled and jumped at me with fangs bared and claws extended. Damn mutations had distorted these former apothecaries into vampiric forms, identical to those lamenters lost in the Badab War, the bodies malformed under the Red Thirst and the Black Rage. I just stepped back and let my brave Canis grab a bite. Limb after limb, the Cretan was torn apart, until only the head and torso remained, and he was taken to the side by Hestia for a crude cauterization of wounds, involving a melta pistol and red-hot deck plates. Good boy. Now the rest of the traitors. I commanded in a cold voice. In a minute, we had the idiots disarmed and nailed to the wall, while I collected the beat-up sisters in my tesseract. These were not veterans or null maidens, and they obviously stood no chance against real space marines attacking them by surprise, and even being fed drugs and soporifics in their meals. Then I patted Chirin on his armored shoulder. Have the navigator steer the ship back to the starfort. I'll collect the body parts and read the ship logs from the bridge. Canis glanced at me and then at the mangled traitors hooked to the wall. Woo? Nah, we need to test the Amophagia organs anyway. These guys will serve the task perfectly. I explained in a serious voice. Canis grumbled and dragged a few discarded limbs to the side, crunching them for a healthy meal rich in calcium, while the victims could only stare as their arms and legs were being devoured by my Fenrisian wolf. I shrugged and walked away towards the bridge. Waste not in all. Plus Canis had worked hard for this meal. So you're not going to kill them? Rafen asked as I sat down in the bloody captain chair and began examining the ship logs. Kill them? How would I train the Lamenters then? They need to taste the truth and learn from the mistakes of their brothers. Henna will not be pleased her daughter was eaten though. I muttered holding up my glove, drenched my daughter's blood. Being a ship captain was risky, much more so for an Astartes warship. Poor Talia, she was so glad to have finally earned a captain rank. At least it wasn't Tyranids. We will probably all get eaten by Tyranids in the end. Soon after, the Lamenter destroyer reached the warp limit and began the journey home, estimated to last 3 to 30 days. Damn warp travel, I've forgotten how crappy it was. At least my big ships had warp-less engines now, and were not so exposed anymore like the smaller escorts. As expected, we only arrived 28 days later, because the warp currents were opposed or something like that. All 3 backup mechanical Geller generators had failed as well, and one even caught fire and melted. The main Geller field held, just because Hestia and Fidelia took turns sleeping inside the generatorium and protecting the black box component from unwanted visitors. Chiron had to patrol the lower decks and crush hundreds of whaling servitors, exorcising the ghosts in their machine implants. Damn 40K universe. I'll have to sell this ship to someone else now, after changing its name to something appropriate like Emperor's Triumph. Anyway, I had other more important business to take care of, beside creating a remembrance hall where the Lamenters would visit each month and scoop live brains from these Cretans to train their memory-reading organ. Business like clearing another hole from the Space Hulk anchored in pieces in the asteroid field, giving my troops more live training against orcs and Genestealers, and even a few Dark Eldar from my own stock. It would take about 2 years till the trade expeditions returned, which was just enough time to polish my skills and the Lamenters, plus their blank sisters and Tech Marines. I also started from level 1, climbing my way through infested decks with only a chronosword and a bolt pistol. I kinda cheated a bit, because the tesseract around my neck did give me perfect vision and denied surprise to the enemy, but I also had to keep watch for everyone else and save them at the last second. Captain Khan just walked beside me and commented on my technique and breath patterns, while ignoring the howling Genestealers or orcs and allowing me to gain combat experience. Keep your stance lower, Lord P.E.F. Strike at the wrist, not at their weapon. Breathe. Remember to breathe, he advised me as my lungs caught fire from dispatching 5 Genestealers at once. What? It was really hard, especially on slippery floors and eerie blinking lights. Reaching level 5 took all my energy, and I had to rest and gulp some water and Nutrigruel. It was much easier in my night, sitting in a comfortable throne mechanicus and having reason smoothly execute combat stances and perfect cuts with machine precision. Using your own body wasn't that much fun, unlike in bed. Anyway, by the 2nd year, I had reached deck 10 and needed Canis to cover my back at all times. But my aim with a pistol had become almost perfect, and my lungs didn't burn that bad anymore. About as well as any new recruit with a full set of Astartes organs, which wasn't bad at all. I'll have to send Sly Marbo in one day, and learn from him too. I could already bet the man will make it to level 15 without a single scratch. Damn cheater. But my free time was up. No more Space Hulk training, brothers. We'll depart for Pythos next week, so rest and clean your weapons. There will be orcs, Tyranids, and Chaos Traders, so only blank or warded personnel can go. Brother Simnai, you will have field command for our ground troops. Brother Chiron, you have the Star Fort. I'll take the fleet and some Lancefire units in support. My wife Day will arrive with some reinforcements from Machine Forge. I explained while pointing at the holoscreen. I selected 3 Lamenter battle barges and 15 drop cruisers, while from the Lancefire fleet I highlighted 2 battleships, 2 battlecruisers, and 2 carriers, plus 15 heavy cruisers, all with warp-less engines. The battleships were the real heavy hitters, the Apocalypse class called Tranquility and the Retribution class called Vigil for the Vanquished, formerly known as Macarius Vitrix. Looking at the battleships, you could barely distinguish the original class, as they had 3 torpedo cells each, meaning 300 torpedoes, plus 200 lance batteries and extensive armor upgrades, layers of adamantium and blackstone covered with a dozen void shields plus a flare shield and an ion shield. And they also had a Nova cannon, because those were awesome. The latest upgrade simply bolted 40,000 tarantula turrets on the battleship's outer hull, with a mix of missiles, multi-lasers, and Lost Cannon's weapons. Every possible angle had been covered, although the weapons would only be effective against small targets like starfighters and orc phytobombas or Tyranid flying creatures. Maybe torpedoes and assault boats too, in some cases. Lacking dedicated escorts like frigates and destroyers or even light cruisers meant that heavy ships would be vulnerable, so I took measures. The cruisers also had some turrets applied on the hulls, but not in such large numbers, only a few hundreds. Of course, these applique turrets were not powered by the ship itself, instead using their own power source, which was more limited. Anyway, much better than nothing. Now I only had to test the ships in battle, for battle was the ultimate testing ground, when your enemies tried every trick and weapon they had to kill you. I doubted the Logis engines of the Tarantula would be effective against Chaos Demon engines, but everything else should be good. The Tigmarines and their Guardian turrets would serve mostly as boarding guards, 2 aboard each ship and 5 on the battleships. We also had 20 Katakan auxiliary regiments and the Lancefire Voidsmen, plus 3 armored regiments ready to land and support an assault. By the time the fleet was prepared and gathered, they arrived from Forge Machine with 1,000,000 Scutarii and our incipient Deus Ex Machina Titan Legion, composed of 30 Titans including 1 Emperor class and 7 Warlord class. We had more Scout Titans, but we lacked pilots for them. It wasn't a problem I ever expected to have, to be fair. But I did have 36 Lancefire Knights to support these Titans anyway, plus their own support armsmen, 4,000 Katakans piloting armed sentinels, and various light vehicles for skirmishing and recon. The Knights and Titans had also been plated with Blackstone, because that material was fucking amazing, both in durability and resistance against warp. Rose and Verlaine decided to join me on this crusade, something I was kinda glad for. Sometimes having a powerful psyker on your side was great. And they were pleasant company in bed anyway. Pandirax 146. We arrived at Pythos right on time, finding the Black Legion and an Orc WAF struggling to push through a Tyranid splinter fleet of over 1,000,000 bioships, covering the entire star system with their silence. Perfect cover for my ships, as psychers would be unlikely to detect us. For some reason, the Orcs seemed willing to obey the Chaos Champion, hurling their rocks and cruisers in close melee with the Tyranids, giving Abaddon a clear path towards the planet. Launch the corvettes and starfighters. Battlecruisers target the Orcs only. Battleships engage the Chaos Fleet from maximum range and pick off the escorts first. I ordered in a second, while sending engagements vectors for our heavy cruisers to fire their Nova cannons at the largest blobs of Tyranid bioships. Our fleet gently separated into 3 elements engaging different targets. Soon enough, the Orcs abandoned their march towards the planet and began turning, to engage the swift battlecruisers attacking them from behind. I tried not to use the Tesseract yet, not until I learned what the Chaos Fleet would do. Every minute, a couple of Chaos frigates or destroyers exploded under the barrage of lance batteries, while a couple of Chaos cruisers received a vortex missile each, splitting their engines apart. However, Abaddon had brought 6 battleships and 38 cruisers, plus over 500 escorts, which made his fleet the most dangerous enemy. Tyranid flyers and bioships trying to attack the Chaos forces were brutally repelled and demolished, swarms of hellfighters and bombers unleashing hell on the poor bugs and scoring thousands of kills with ease. With a new order, our cruisers changed target and primed the Nova cannons for volume saturation. I hope you won't miss. I whispered as 30 Nova shells detonated right in the midst of the Chaos fighter swarms, obliterating thousands of demon engines and their Tyranid enemies as well. Vox message from Chaos Fleet, Captain, the Vox officer said in surprise. Hey, it wasn't time to exchange stories, was it? Teleportarium rooms, target any open Vox channels with Melta warheads. I demanded on a whim. Soon enough, a dozen capital ships had their bridges explode and burn, including a Chaos battleship. We let our weapons speak, right? I asked rhetorically as the Tyranids began turning to engage us as well. Now it was time to run. New vectors were sent to my fleet, and we switched course for a clearer path, while laying plasma and Nova mines in our wake. The Orc fleet conveniently intersected the Tyranid swarms chasing us, while Abaddon decided to ignore revenge for now and head towards Pythos, the jumbled planet. Our course will take us there as well, on a tangential vector. Couldn't simply stay in place and duke it out with the Tyranids after all. Nor could I allow Abaddon to reach his objectives. Behind us, a series of apocalyptic explosions began as the Tyranids and Orcs stumbled into our Nova mine field, although I did cheat a bit to thin out the pursuit with 100 extra Nova mines places expertly among the largest bioblobs. Stand and give us a good fight, the Orc warboss demanded from his damaged kill cruiser. Orc coward boss, you did not fight the spiky Hummies, so you only get spiky bugs. I replied in a teasing voice. Always a pleasure, talking to Orcs. We not cowards, see? We're going to fight them right now. And then we come for you too, funny Hummy, the warboss proclaimed in anger, turning his fleet around once more and gunning for Abaddon. Did we just gain 1,000 more ships to our side? Verlaine murmured in surprise. I just smirked inward while the crew of the Serenity grinned at the inside joke. It wasn't the first time I had turned Orcs against another enemy. Furthermore, if Abaddon had any big surprise, I wanted the Orcs to spring the trap. Soon enough they did, as another Chaos fleet arrived in the system, though a warp rift, with a motherfucking Gloriana-class battleship and 30 more cruisers and 500 more escorts. That's the Harbinger _of Doom, and it holds a Traitor Titan Legion too. Rose explained with a cold voice, leaning on her null bone staff for extra power. Well, the Orcs were kinda fucked now, caught between the two Chaos fleets and every retreat route blocked by Tyranids. Let's help the Orcs, I think. I see 100 cruisers they're worth salvaging. I mused to myself, while directing the battleships to engage the Harbinger, while the corvettes split up in 4 groups, 3 as defense escorts and 1 as a torpedo dive force. Now the Harbinger was caught between us and the Orcs, and my battleships proved themselves, focus firing the chaos-infested Gloriana battleship, which was 3 times their size. Among the 100 of torpedoes were a couple of vortex warheads, and those won us the battle, splitting the ancient warship in 3 burning fragments infested with demons. The corvettes fired their own torpedo barrage at the cruisers, and then ran away like any Lancefire ship was supposed to. Spiky Hummy tricked us. They never intended to give us free ships. Let's take theirs. The warboss deduced and began sending his own ships to board the remaining Chaos escorts in the Second Fleet, resulting in a glorious melee that emptied their cruisers of most boarding craft and troops. I only had to wait, and wait. Brother Semnai, prepare for boarding operations. We'll steal the Orc cruisers soon. I ordered on the tactical manifold. Abaddon seemed content to wait as well, no doubt worried about my fleet, as he only had 5 battleships left operational, with 1 being left behind and engulfed in Tyranids right now. He shouldn't have waited. As soon as the Chaos Destroyers started being boarded by a gigantic Orc assault, led by the warboss himself, our own troops began teleporting onto the Orc cruisers and taking them over. This time, my Lamenters did not let me down, not when clad in mighty power armor and wielding powerful guns, most of them Architect relics or combi weapons. Second waves of tech priests and servitors followed to restore those ships into our control, and one by one the Orc cruisers turned away and left the Orc fleet, forming yet another fleet on my side. In a couple of hours, my forces doubled in size, which wasn't a bad result at all. The Orc ships were crappy right now, but they could be upgraded in a few decades. I don't even have words. No wonder you have such a big fleet, Lord Pef. Verlaine said with an admiring voice, promising a lot of pleasure in the future. Hey! Not fair. You stole my cruisers which I stole from other Hummies. The Orc warboss protested after his own conquest run was over. There is still the spiky Hummy, boss. He has big spiky battleships, and you want them, right? I asked in a curious tone. All right. But no backstabby again. We fight fair after we kill the spiky git. The Orc pleaded as his new fleet gathered around the remaining rocks and Orc escorts. I bet I can board them first. I teased the silly Orc. Oh no. Mechs. Make us move even faster. Bring the red button here. The orc yelled, forgetting the Vox channel open. Was I being unfair? Who cares? I was still wary of another trap from Abaddon, and thus only 2 drop cruisers entered low orbit to drop tarantula turrets in defense of the Attica Hive City. That still meant 80,000 autonomous turrets, which would stop any minor incursion from both orcs or chaos, and even small Tyranid armies. Almost immediately, Abaddon moved his own fleet in place and began dropping his own pods, no doubt containing invasion armies of his own. And then our own attack began, Nova cannons and squadrons of torpedo corvettes decimating the Chaos fleet while orcs assaulted from the other side with cheerful savagery and horrible losses. My battleships and battle barges took the brunt, each facing a Chaos battleship and unleashing our potent lance batteries and torpedoes. Captain, the defenders are being overrun, my XO whispered, pointing at a different holoscreen with picked images from our turrets. I sighed and admitted defeat. I would have to use the Tesseract after all. A flick of my fingers dispersed a handful of Nova mines on top of the Chaos battleships, while the Titan Legion and the Knights appeared among the defenders in a flashless teleport. 3 more drop cruisers, support the defenders. I commanded as 6 Tegmarines and their Guardian Walker turrets were teleported to the flank of the attacking Bloodthirsters and Forge Fiends. Immediately the tides turned, as the Chaos ground forces began receiving fiery judgment from the Knights and Titans. A single shot from the Emperor-class Titan obliterated the lead Khorne Berserkers, while our Warhound-class Titans murdered entire packs of Forge Fiends with their Mega Vulcan cannons, firing thousands of super-heavy bolter rounds per minute. The Forge Fiends fired back with their Ectoplasma cannons, pushing our lines back again. Watch out! There are hundreds of Chaos Sorcerers on that cruiser. Rose shouted and pointed at a descending Chaos ship, heading directly for Attica at terminal velocity. Sadly, there was little that I could do, except teleport munitions in its path. Damn ship was enveloped in a potent warp field that prevented my Tesseract from grabbing onto it. A vortex missile managed to deviate the ship and burn out its armored prow, making it crash some 50 kilometers off into the deep jungles. I let out a deep breath I forgot I was holding, that was too close and almost obliterated my Titans. Meanwhile, the drop cruisers continued launching drop pods, as did the Chaos fleet. Nobody was willing to back down from this fight. Then Orc rocks began crushing through the Chaos escorts and landed on the Death World as well, disgorging millions of heavily armed boys and mechs, while the Orc escorts fought desperately, or maybe joyously, with the Chaos escorts. Overall, it was kind of what I expected from this fight, and I only needed to let Abaddon make any mistake. Even a tiny one. Which is when just above the big fight, more ships began to appear. And then even more. Everyone was ignoring the damn silence I worked so hard to produce. Loot 147. Oh well, I knew there would be reinforcements coming to this party. I had just forgotten that warp-less engines had spread among the Imperium forces as well, and possibly even the warp-less transceivers, even if those were new. Battlefleet Demeter was formed around a fleet carrier with about 200 system corvettes and thousands of Fury starfighters, an Emperor-class battleship and a dozen cruisers, which wasn't bad at all. The Dark Angels had brought the Rock, which served as fleet carrier for a dozen escort frigates and 2 battle barges, while the Grey Knights had a silver-painted cruiser of advanced design, looking like an Astartes strike cruiser on steroids. The history had changed, and quite radically. Commanding the Rock was not just Grand Master Azrael, but his Primarch, Lionel Johnson, and a black-haired Inquisitor I remembered very well, Lady Ivixia. Oi! The Hummies have a bigger rock. Let's loot it, the idiot warboss yelled on the Vox channel, having possibly forgot I was listening in. A plasma warhead on his bridge ended his glorious conquest dreams, then splintered his WAF into a dozen warbands, each taking off in different directions, leaving their boarding troops stranded, as well as the landed orcs from the asteroid rocks in the jungles. I was hoping to get more use from the orcs, but they did sufficient damage anyway. Barely 200 Chaos escorts remained intact, while the void was filled with wrecks and derelicts from the Orc and Chaos fleets. I directed some corvettes and the heavy cruisers to assist the Imperial Navy in cleaning up the easier targets, still maintaining full Auspex quiet and restricting all Vox comms to my command chair. The Imperial Navy had no such qualms, proudly declaring their undying allegiance to the Emperor and death to the traitors, which rapidly devolved into boarding actions against their fleet. I was almost ready to turn around and leave in disgust, but Abaddon might squeeze another win then. Not on my watch. Incoming Vox messages from all new ships, Captain. Multiple teleport actions detected, the Tigmarine manning the Auspex console announced in a single breath. Surely others could deduce the causal correlation between those two events, right? Woo-woo. Canis asked to make sure. Yes, Canis. They are idiots and give the enemy away inside their ships. I explained politely and patted Canis on his wise head. Rafen snorted beside me as more plasma warheads arrived inside the Chaos and Orc ships, pretty much as soon as a new warhead could be rolled on the teleport pads. Then a full salvo from a squadron of 50 Lancefire corvettes got through the defense flak and obliterated an entire Chaos battleship, giving my fleet an edge and allowing a Lamentor battle barge to focus fire the next capital ship, draining its void shields even faster. We lost 10 corvettes to retaliation before they could run away, but it was a good exchange anyway. We had 2,000 corvettes and the enemy had 4 battleships left. I saved the crew anyway, because I cared about my people. Plus we only had to buy 10 new corvettes and the fleet wouldn't even know anything was wrong. Soon enough, the Rock and the Dark Angel barges focused fire on another Chaos battleship, which diverted their commander's attention enough to sneak a pair of starfighters in and fire 2 vortex missiles, the battleship's prow and engines getting trapped in small warp rifts. I kept watch on the Grey Knights, as they were the most dangerous thing in the system right now, for good or bad. Probably the only space marines implanted with the Emperor's own gene seed, and none of them had ever turned traitor. But I doubted it was the genetics, instead suspecting Malcador's own brand of mental indoctrination that created such psyker beasts, plus the total disregard for the Codex Astartes. Probably demon host implants as well, if their successor chapter the Exorcists were any clue. After 30 or so warheads striking the Vox casters as soon as they began transmitting, Primarch L. Johnson realized the connection and ordered his fleet to shut the hell up. It was a start, but with augury and Auspex sensors still at maximum, the teleporting boarders would keep coming. Not as easily, as the Auspex sensor were placed on the hull, but the Chaos guys had smart people too. But as the concentration of firepower proved too much, and the 4th Chaos battleship buckled and broke apart, Abaddon decided it was time to run away. I was expecting this, because Abaddon's battleship just sped away without even informing his allies of the new plan, leaving them to die to cover his retreat. Shouldn't have turned your vulnerable back at my corvettes just below. Not that the other sides were not covered, I had enough corvettes, after all. 100 torpedoes struck the battleship's engines and blew them to bits, leaving the Chaos vessel drifting and burning like a candle. And then Abaddon tried to copy Horus, dropping the void shields of the Relentless Ire, his Desolator-class battleship, and inviting boarders to battle him in an honorable duel. Got ya now, idiot. A plasma warhead blew up his bridge, right after the traitor himself was trapped in my labyrinth, with all his precious artifacts. A dozen of his chaotic lieutenants joined Abaddon the Despoiler in my Chaos deck, arranged to stand one on top each other's shoulders like a circus troupe, with the frozen Abaddon holding them all like a champion. More Vox messages from the Imperial ships, Captain, the Vox officer announced as expected. The battle is not over. They can congratulate me when we win, which is not yet. I muttered and directed 100 corvettes to enter low orbit and bombard the invaders, while the rest of my ships were allowed to hunt in packs and demolish the remaining opposition. It took an entire day to hunt down and melt down the surviving orcs and traitors' hulls, before my fleet regrouped back in orbit over Pythos. The Imperial Navy Admiral was dead, because he invited Chaos Terminators on board his Emperor-class battleship, the Revenge. And the Dark Angels and the Grey Knights had to battle hard to recover the ship. It didn't matter anyway. Another well-connected officer will be promoted in his place, and nothing of importance was lost. Too bad about the Navy crew who saw the Grey Knights, as they will be killed to keep the secret. Everyone leave the bridge. All ships cover your windows as for warp. No point getting executed for seeing funny Imperials. I ordered and pointed to Canis as well. The Space Wolf threw me a pitiful glance and ran out. Rose waited until the bridge door closed, and then leaned over to kiss my cheek. A magnificent victory, my love. But you know, that pre-march I sense on the rock will take the glory. Didn't bother me one bit. I lost 10 ships, it kinda hurts. I muttered instead. Verlaine kissed my other cheek, and then sat in the Vox officer's seat. Your Lady Ivixia seems eager to meet you, dear Pef, the Ordo Xenos Inquisitor explained while overriding the security controls and establishing a picked link with the rock. This is Inquisitor Remius. Identify yourself, the woman demanded in a stern voice. This is Primarch L. Johnson. Explain why you blew up the last battleship, the man demanded in powerful voice. I tapped into the Vox channel as well. Well met, Primarch. I am Pef Lancefire, chapter master of the Lamenters chapter and a rogue trader too. Any reason why any Astartes or rogue traders should not blow up Chaos warships? I asked in a teasing voice. The Primarch glared at me for a few seconds. There were precious relics on board. Plus some traitors I wanted to be captured. I ignored his feeble excuse and smiled genially. Of course, Lord L. Johnson. I do have some important prisoners and their artifacts. I'm certain we can trade and both obtain what we want. Lady Ivixia, always a pleasure to meet an Ordo Malleus Inquisitor that has not been corrupted, yet. I declared with a wry smirk, which didn't please Ivixia too much, as she gritted her teeth with a red face. With a mental flick, I closed the connection and began sending landers to recover my troops and tarantula turrets. My job had been finished rather satisfactorily, although 8 Knights and 3 Titans were damaged, plus a third of the tarantula turrets and guardians had been destroyed. I intended to make the Imperium pay for my losses anyway. Incoming transmission from the Silver Cruiser. Want to chat with the Grey Knights? Verlaine asked in a professional tone. They are merely mindless automatons, no point in talking with them. I answered with a level voice, while ordering my fleet to interpose aggressively and protect our lander craft. 20 more attempts at Vox transmissions. Verlaine muttered as my ships formed a barrier of armor and lance batteries around the stream of landers. Just ignore them, and they'll go away. Or perhaps shoot first, so I can blow them up in self-defense. I said in a careless voice. It wouldn't come to that with a Primarch watching, but better make sure. And you wouldn't even blink doing that, would you? Rose asked, curious. Why would I blink, my dear? I have family on Pythos that I intend to protect and recover. Those demon-host space marines mean nothing to me. Mindless zombies, all of them. I grumbled as I leaned into my command chair. A new communique arrived from the rock, and that I allowed through. Lord Lancefire, the Grey Knights demand that no locals be allowed on your landers. Vital to the security of the Imperium. Inquisitor Danica announced, holding out her rosette to confirm the order. A pity then. Nearly 50 million people, well. If they were going to burn them anyway, I could pillage the place. I nodded at the holoscreen and closed my eyes. There were thousands of small settlements dotting the higher mountains, which became suddenly empty as their population was transferred into my Tesseract labyrinth. Nearly 40 million people that never boarded a lander, as ordered. Couldn't do anything for those poor souls in Hive City Attica, which would be closely monitored to prevent escapees, but I could steal 1,000 tons of munitions and weapons from their sealed armories. The Imperium would pay for my losses double. My duty here is over then. I announced with a calm voice, and turned off the Vox channel. The Tyranids would not wait after all, and were already massing for great meal on the Jumble World. Without replying to more transmissions, I loaded the Titans and Knights back in the landing bays and urged my fleet away, clearing an escape path with our Nova cannons and concentrated lance battery fire. The Imperial Navy didn't stick around either, following my bigger fleet to safety. Just before we departed the gravity well of the sun, the jumble world Pythos was engulfed in the familiar flames of an incendiary Exterminatus torpedo, only an hour after the Tyranids began landing their spore pods. A bit too soon in my opinion, but good enough. The lead Tyranid spore pods did contain the broodlords and tyrants, and losing them would weaken the Tyranid splinter fleet greatly. This would also leave the bioship stranded here, hibernating to conserve energy while maintaining a thick shadow in the warp around the ruined Pythos. The demon cache under Attica would be sealed by molten lava and covered in warp-disrupting silence, while the Chaos forces lost their best leader and much of the Black Legion fleet, probably more than half. Meanwhile, my own collection grew, and I had things to trade now, valuable things. Stake 148. The captured Orc cruisers were either towed behind or left to journey on their own, 60 of them in better shape grouped in squads of 3 and sent towards 20 different Forge worlds to be repaired and upgraded. As for the rest, 35 cruisers that had been damaged were towed behind my fleet back to Forge Machine to be converted into more drop cruisers. I had Forge Machine working on restoring the teleport STC constructor and begin mass-producing drop pods with teleport beacons, which would allow rapid recovery of our turrets in the future. It would take decades anyway, because research takes time, and much longer times with tech priests. And constructing the devices wouldn't be fast either. After a week inside the Pharos, and scanning the nearby star systems attentively, I departed with the newly arrived guard regiments and 1,000,000 tech priests and acolytes to settle 50 more planets, using the catechans to establish security and the tech priests to construct the infrastructure and defenses, plus mines and railroads and dozens of small cities on each world. This also meant some orbital forts and a warp-less transceiver network were needed, linking Forge Machine with the new domain real-time. Advanced Explorer fleets were sent to lay FTL communication routes to Forge Antax and Forge Triplex Fall, while streams of immigrants and Imperial regiments arrived monthly to be distributed into the colonies. It took 5 years until the network was complete, and by this time the first underground hive cities had begun being built as well, sponsored by increased promethium and coal mining industry on Natale, as well as the rich mineral deposits of radium and liberation. The Ultima Segmentum was eerily quiet in the meantime, if we accept the loud orcs and occasional Necrons waking up. 1 trillion orcs were gathering to besiege Armageddon, riding on asteroids and space hulks and various captured ships. It wasn't something a single Astartes chapter could deal with, but the Imperium had 3 Primarchs now. Surely one of them could take care of the orcs. What do I need? I mused out loud and glanced at Zarylash for advice. You need ships, Pef Lancefire. Much stronger ships too, if you want to fight the Tyranids, the Tan said in a cold voice. I looked all over, mighty Zarylash. Unless I dive into the Maelstrom to fight Corsair and Renegades, there's only pirate destroyers and frigates, maybe a few light cruisers. Nothing really interesting. I replied with a pained sigh. Those targets were still good, and I had Lamenter-snatching raids sent all over the eastern fringe to board pirate hideouts and recover more escorts, but even hundreds of destroyers wouldn't be of real use, except as defense fleets for the Lancefire domain. The escorts were too small to carry powerful lance batteries, and they also needed warp drives, which made them a liability for long deployments. There is the warp gate to the Expanse. And there are many space hulks not yet claimed. Plus, the Antien_sector. The Tan Shard advised me with a curious voice. What's in that sector? I wondered while searching the galactic map. One of those Blackstone fortresses, serving as a base for a demon prince. Also 1,000 renegade navy and pirate vessels, including 100 cruisers and 3 battleships. Zarylash explained with a knowing voice. Well, that was a tempting target indeed. Now that I had the activation artifacts from Abaddon, a Blackstone fortress would be a powerful weapon. And the Blackstone itself would not be corrupted by chaos. I nodded gratefully, and retrieved 2 more Exterminatus torpedoes. One for Kakalos, a demon world beyond the Maelstrom that had not been in the Pharos range till now, and the newly awakened Necron world of Nagathar, here in my backyard. Cyclonic torpedoes both, because I wanted to send a powerful message. Then I returned to my apartment to enjoy my sweet blonde Amberly. Plus having sex on a floating mattress was special and annoyed Rafin as well. Just like that, yes, oh God. Amberly shouted as we bounced off the ceiling. Perhaps I shouldn't have given her alpha-level powers, whatever. Hopefully this child will be another blank. Lately the numbers of blank children had grown per year, reaching 50. This probably matched some logarithmic chart somewhere keeping track of my growth in soul powers. Very possible, as even my children were having a substantial increase in blank births, especially my daughters when paired with natural blanks. This also annoyed their Catacan husbands, but it was their fault for not being Sly Marbo. That guy had everything right. Lady Rose requests entry, my lord. Perhaps you should climb down, my bodyguard advised me with a wry voice. Let her wait, I want more. Amberly muttered, holding me tight in her arms. I didn't mind her love, but Rose had important news if she barged in uninvited. Tomorrow, my love. Now go rest. I whispered in her neck and squeezed her breasts as a reward. She vanished from under me and let me fall, just as Rose entered the room and caught the mattress with telekinesis. That's an interesting trick you had Amberly perform. Must work on the landing, though. The raven-haired Inquisitor commented with a smirk and gently set me down to be examined as meat market. Wait outside, Rafin. I sent him on the manifold, just as Rose sat beside me and held a data slate. Infocyte Calixa sent word. There is silent vigil on Ilax, with 1,000 silent sisters and their dependents. Rose explained as the galactic map opened to pinpoint a northern galactic world at the edge of the Imperium. Let me guess, they use rogue traders for supplies. I deduced with my genius brain. I'll need a pair of sisters and a battlecruiser to recruit that rogue trader and reach Ilax. I think Alana and Aleo would work best, the Inquisitor whispered while undressing herself for a final round. This was a great find indeed. Rose deserved a big reward, and Calixa as well when I caught up with her somewhere. I left Rose filled with liquid love and probably pregnant again, and went to check on my Titan Legion. Luckily, the blessed autosimulacra self-repair device worked just fine and the damaged Titans were restored to duty. Which was great, because they will be needed, just like my Knights and the Leviathans. Day was round and rosy with our fourth child, overseeing the training of the Princeps and the Titan crews from her desk. My beloved wife, you look radiant today. I murmured and stole a kiss. And you stink of sex and other women. And not even those 3 new Princeps pilots that arrived from Lucius and Greya. My wife bit my lip in revenge and complained loudly. I should bed those 3 before I left. More Titan pilots would be nice. I wanted to let them feel at home first, dear Day. But if you insist, I can make time in my busy schedule for 3 more women. I explained teasingly and patted her round belly. A tiny kick hit my palm weakly, so not even the kid inside liked me right now. Busy schedule? A month spent in bed is busy schedule? When are you going on crusade again, eh? The Titan piloting wife chided me and poked my chest, sounding a bit annoyed. I kissed her for a long minute, then caressed her rosy face while Day struggled to catch her breath. Very soon, my love. Probably 2 weeks, if nothing goes wrong until then. I won't take the Scout Titans, though. They need adamantic reactors and shields to avoid another debacle, like on Pythos. I said in a level voice, and began walking out. Don't forget about the new girls. Day yelled after me, just before I walked out. Rafin grinned at me and patted my shoulder. That's a great wife you found, my lord. Urging you to bed other women, you are too lucky. I nodded wisely, and headed for the mess hall, and sat down to eat with the 3 new arrivals. Lord Lancefire, is it our turn today? A pixie-cut lady with brown hair and a deep tan asked a bit hopeful, while poking at her gray slop of food with disgust. Sure, the Mechanicus food gave them everything their bodies needed, vitamins and amino acids and all that. But it looked and smelled horribly. I think we first visit my ship and eat a real grok steak, drink some expensive IAX wine and chat a little. Nobody is forced to join my family, pretty ladies. I answered after scowling in disgust at the crappy food. It was worse than Nutrigruel, and those were liquid combat rations. You had me at real steak, my lord. Plus, you're so cute, another woman announced, tugging at her ponytail to let curly black hair fall on her shoulders, while she pushed her magnificent chest out, very proudly. Lady Cyrilugini was certainly the most beautiful pilot I knew, and among top 3 of all my women. Right beside Rose and Serena. Proof of carefully selected genes, but I didn't mind that at all. He talked to me first, the pixie girl muttered and glanced at me under her eyelashes, as if trying to provoke me. All right then, I'll bed you first, Pixie. I like real steak too, the third girl from Grail whispered shyly, while her cheeks became bright red with embarrassment. She had platinum haircut and a bob, and green eyes, which worked perfectly with her white skin. Probably liked beefy muscles as well, if I was not mistaken. If it was really necessary, I had other tools to convince the Titan pilots to bear me blank children, but so far it hasn't been the case. Perhaps having sanguineous genes and an angelic face was good for something today. I'll have to visit Fabricator Geminus soon and thank her very deeply for the new pilots, which were possibly not easy to obtain. She was only half cyborg anyway, and her face was quite natural. As for the metal tentacles, one had to bear it and learn to ignore minor problems. Alliance 149. Trade is war, war is trade. Either way, the House of Macau profits. Lady Sun Li. Sun Li sat on her light cruiser's bridge, the Nihantu, while considering the news she had just received from her informants on Scintilla. What do you say, Voidmaster Shin? There is opportunity in war, the woman asked with a frown. All rogue traders had to be brave and bold and most of all lucky. Perhaps not as lucky as the fabled Pef Lancefire, the rogue trader in the distant fringe with his own Astartes chapter, but they needed luck to survive and prosper. And House Macau had 100,000 people depending on her to prosper. There are rumors of demon princes, Captain. Names like Corruptus and Lillian Dao have reached my ear, and I had to silence those fools before they spread the rumors even further. The Inquisition will surely be involved, and we don't want them to visit us again, the man argued with a shiver. Chaos again. Why couldn't it be orcs or Eldar? At least you could sell the loot for fortunes. Either way, standing aside was not profitable in riches or reputation. We make for Forge World Telios V then. I think I figured out how Lancefire does it, eating Forge Worlds for free ships. Do we have enough Voidsmen to capture a cruiser? Sun Li asked a bit hopeful. Her master-at-arms shook his head over the holotable. A very small cruiser, perhaps. Best if we try for a frigate. And only if we use that toxic gas, which we promised to have destroyed, the man muttered in disgust, and scratched his bionic arm. The gas would kill everyone on board, that was true. And lose her half of the cleanup crew, as the gas would eat through void suits and flesh with equal hunger. Maybe not then. If only we had teleporters, she whispered in defeat. I'll prepare the boarding boats and double the melta charges, Captain. We can send servitors with plasteel shields first, and then our voidsmen and our house guards. Expected casualties are only at 48% for a pirate frigate and 27% for a destroyer, her master-at-arms provided after consulting the savant implant. Sun Li glanced at their resident tech priest, a runaway renegade, but very useful anyway. Archmagos Omnifax, any chance for another miracle weapon? The guy was obviously not even a Mugos, but she would use whatever name he gave without complaints. I do, Captain. There are a dozen directional mines being prepared in the manufactorum. Place them against a solid shield, and the hallways in front will be filled with shrapnel and bouncing balls of steel. The servitors might not survive the recoil, though. The Hairtech tech priest explained while holding a tentacle out and projecting a red hologram with his new weapon. And for this, she asked in a tired voice. A dozen test subjects, and 50,000 thrones. Surely the costs will be recovered swiftly once you conquer and sell a pirate vessel, right, Captain? Sun Li examined the proposed weapon with a frown. It was simple and effective, though. Perhaps. We will need 100 of these Claymore Directional Mines Archmagos Omnifax. A ship has many hallways, correct? She asked in a stern tone. Not that it mattered with the Mechanicus. Then you will provide me a ton of agricultural fertilizer and 100,000 thrones. Plus the steel. I promised not to chop away at the ship's walls anymore, the tech priest demanded and waved 2 tentacles for some obscure reason. Sun Li nodded. Agreed. Now start working on these weapons, and make sure they don't explode prematurely, again. I'll go and select the test subjects from the lower decks, Captain. And please give the navigator his dose, he is clawing at the armored door already. Voidmaster Shin muttered and walked away to gather Voidsmen for the perilous descent into the lower decks. Sun_Lee sighed, and checked the snuff box. Only 3 doses were left, and after that, she will need a new navigator, as the chances of finding a Strix's caravan were astronomical, more so when heading into a war zone. Betting everything on their next conquest was not something she liked, but there weren't other choices. The navigator was already a mess of tentacles and claws, and only the snuff drug kept him stable enough for another warp jump. We really need a cruiser with warp-less drives. Her master-at-arms mused thoughtfully. Like that battlecruiser with the Psyker Inquisitor? Right. Perhaps we should even take the offer from that blonde assassin. Sun Li said in a dismissive voice. An alliance wouldn't be so bad, Captain. And you need a husband anyway. The man murmured softly. Get out. I make my own luck. Sun Li yelled and smashed the holodable for emphasis. Not too hard, though, as the bloody thing was really expensive. Sure, a seat at the high table on Terra for rogue traders was attractive, but it wasn't worth losing her freedom. Plus, that Catachan major scared her. Just looking at him made her want to smack his face, with a hammer most likely. Those dead eyes, and grim smile. Like burning into your soul, and seeing every secret. Soon enough, the Nihantu was prepared and jumped into the warp, while the navigator stopped screaming for a time. 3 weeks at most. The 3 Cobra destroyers flanked the cruiser, although the third one will need a refit at the Forge World and possibly a new fusion generatorium, as this one was leaking badly and irradiating the crew. It never got the chance, as the Nexus Point was blockaded by a gigantic fort made black matter, surrounded by 1,000 ships of every kind. Emergency turn, dive and engage plasma engines to full, she ordered as the third Cobra split in 2 and blew up in a cataclysmic explosion that luckily caught 20 boarding shuttles and a dozen Chaos starfighters in the radius. The gunners started firing, plasma cannons and lance batteries striking a couple of bombers and clearing a path for the Forge World. They were still trapped, but surely the fabricator will allow repairs in exchange for aid. Captain, the navigator is purging quarters now, her Voidmaster yelled and pointed at the holoscreen, where the pic camera in the navigator quarters caught the last moment before the creature bloomed into a flesh tree made of skulls and fangs. A thin spray of phase iron dust hit the creature and made it retreat, while the explosive bolts blew out the armor panels and ejected the demon into space. Focus fire on the skull tree. Sun Li commanded, trying to ignore the strangeness of the order. A dozen cruiser-sized weapons hit the creature until it burst into purple fire and vanished. We're going to need a new navigator. She murmured in dismay. It didn't matter if the whole bridge crew heard it, did it? And a new navigator deck. The Vox officer added smartly. Perhaps washing that deck a dozen times will teach the moron some respect. When combat was over, of course. Sensors, any pursuit? She asked anxiously. No, Captain. These guys seem content to simply pillage whatever ships jump in. And the big thing is a Blackstone fortress, Captain, the Auspex girl said in a polite tone. There was a good officer in the making there. One day, the girl might become a captain if they lived that long. They were almost halfway to the forge when a new fleet jumped right beside them, bypassing the blockade. Sun Li checked the identifying sigils 3 times. Bloody Pef Lancefire. Captain Sun Li, Be so kind and turn off all active auspex and vox comms. It would be a shame if such a pretty lady gets butchered by teleporting traitors, a voice spoke in her head, seeming amused for some reason. She gritted her teeth and did as ordered. The man phrased it mildly, but there was real danger too. Archmagos Omnifax, could the traitors ride back our auspex signals and teleport right here? She asked the resident tech priest. The cyborg froze for a minute, possibly thinking very hard. It sounds possible, if they have powerful cogitators or piskers. And would a chaos fleet with 1,000 ships have all that? Sun Li asked ironically. I'll start working on restricting all active emissions, Captain. Visibility will decrease significantly. The tech priest explained and began chanting at his Mechanicus console, then spraying oil and scented incense. Helm, turn us around. We'll cover Lord Lancefire while he battles. She began saying when the sky exploded into thousands of gigantic explosions centered on that black fortress. A minute later, when the armored windows lost the black tint, barely 100 burning wrecks remained, while Lancefire corvettes sped ahead to push the wrecks into the sun. Nova cannons are great, eh? And you need a new navigator, Lady Sun Li. The smug voice of Pef Lancefire sounded from the Voxcaster. She slumped in her command chair, trying to make sense of what she saw. Sure, those Chaos guys were kinda clumped up around the jump nexus, and the fortress was a target nobody could miss, but even so, it would take unbelievable luck to hit every shot. 1,000 enemies, gone just like that. He's so cool. I wonder if we can visit his ship, the auspex girl murmured in a mesmerized voice. Sun Li sighed and closed her eyes in defeat. Some people had all the luck. Sandbox 150. While Forge World Telos V wasn't a big forge, they did have dockyards and repair facilities, so it was easy enough to include Lady Sun Li in my deals with the fabricator. As for navigators, I did have a stock of them in my labyrinth, and even a few not outwardly corrupted. But my aid wasn't free or cheap. You asked too much, Lord Lancefire. If you need House Marcal votes, then yes. Me or my heirs will support your house for a High Lord seat in perpetuity. Even a single navigator would be worth it. Another one held in stasis as backup is a phenomenal luxury. Lady Sun Li explained over the table. I propose a test then. Lend me your Lieutenant Maya, the auspex officer. My son Tiberius needs a wife, for 5 years. I said in a calm voice. The rogue trader measured me with caution. Why for 5 years? What happens afterward? I shrugged and sipped the wine, which was quite good. After that, Tiberius has to join the Lamenters, become a space marine. His new body will not allow marital relations. And the children? She asked brutally. Blank boys will be sent to me, at the age of 10. Your house can keep the girls. I declared in a level voice. She nodded thoughtfully, considering various scenarios in her mind. Blank girls would be valuable, perhaps more than boys. An entire dynasty could be born, immune to chaos. I smiled genially. Most of my daughters are ship captains now. Being blank almost guarantees the promotion in my house. Sun Li sighed and gulped her wine. You must have 1,000 concubines then. My fleet will remain here to resupply for a week before we depart on anti-piracy raids and then head for Footfall. Might I tempt you to join me for the first part? You may also bring your house guards, just in case there is boarding to be done. I proposed in a gentle voice. Only me and the troops, huh? How will we get back? The rogue trader asked with a frown. I started with a light cruiser too, you know? Everything I have now, I took it with strength or guile. Sometimes using enemies to my own needs, like the raid on Kamarak or the Pandarax campaign, where I captured 105 orc cruisers for my dynasty, while the stupid orcs were busy boarding Abaddon's ships. Then we blew them all up and came home, much richer. I explained in a teasing voice. She sobbed and poured herself more wine. Teleporting Astartes are cheats. I could do it too, if I had teleporters. Prove it then, Lady Sun. There are 55 teleport rooms in my fleet. You may use 5 teleportariums and keep whatever pirate ship you conquer. I demanded while drinking more wine. Damn lucky bastard, I can do it too, the woman muttered half-drunk. Much later, I allowed Lady Sun to obtain a heavy cruiser for her house, even though it cost her half her troops. She would have failed, unless I vanished most of the opposition, but I did like her. And I captured 2 battleships and 19 cruisers anyway. The new ships needed warp-less engines, so I sent them with a skeleton crew to forge Lucius, which was the only big forge in my list, and this segmentum obscurus. I would keep a dozen cruisers and the battleships, and donate the rest to forge Lucius for their work. Seemed a fair deal to me, and I even included Lady Sun in the deal. And that sealed our alliance, in my bed. You're too pretty and too lucky, damn you. Lady Sun murmured as she rested on my chest and calmed her breath. I was injected with the blood of Sanguinius, my dear. At least you can be certain our children will be pretty too. Maybe even blanks. I answered while fondling her tired body. No more. I can't do it again, not today, she complained and slapped my hand away. There is one last ritual you'll need to perform, Lady Sunday. And it's perfect that you're already naked. I announced and moved her in my training room, with a dozen orcs and a chronosword stabbed into the floor. There was no such ritual, but she was a very good sword user. Took her less than a minute to chop down the confused orcs, and then reappear in the shower room. What stupid ritual is this? Naked against a dozen orcs? And what was that sword? She yelled from the shower while rinsing off the blood and gore. I waited until she emerged wet and angry from the hot shower. My sons and I, we all train like this, clearing entire space hulks with only a sword and no armor. OPEF, she whispered and sat down to hug me. Never fight a space marine in melee, my love. You're good, but 100 years too slow. And many traitors are millennia old. I advised her while conquering her body again. By next month we parted ways, me and my fleet towards the Coronis_Expanse and the big prize of the Light of Terra, while Lady Sun had people to bury and mourn. Even victory was bitter in 40k, although she gained much more than she knew. And her promise of support in perpetuity? She will live to uphold it now. There are many words that can describe footfall. A giant mountain sculpted in the form of the Emperor of Mankind, with field made of 1,000 asteroids around it, all tied with chains and bridges. A port into the expanse, home to many rogue traders or free captains, the unfortunate ones without a warrant of trade. A hive of scum and slavery, chaos cults and heretics of 1,000 kinds, xenos and mutants, psychers and tech priests, many of them renegades. But in my eyes, it was perfect. An immense looting ground of exotic weapons, rare aliens, and even STC patterns, and a sandbox for my labyrinth. They never knew what hit them, especially when orcs appeared in the millions in a surprise waff and forced me to restore order, using armed sentinels as foot soldiers, knights and leviathans, and even a reaver titan for shock and awe. The Mechanicus Alter Templum Calixus EXT-17 was looted by the marauding orcs of everything of value, especially extensive research into Xenos weaponry and vaults of invaluable samples and Mechanicus relics, while the corrupt administrator was defenestrated by an unknown party and splattered at the feet of the Emperor's statue. A dozen mini-Storum churches and cathedrals were savagely looted as well, and nearly 30 priceless relics were lost forever, while 1,000 fat priests and bishops emptied their bellies, literally. Some even had silver-throne coins mingled inside their dripping intestines. By the time my forces were able to restore order, 90% of the locals were dead, excluding the freed slaves and the manufacturum's workers, plus the dockyard guys. I blamed the Dark Eldar for this debacle, although only 1,000 were actually present. I made sure to produce 10 times more, and had them burned on huge pyres along with all the other dead. It made the survivors very happy for some reason. The dockyard's foreman was elected to rule the settlement by the time my lamenters and knights withdrew, although the occupation lasted 2 months, because my tech priests had to repair pretty much all the damaged buildings and gravity generators, plus install surveillance networks and train 2 of my Emperor's blades how to use it properly, plus the teleport pads took time to assemble. It wouldn't last very long, the imposed order. I was quite aware of this. But newcomers will be easy enough to log and watch, their deals and ships monitored and reported to the appropriate Imperium's organization. As for the ships already present on Footfall, I generously donated them to a couple of nearby Forge worlds, only keeping a Grand Cruiser in nearly perfect condition, with a warrant of trade in the vault. It seemed the former owner was one Caligos_Winterscale, now deceased. He named my daughter Finona as his heir for some strange reason, and she reluctantly accepted his dying wish. Thank you, Daddy. Did I tell you how much I love you, lately? Even if you had me married to that ugly Winterscale, for an entire minute. Finona exclaimed as I handed her the warrant and kissed my cheek very reluctantly. Lady Winterscale, may I expect your support for the position of High Lord of Terra? I asked instead. You can bet a throne on that, Lord Lancefire. Now, I just need to get my ship some real engines and my own regiments. May I count on your aid in this matter? She demanded coyly. Couldn't say no to my own beloved daughter, could I? Now, where should I send her? I can only recommend you head towards Forge Shenlong. There are some presents in the ship vaults, plus the fabricator is a good friend of mine. We fought together once and even killed a traitor Primarch. I answered after thinking for an entire minute. The new rogue trader nodded politely and ran away to her Catacan husband waiting outside, while jumping over the corpse of her former husband. Rafin grinned at me as the armored door closed. Always a pleasure to see you work, my lord. One day we will reach Terra itself, he admitted with a happy and hopeful voice. I just shook my head. Not until Robot takes the sword, my friend. The Hexarchy is forming already, and I don't want my family as their target. I see. That would be a problem, especially the Ecclesiarchy, he mused wisely. The Tyranids and the Necrons are still the bigger problems, Astartes. I need something powerful to stop them, relics from our ancestors. For starters, a Gloriana battleship for my chapter. I explained in a gentle voice. And then a big gun for that ship, something that could shatter worlds, just like Abaddon had. Chains 151. Finding the former Imperial Navy Gloriana battleship would have been quite hard without the aid of a certain Tan, a cheater who cheats and can look through stable warp gates to observe a different part of the galaxy as if using a telescope. It was simply laying in orbit above a maiden world named Dread Pearl and inhabited by the descendants of the Navy crew, all kinda crazy and useless to me. I decided to simply deposit the former crew on the surface, hid the giant ship in my Tesseract, beside the Blackstone Fortress, and continued on my way, heading towards the orc worlds of Undread Teeth. Left unchecked, these orcs would certainly become a dangerous pest, and they already had thousands of small ships and a couple bigger ones, for example a space hulk called Fist of Gork and a massive battlecruiser named De Worldbraka. None of the humanity's forces in the expanse would be able to deal with them, and that left me. And here, without any witnesses, I could cheat too. Entire orc planets became empty while the system's sun grew a bit brighter for a second. No doubt the orcs would spawn again, or appear from a warp rift, but not these. These orcs burned as sacrifice for the good emperor of mankind, Adam, first of his name. It seems he really was that Adam too, since he was quite old. My Tesseract captured the orc ships, even De Worldbraka, but that space hulk was still too massive for my powers. We had to break it into 30 fragments, before the Tesseract was able to lock onto the shattered pieces and bring them in. Expensive use of torpedoes and Nova shells, but just the metal alone could serve to construct 1,000 battleships. I'll have to inventory the contents later, as there was too much. An entire Astartes chapter fleet, with full stores of Land Raider tanks and Thunderhawk gunships and power armor suits, but no sign of people aboard those 66 mangled ships. The Firehawks chapter 2. I didn't really need all this, but if the Emperor wanted to give me gifts, I could only humbly accept them. I knew those guys were just fine at the side of the Emperor, and an undead burning immortal angel kind of just fine. Unceasing duty, in perpetuity for the Legion of the Damned. Was I too jaded? Perhaps, but the horrors of the 40K universe were starting to get to me. Even more so when my fleet stumbled onto a trading void station filled with desecrated bodies and bloody marks of chaos rituals. I could only send the station into the sun and vow to avenge their deaths. I did have navigators after all, and a couple of them could track sense in the Immaterium. By next week, we found them, a chaos group called the Sene Clan, formed around a band of traitor space marines and a dozen chaos cultists, dealing in slaughter and ritual sacrifice. Then even had a decent-sized fleet, 4 battle barges and 30 cruisers plus 200 escorts, but that only fed the nearest sun with extra atoms to burn. The sooner I had enough blanks to fill all the Astartes chapters, the better. Not that I wasn't doing my fucking duty every single day, with 7 women in a row, and the same for my children and their children. We all worked hard to save the damn galaxy, and all I heard was that I was too lucky. It wasn't luck that brought me here in the blasted expanse, hunting down traitors and orcs. Anyway, it was time to head back and steal one last battleship, the Majestic Light. This might mean a hard fight with other Imperial factions or Chaos forces involved in the Antian sector. My nurse, Catherine, sensed my muscles tense and resumed her massage, pouring more oil on my back and helping me relax with gentle fingers. "There's going to be another battle, my lord?" she asked in a knowing voice. "Very likely, my dear Catherine. And I promise I won't cheat, unless they cheat first." I answered in a joking tone. "It's not cheating if the God Emperor aids you in battle, Lord Lancefire." "Now turn around, and let me help you relax," she demanded while pouring oil over her breasts. That did seem a great way to relax indeed. I enjoyed her special massage with a dreamy grin until my spear raised for battle for the 8th time today. "Oh? It looks like it's my lucky day," the former Adeptus Sororitas quipped with a wide smile and eagerly impaled herself on my lance. I let her enjoy her hard-earned prize, because she'll soon switch places with Helena and join my daughter Andrea and the Inficide on the recruiting job. Sadly, most of the rogue traders they found were not interested in any alliance, too suspicious or corrupt or both. Even on footfall, there were 5 rogue traders that barely escaped with their lives, mostly because they were too destitute to commit big crimes. But that Winterscale was really too much, preying on his fellow men with casual indifference and even selling convoy routes to pirates and corsairs to kill off the competition, if he didn't do it himself, hidden from prying eyes. I didn't mind them trading with Xenos or using their weapons, as it was clearly in the mandate, and I did that myself very often. But too many such dynasties dealt in slavery, piracy, and drug trades, which meant selling imperial citizens to aliens, even to be served as food. That was not okay, nor were sponsoring various heretic cults and deals with chaos forces. On the way back, we made a stop at Lucen's Breath, where the Winterscale dynasty had a gigantic operation in mining nephium, a psychoactive drug extremely addictive and expensive. "Everyone on the surface, drop everything and evaluate the planet right now," I demanded on the Voxcaster, while stealing all the weapons I could find, plus all the STC containers filled with processed nephium. Soon after, my fleet began opening fire with lances on the more distant mining pits and wells, forcing the workers to evaluate faster. In less than a day, 1 million workers embarked on transport ships and ran for footfall, while the planet burned in their wake. The price of nephium would skyrocket soon enough, and then my surveillance girls will find the nephium traders very fast. And then kill them and steal their thrones. Then find the buyers and watch them, and so on. A death cult was very useful for things like this, because death was their profession. We passed by Footfall and then the Jericho_warp_gate, ignored Port Wander and its fabulous wonders, and headed straight for the Corruptus warp rift in the Antian sector. "Captain, there is a demon world behind the rift. It's called Brax's and can't look anymore. Horrible things there, as you can imagine." The navigator spoke on the Vox channel as my fleet held station some 40,000 kilometers away from the huge purple rift. I couldn't imagine what the navigator saw, but I trusted him enough. If he said it was horrible, it was possibly much worse. So I glanced to the side, where veteran Brother Semnai was clenching his left fist so hard that his glove was creaking. "Wanna lead a deep strike and burn that place, Brother Semnai?" I asked, a bit curious. The man turned to stare at me for a second. "If that's how you decide to spend my life, Master Lancefire," he replied while his eyes began turning black. "Maybe a tiny bit too angry?" I nodded cheerfully. "It will be amazingly fun, and you get to launch an Exterminatus on a demon world. What say you?" I say, "It better be the best fun in my life, my lord." "I never had a lover though, too late for that, huh," the veteran lamenter mused melancholically. "Meh, I don't recommend Ogrins. Maybe a catgirl, we have catgirls, right?" I wondered, a bit confused. "Felinids, my lord. Your wolf would be more acceptable," he answered with a nod at Canis, who tilted his head in confusion. "Not sure if cats or dogs are more acceptable for heretic relations. Better stick with origins. Some of them are even smaller than you," I commented wisely. "Woof," the space wolf agreed after measuring the lamenter for height. "For the Emperor and the Primarch," Semnai proclaimed and smacked his chest loudly. "Give them hell, Semnai," I answered with a grin. In an hour, a sacrificial corvette with an Exterminatus warhead entered the rift, carrying Brother Semnai, while I struggled to follow him with the sounding board's empathic tracker. "It's a very long rift, my lord," he muttered while purple walls flashed by. "Keep your eyes open for any ships. We always need more ships," I advised him seriously. "Seriously? You're trying to loot more. I think that's an Apocalypse-class battleship," Semnai muttered as the corvette passed the old relic. "Stop and touch it. With your hand," I demanded on a whim. "That's insane. This is a Chaos Warp Rift. There might be a billion demons outside the hull," the lamenter lamented in despair. "So? You have a null wand and your body can withstand the vacuum for hours," I answered without any worry. "The Emperor protects." Semnai grumbled as he parked the corvette beside the battleship and opened a hangar door to the void. "This is fun, my friend. Now touch it," I demanded again. "This is not fun. It's freezing and my skin is stuck to the hull," he yelled in my mind. "It's only a flesh wound. Now, let's see, twist, drag, no. Not working. Back to your original mission, Astartes. We'll have to tractor the battleship out with chains," I said in a sad voice. "If I hadn't lost my dermis for this, I'd be laughing, my lord." "Ha ha. It is a bit fun," the Astartes veteran quipped at my misfortune. "Damn Tesseract couldn't grab things from another dimension, which sucked though. Chains were so mundane." Bloodline 152. Following Semnai, there were 100 more corvettes, now equipped with void steel chains that went missing from footfall, and they pulled at the lost battleship like horses on a carriage. With billions of horsepower per engine, but pulling even so. There were other types of methods I could have used, from mind-controlled Narval's bioships and mechanical gravity generators, but none of those were quite feasible inside a warp rift. Hours later, as the battleship began emerging from the rift on our side, Semnai finally reached the demon world and fired the torpedo manually. We did cover the weapon in blackstone armor and purity seals, so it should last long enough to reach, well. It was the damn domain of the Chaos Gods, after all. Merely a second after the detonation began, it froze in place. An entire continent of fleshy spires and lakes filled with worms and disease was kept in stasis, even while burning. "Who dares?" A powerful voice boomed while the demon prince himself appeared to confront Brother Semnai. "I dare." "Captain Semnai, Lamenter's second company," my brave battle brother shouted and stepped out of his armored ship for a damn stupid duel. "Oh? The failed founding? Join me, and you can have immortality and an eternity of pleasure and war, blessed by Father Nurgle. Join me, feast on humanity, and your body will never die," the demon prince announced with a really compelling argument. Well? Those green fangs full of pus and worms looked very enticing. Go on, join Corruptus if you really need a lover. I advised Semnai in barely restrained mirth. Ha ha ha. This is the best fun I ever had in my life. A demon prince begging me to join him. Semnai yelled and jumped forward to battle, firing his combi bolter too. With no effect, as expected. That thing could stop an Exterminatus torpedo in mid-explosion. You won't be laughing, very soon, servant of the Corpse Emperor. Corruptus promised, a bit irate his magnificent offer was refused. Are you praying yet, Rafin? I asked with my real voice. Yes. Now shut up, my bodyguard muttered harshly. Even clad in power armor, and wielding a chronoblade, my captain stood little chance against a demon prince, merely providing me advanced recon data for our own overpowered warp weapon. This new angel was much stronger now, and so large it shouldn't have fit inside my apartment with wings the size of an airplane. But reality was merely a suggestion for beings on this power. These dead eyes, though. I would have to do something about them, one day. Hello there. Lend us your sword, mighty angel. I promise I'll visit you on Ball very soon. I spoke with a level tone, and poked the thing in its armored knee. Felt solid enough. The creature glanced at my left hand, almost curious, then gently caressed Rafin and erased a nasty scar resulted from forgetting his helmet too many times. Then a flash of golden light, and he was gone. A streak of energy passed the majestic light in the opposite direction, making the corvettes and the chains glow golden for a minute, and then Semnai appeared beside me, cuts and tears in his armor healing with golden foam over it. That was our pre-march, my brother asked after removing his helmet and puking his guts out on my carpet. I just shrugged and took out my Necron cleaning wand to erase the mess. Very useful tool, the Xeno vacuum cleaner. Anyway, I'm glad you agree it was a fun ride. Too bad your stomach is so weak, brother. I answered instead. Semnai took out his glove to examine the glowing left hand, as his skin grew back with golden flakes on light. How does it even work? I have a null wand on my hip. The Lamenter captain muttered in confusion. I just raised an eyebrow and held my own left hand out, thin golden veins still glowing from the angel's presence. What blood flows through our veins, brother? Rafin touched his head, where the healed scar was also glowing. We are truly brothers, Semnai. But today, you are Sanguinius reborn. Did you get beat up badly? Semnai snorted and glanced at his healing armor. At least tell me when you're summoning another miracle, my lord. I thought I was truly dead this time, and your damn jokes were not helping, the veteran muttered and punched my shoulder. I felt that even through my armor, so he might be a little pissed. You won't die of old age, Semnai. On the other hand, we have a new battleship and it seems almost intact. And now it's gone, until we return home and get it upgraded. I explained in a cheerful voice, and walked out for the bridge. As we departed the warp rift, a flash of light emerged to illuminate the darkness in our wake, then the rift closed abruptly. I was quite confident of the success of our deep strike, as the demon should have been easily defeated by our angel, and the Exterminatus had resumed its explosion, with cleansing effects. I still had plenty of munitions left, and plenty of Chaos Traitors to hunt down and burn, plus the usual pirates and orcs. Should keep my fleet busy for a few years, and who knows, there might be more rogue traders around to recruit into my alliance. 2 months later, we had just demolished a Death Guard fleet over the fortress world of Komarek, and I even captured a certain Typhus, the so-called Herald of Nurgle. I wasn't sure what to do with him, since his body was a nest of plague insects that were constantly trying to escape the Tesseract Labyrinth, even when surrounded by Tyranid bioships. He wouldn't keep, so I just materialized him into Komarek's son, without his armor. The armor and his Man-Reaper demon weapon would sell pretty well, if you knew certain collectors. Maybe another giant space Hulk, spread among my friends in the forges. Yeah, probably something like that. Decision made, I returned to my fucking duty, and continued pounding my current ally, a certain rogue trader lady named Spice_Corda. She might be a ruthless captain, but in bed all cats are black. It took me quite a few hours of hard work to break her willpower, but in the end the result was always the same. Please, my lord. No more, I will break. A spice whispered in bliss. Is that what a slave would say, my dear? I asked, curious. No more slaves, or drugs. I'll hunt pirates or Xenos, just let me rest, the woman pleaded with a pitiful voice. I turned her over and massaged her heavy breasts while she swayed in a daze. You could be so great, my dear. Your own kingdom and armies, fleets of warships and cargo vessels. Have admirals beg for your help, even lead crusades and conquer 100 worlds. Her eyes opened in a suspicious stare, days gone and ruthless traitor back in charge. And for this, what do I have to trade? She asked in a level voice. Blood. Your family and mine, mingled in marriages until you are all blanks, immune to chaos and mutation. Let's say you visit Brycantia in a few decades, with 100 blank men to trade to the Iron Knights. Your blank women as captains, your troops armed with sentinels and gunships. And even that, it's nothing to what the Blood Angels' successors' chapters would be willing to trade, to be rid of their blood curse. The Flesh Tearers, for example. That name is not an euphemism, my dear. I said in a teasing voice, making the hard work ahead sound like paradise. A spice began riding me harder, eyes glazed with desire. I will need to set my entire clan on this, pump out babies as fast as possible, starting with this one. You'll need to release your sisters from stasis and convince them to contribute. I can spare 2 weeks to make sure you're all with child. I proposed in a flat voice. The woman grunted and slammed into my lap harder. Not what I imagined for them, but sure. You're very convincing too, my lord. I'm sure between the two of us, we'll form a tight bond. And keep an ear for other possible allies. Free captains that need a home, destitute rogue traders with a warrant but no ships, rogue navigators, and all those other cases of potential profit. I demanded in a serious voice. Lady Aspice leaned closer to offer me her breasts and signaled her acceptance. It wouldn't be an easy alliance, but it will work in the end. All I needed was to pass 2 of my assassins as distant cousins and insert them inside her crew, and soon enough all potential obstacles will start having accidents and food poisoning troubles. By the 3rd week, I had all 5 Corda sisters in my bed, eager to carry my children and get rich for it. The rogue trader men would be much harder to ally, simply because they already had as many women they could want. Simply visiting some feudal world could provide him with 1,000 beauties that worshipped him like a god, descending from the sky on wings of fire. Human lives were cheap in the galaxy, especially for those with spaceships and power. I could provide them with an upgraded Los Angeles-class destroyer, and that would cement an alliance for decades. Might do that anyway, just to spread new technologies everywhere. Ask for their daughters, perhaps? Marry them to my sons and grandsons? That might work, eventually. In the worst case, accidents could happen and that daughter would remain the sole heir. With a flick of my fingers, I sent the 5 women back on their ship, letting them sleep in their own beds. I sensed a certain Inquisitor arrive in the system, and had to clear my schedule for her. Soon enough, Rose arrived with Sister Alana and a new silent sister named Isurma. A flurry of finger talk began, the woman demanding a million questions without stopping. I just gently took her hands and drew the untouchable woman into a hug. You're home now, Isurma. Keep silent if you want, but know I will always hear you. I spoke directly in her mind. The woman hugged me back, while tears filled her eyes. I'm so glad. She whispered back in my mind. You must be hungry. Steak or Nutrigruel? I asked to make sure. Isurma kissed my neck in silence. Just let me hold you a minute longer, Lord Pef. And then we can have that steak, she asked in my mind. Gloria Mundi 153. As more and more Imperial forces were gathering in the Antian sector, I considered my duty here finished. I did accomplish most of my objectives here, from capturing 1,000 more ships and burning 1,000 Chaos vessels, then stealing a Blackstone fortress and a Gloriana-class battleship, plus 3 others of small size. My current fleet of 2 battleships, 2 battle barges, and 40 cruisers paled in comparison with Battlefleet Gothic, which had 6 battleships and 400 cruisers of all sizes. It took them a bit long to gather, but when they did, that fleet was formidable. And then, there were a dozen Astartes chapters, sisters of battle with flying cathedriums just as large as battleships, Inquisition forces, Deathwatch forces, Adeptus Mechanicus, and more. All led by Lionel Johnson, as the guy wanted to gather reputation and followers. I wasn't a follower, though. Plus, I didn't like burning innocent people that much. Couldn't stop it, but I wasn't going to participate either. My fleet sneaked away, most Lancefire ships heading for home with our legal loot via the Malwarp Gate, while the 2 Lamenter battle barges and the Inquisitorial Blackship battlecruisers set forth for Forge World Cybermundi, and then for Vigilus. I carried the illegal loot in my Tesseracts, and resumed my regular schedule of STC repairs. I did recover a number of new STC templates during my looting of Footfall. And then there were the 1,000 new Silent Sisters recovered by Rose from their hidden planet, which will need to help me produce even more blank children. There was no need to force them either. Once the plan was laid out, for the salvation of the human race with our blank genes, there were hundreds of silent volunteers already. I was most interested in using the STC of the Ragnarok tank hull, which had a simple but rugged drivetrain and modern-looking tracks. These machines could be mass-produced with ease, and replace most of my tanks in the Auxilia and even the proper Lamenter armored forces. Various patterns with flatter turrets and different types of guns and secondaries scrolled on my Cogitator's holoscreen. Magma cannons, volcano lances, siege cannons, and even Vulcan Gatling guns, plus cheaper versions with twin Lost cannons and Vanquisher cannons for anti-tank warfare. For the cost of a single Baneblade, I could have 30 such tanks, and they'll move faster and require less fuel. My Rose sat in my lap while I worked, sometimes providing insights into what to expect from various Xenos or Traitor units. "You seem to like these ugly tanks very much, my love," she mused and pointed at a low-profile Ragnarok where I was trying to fit a twin multilaser as a hull gun. "Might need to turn the engine sideways, which would disrupt the balance." "Nah. A single-barrel multilaser then." There was another multilaser coaxial to the main gun anyway. The hull would be constructed from cheap plasteel, while the turret would need be cast of adamantium to withstand the shock and recoil. Cover it all in 20 centimeters of blackstone, and this baby would be more durable than a Baneblade. Only it would weigh 65 tons, not 300 tons. Perhaps make the tracks from adamantium as well? 70 tons now, but the tanks won't be easily immobilized by mines or obstacles. They are the future, Rose. 5 times cheaper than a Lehman Russ and 30 times cheaper than a Baneblade. Just as durable as a Baneblade, if not more. I explained while relaxing in my armchair. I've seen the death corps of Krieg use something like this, but they all burned up so fast. The Inquisitor mused in a low voice. It's always a trade between numbers or quality. To have both, you need advanced science and immense production capacity. The Imperium's technology is low, and thus we need numbers. The Forges have better technology, and thus they can make higher quality products, but in small numbers. The Ragnarok is the middle ground. Any civilized world can make thousands of them, perhaps only armed with lost cannons and siege guns, but those are still thousands of tanks they did not have before. I whispered in her neck while fondling her breasts for my own enjoyment. And in space, we'll need those Nova Cannon cruisers instead of tanks. Plus corvettes to serve as infantry, the Inquisitor concluded as she turned to grope me back. Exactly. Now, you want the bed or the ceiling? I asked in a wry voice, and began suckling on those magnificent breasts. Both, I guess. Rose muttered in a breathy voice. Flying the bed to the ceiling was good training for her, as it increased her control over psyker power even during most arduous moments. Still, one day I should get her a null bone necklace or something, as the big staff joining us in bed was a bit too much. It was mostly the grinning skulls. Not a big fan, although they were very common. Soon enough, a new trade deal was finalized with Forge World Cybermundi. Not as easily as everywhere else though, because this forge was supplying most weapons and ships for the Eye of Terror defenses, and thus it was overseen directly by the Administratum. The bulk of the Segmentum Obscurus fleet was based here, with thousands of ships, forts, and naval bases for repair and supply. I promptly ignored all the Navy's Vox messages, letting Rose clear a path for us with Inquisition codes and setting me a meeting with the Fabricator Dominus on my ship. Lord Lancefire, I heard so much of you, sometimes it sounds as mere legends. Except, Inquisitor Atranius had met you personally and didn't seem too pleased with your conduct, the Fabricator explained while examining my gifts one at the time. 1,000 STC templates going from basic industry to warp-less engines and everything in between. Really? I even named the light tank weasel after him. Not the Lost Cannon variant, the one with a heavy flamer. I hummed unimpressed. And this was supposed to burn him, right? You sure have time to waste on petty rivalries, Chapter Master. So, what can my forge do for your August Lamenter's chapter? The Tech Priest asked directly. I will need 1,000,000 Tech Priests, with their servitors and acolytes to join me in the fringe. With a manufacturum ship that contains technology to produce Nova cannons and shells. Also, a small group of specialists in archaeotech weapons and warp phenomena. I demanded in a level voice. I could have asked for ships or troops, but means of productions were more valuable in the long term. It is a harsh demand, but worth it, of course. I expect they will be sent to the new machine forge in your Lancefire domain, the Fabricator asked, curious. Probably not, or just a part of them. Most will be relocated to Forge Retribution to work on the anti-Tyranid fleet. I have 200 old cruisers that will need to be upgraded with Nova cannons and mine-laying capability for Nova mines. Hopefully they'll be ready in 20 years, before the larger Tyranid fleets arrive. I explained in a gentle voice. The Fabricator froze for a second, before sighing. Well then, I should get started on something like this myself. Do you happen to know a Blackstone planet that my forge could mine? He asked in a calm tone, while his mechadendrite tentacles spread incense around us, creating a haze of visible cyber engrams. I nodded wisely, and opened the galactic map on the cogitator. There are 2 places nearby. One is on Vigilus, where I'm heading right now. The other is Sarkon, a Necron world but rather harmless. Bombard them for a few weeks and then you can start mining. I answered, pointing the place on the map. He considered my words for a minute, then nodded. I think I can send an Arc Mechanicus right away to Vigilus and prospect the place for Blackstone. As for the Necrons, they are rarely rather harmless. I shall consult my Necron experts and send a few explorer teams first. I just shrugged as he was right to be cautious. As you wish. Anyway, perhaps you have a Titan or 2 with female princeps? We're gathering the core of new Titan Legion there, called Deus Ex Machina. For now, only tentative prospects, but I expect to produce Warlord Titans there in a few decades. Fertile female princep, I suspect? Perhaps one could be sent, if my forge obtains a Blackstone mine too. Your battle barges are covered in meters of it, and I can barely find small plates for Astartes' power armor, the Tech Priest complained and twirled a few tentacles in disgust. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. As it happens, I do have a hangar filled with Blackstone. Merely half a megaton, but if you needed it that badly, it's a gift. I offered grandly. Then immediately filled an empty hangar with Blackstone from my own reserves. Yes. I mean, thank you, Lord Lancefire. Now, what kind of vehicles could I gift you? He asked and produced an impressive list. I searched through the list for a long minute. Most of the equipment would be useless to me, or I had better. Nova shells, 5,000. Exterminatus cyclonic torpedoes, 100. Vortex torpedoes, 50. And all sentinels and hydras. It's only a few thousands anyway. The Fabricator hesitated for a minute, no doubt considering 1,000 factors I had no idea of. You will get the torpedoes in 20 years, Lord Lancefire. The Nova shells will be loaded on the promised XL manufacturum. As for the light vehicles, it would take a week to load them on your ships, he answered in a heavy tone. Probably making sure he receives the Blackstone at the same time. Very well, Fabricator. Make sure to mark everything as donations to the Lamenters chapter. I'd rather not pay taxes for killing Xenos. Of course, Lord Lancefire. A pleasure meeting the fellow man of culture, the tech priest quipped on his way out. Well, it went good enough then. Hydra anti-air tanks and Sentinel walkers were always in short supply, despite their ridiculous effectiveness per cost. All infantry regiments could gain an amazing boost in firepower and versatility if only somebody updated the damn regiment charts. 2 weeks later, we reached Hive World Vigilis, a place of immense importance in the future. Right now it was a mess of usual imperial corruption, chaos cults and gangs, starved laborers and pampered nobles. Too bad for them, right? Fear 154. The already classic cause a problem, become the solution should work just fine. I even had a friendly Inquisitor and an Arch Mechanicus on my side, eager to help me repel the invading orcs. I think Rose glared at me for a second, when the alerts blared with warning of an impending WAF. Sure, it was merely a fragment of a space hulk and 100 ships plus hundreds of rocks, but their orc boss was determined to loot the force fields, and his underlings obeyed without question. Mind-controlling the orc boss was kinda difficult, but a vague targeting direction could be given through the living rock wires in his brain, just like I did on Footfall. It was even the same orc, because learning how to control another one would be tiresome. We head for the Coghummies. Whack! The boss yelled, invigorating his frozen boys. Whack! I leaned in my command chair as the Vox messages for any help were typed and printed on the holoscreen. Radio silence was very useful for moments like this. What say you, Lady Inquisitor? Should the defenders of humanity intervene, or do we wait for the Emperor's tarot to decide? I asked in faint amusement. This is not as funny as you think it is, Lord Pef. There are over 100 billion, maybe 150 billion people on this world. The slightest disruptions in production would cause trillions of thrones in damage, not to mention famine and riots once services stop working, she explained in a grim tone. Exterminatus then? I proposed with a shrug. This is not Pythos. And I'm sorry your efforts were wasted on that world. I'm certain you could have saved the planet and the locals if you had a free hand, the Inquisitor murmured in a softer voice. You bet your bouncy ass I could have. I had already beaten Chaos and the orcs. But alas, the Grey Knights are morally gray. Anyway. Permission to pacify this world, Inquisitor? I asked in a somber voice. Try not to kill everyone, she murmured in a cold voice. You heard that, Brother Semni? As long as a single local survives, we're good. I shouted towards my captain. I'll try to restrain myself, my lord. I'll head down with the troops then, he replied in a level voice, and possibly not amused at all. I closed my eyes and began scouring the hive world for secrets and loot, while chaos cults were either peppered with grenades, flicked into the sun, or on board the orc ships to give them something to do. Landers filled with my own tech priests and servitors began landing at the major hive cities, and kept disgorging combat servitors, supported by armed sentinels and recon drones. It was all a show anyway, as the lower hive levels were already being flooded with narcoleptic gas bombs and even more servitors and tech priests. Same for the crashing rocks, that didn't hold thousands but millions of orcs, all eager to obtain the force fields of the Coghummies. Was I being a calculated bastard? Sure I was. But the STC force fields found on Vigilis were kept secret, when they should have been shared with all the forges at least, if not other hive worlds too, plus the Astartes. Magically, more and more orcs began bypassing the defenses of the local tech priests, especially around Megaborealis and the Turingsbane data hives, the two main centers of the Mechanicus on this world. In the chaos of the invasion, most of the ancient devices and cogitators vanished, while crude orc bombs detonated among the invading orcs, spreading flammable gas and shrapnel. My knights and titans landed to defend the perimeters, along with my armored forces, while the Lamenters Astartes bravely entered tunnels and conduits to exterminate the green scum. In other hives, my tech priests and servitors were already hard at work, processing the gangers and other criminal prisoners into more servitors with crude hypnocants and lobotomic macro conversions. A single orc rock landed on the pyroclastic districts and detonated with the power of a dozen plasma torpedoes, incinerating the radical cultists led by Vanadan, the firebrand. A proper death for such a hero, no doubt. More rocks landed onto the Dontoria hive sprawl, the headquarters of the Ecclesiarchy. Mostly to keep the priests busy, as they had big armies around them, mostly fanatical PDF troops and Adeptus Sororitas forces. I thought the cult was not allowed men under arms. I mused as the holoscreen recorded thousands of armed men with armor and swords fighting to protect the holy bishops and the coterie of priests and acolytes. They are crusaders. But way too many for comfort, that's true. Rose murmured with a frown. A nearby orc rock exploded with a melta torpedo charge, immolating most of the crusaders and 100 priests. Problem solved. Not that many anymore now. The Emperor was possibly displeased. I said in a dismissive voice and switched focus on the Dirkden hive sprawl and hive anchor Tertius, where most of the Genestealer infestation were focused. Kinda easy to find simply because the infected resisted narcoleptic gas due to their Xenos genes. Made it easy to fling them into the sun if millions of them were still standing while the normal humans were falling asleep. Alana, take your sisters and breach the warp storm around the Void Claw. Drag it out a little. I said mentally to my beloved pariah. Moving the Void Claw weapon was very difficult, even with 1,000 pariahs to hold the storm at bay and a battle barge pushing it out, but we eventually did it. I yanked the weapon inside the labyrinth and placed it beside the Light of Terra, the Gloriana-class battleship. It was almost half as large, and I could bet it would take lots of work to mate those two ancient war devices together. But it would be worth it. A few days later, only sporadic fighting still happened, mostly around the priest areas which did not receive nor request support. Governor Agamemnus, why do you not have troops defending the hive cities and the orbit over your planet? Surely you cannot lack men or women. I asked the idiot noble over Vox. We have the Vigilant Guard, but most of these PDF regiments are beholden to the Ecclesiarchy. As for other assets, we have no money. He complained in a scared voice. You will cease any payments to the disloyal regiments and send their roosters to me. Then you will raise 3,000 new infantry regiments, 2,000 for the Imperial Guard and 1,000 as defense forces. If your world is overpopulated, the natural solution is to export manpower. The Mechanicus will provide them weapons and engineers, and you will provide an officer corps. No priests, or at least no local priests. They can snatch priests wherever the Astra Militarum sends them. I commanded in a cold voice. That's too overbearing. And we will lose production. He muttered in a low voice. There are 1 billion new servitors getting prepared by the tech priests right now, Governor. All former ganger and criminals, as proven by their tattoos. Also, there is the matter of payment for my losses. You will provide 10 million young women for my aid. I demanded in a stern voice. Of course. 10 million is perfectly fine, the noble agreed gladly. 10 million every year for the next century, Governor. Forge World Cybermundi will provide transport in exchange for mining rights for some dark stones they need. And then, I want you to set up 1,000 orbital forts, using metal asteroids as a base. Next time you might not have a friendly fleet nearby to save you. And don't forget the Eye of Terror next door. Perhaps negotiate with the Mechanicus to install a Gellar field over the planet. I'm sure they can also use manpower. I explained in a gentler voice. The governor nodded in defeat, not that he had much choice. I only had Sanguinius and the Emperor as my direct commanders, and they were both slightly indisposed right now, with a terminal case of sword poisoning. Soon enough, the Arch Mechanicus had located their Blackstone deposits and was glad to be given free exploitation rights, even if they'll have to set up forges and arm the forts and the new regiments. As for the Ecclesiarchy, I wasn't going to step into that mess under my own name. I just recommended the converted and now unpaid regiments to be offered as trade to the Mechanicus or the Astra Militarum, or maybe split among them. I also must have received over 1,000 Vox calls from nearly everyone in any position of power, which I just ignored. Politics wasn't really my strong suit, or even my medium suit. Rose spoke with some 30 people, and only killed one, which meant she was using huge restraint probably. I think I need to visit Terra soon, my dear, she whispered the day before we were supposed to depart. Close your eyes then, and think of the Emperor. Hold your hands out. I asked her while taking the staff away. Oh. I have so much control now, she realized after being detached from the null staff. I brought the shadow light out for a second and then put it back in, as Rose began glowing with shades of gold and blue. The Emperor, my dear. I said into her mind. I see his light so clearly now. I really have to go, she exclaimed in a loud psyker tone that pushed all furniture aside. Not so much control now, my dear new alpha-level psyker. So, I dropped the staff back into her hands, cutting off the warp and leaving only a small bloodline flaw. Take Janus to the Golden Throne. And, tell him, the code word is Adepta Tertia. He will surely remember. I advised my dear Inquisitor as her glow diminished and vanished under the null rod's effect. What, you're serious? Rose asked in a worried voice. I'm sick of that vow of tranquility. If he wants my girls, he can simply speak. And give Janus her due. I demanded in a low tone, then sat in my armchair with a sad face. He is the Emperor. You cannot demand things. Rose whispered in a frightened tone, holding her hands in prayer. I don't need anything for myself, dear Rose. He needs my help, and he has to pay for it. The throne is already failing, that's why he's calling you. You'll see. I whispered in her mind, finding her mental defenses 100 times stronger now. Rose just blinked and vanished in a blue flash, returning to her own battlecruiser. She wasn't too happy with me right now, but I knew better. I was a rogue trader, and I feared nothing. I have helped Hive World Vigilists survive the worst now, especially by bringing a Forge World here to construct more weapons and defenses. And if the governor listened and paid for a reality cage, he should be golden. Plus, I had been eradicating every cultist and genestealer I could find, and most of the criminals. Sure, new criminals will appear soon enough, but with more regiments being raised and sent off-world, the population crisis will diminish. Not that I haven't already did my part for that, even importing 10 billion women away over the next century. As for loot, it was quite amazing, both hidden caches of weapons and gems, some noble house relics and art if nobody could spot the disappearance, church relics, thousands of bolter guns from the Adepta Sororitas, and most importantly Mechanicus devices of 1,000 kinds, including Dark Age of technology devices and memory modules. It would be useless to let the Mechanicus worship them when I could just ask Trazyn to decrypt everything and prepare 1,000 new STC templates based on those advanced discoveries. As for the Void Claw weapon, it fired black holes, bypassing any shield or armor. The best big gun any captain could have on his ship. Of course, you would need a big ship to house and protect the weapon, that's why a Gloriana battleship was ideal. And you know who was most vulnerable to gravity weapons? The Tyranids, and their gravity drive. One couldn't fight trillions of space bugs with mere cannons. There weren't enough Nova shells in the universe for that. Even a small fleet depleted my entire stores of torpedoes and Nova shells or mines. As for the Blackstone fortress, that will take the entire machine forge decades to clean up and make functional again. Maybe Zaryalash will be able to help with that. It could also serve as a potent mobile base, like the Phalanx. But the most important function of that fortress was not size and armor, but the ability to fight off warp rifts, something that Trazyn had proven even before obtaining Psi-Titans. I wouldn't mind having a big mobile base like the Dark Angels or the Iron Fists though. It would raise the status of my chapter and the Gloriana battleship even more. I would need a grand name for the fortress though. Black Lament, maybe? Or something more poetic like Melancholia? Not sure. And not important right now. I raised my eyes and measured the new Princeps pilot standing in my office. Zeta Roletti. Such a poetic name, the Mechanicus gave her. It's only you, and no Titan? I asked with a frown. I haven't actually driven a Titan either. The tech priests were mean to me, the girl complained in a weak voice. Then again, giving a 12-year-old a Titan was quite risky. She might throw a tantrum and stomp 1,000 people. And how was this a fertile female princeps, except by mere marginal technicality? Damn fabricator. No force fields for you. Well, maybe in 20 years. It's okay. We do have a dozen Titans and no pilots for them. I said instead, watching Zeta glow wide joy. Really? Even a warhound would be great. I promised I won't crash it, she yelled and jumped to hug me. I just sighed inward. There is still more training to be had, Zeta. Tactics, battlefield coordination, combined arms, and so on. I know, Lord Lancefire. It takes 30 years to train a princeps. And then they sit in stasis until they are called for battle, for the glory of Omnicia, the girl exclaimed and sat in my lap. What are you doing? I asked, curious. I was told, you will have me make babies, she asked cautiously. Someday, maybe. When you have big breasts to feed the kids. I explained patiently. Milk formula. Zeta muttered in dismay. I still want big breasts. Anyway, it doesn't mean you won't be given a Titan. It only means it will take time until you shoot people. Or Xenos. I said and moved her back in the interview chair. It's okay then. I'll learn and train, and then pew, I shoot Bio-Titans and Eldar Titans or Orc Gargants. The girl exclaimed and shot with her fingers to prove her aim. Hopefully not Eldar Titans. One day, they'll be our allies. I said with a wry smile. Is that even possible? Zeta asked in confusion and scratched her mop of red hair. It depends who rules the Imperium and who rules the Eldar. I can bet a throne it will be Primarch Gilliman for the Imperium, though. He is rather famous and trusted. I answered with a giant smile. The girl nodded slowly and measured me with new eyes. You're not as naive as the fabricator said. He thinks you're a hopeless idealist that will get eaten by Tyranids. Zeta whispered while looking around anxiously. I sighed inward and slumped in my chair. That fabricator again. Here, a data slate with all my campaigns, from when I was 18 years old and became a ship captain, till now. Study and memorize it all. There will be tests. I demanded and took out my personal logbook. Perhaps I should make that my first gesture to all new encounters. Primarch Khan also studied my logs, and he seems to be doing well enough now. Only lost 2 battles in the south. For someone who doesn't cheat, it's pretty amazing, really. Then again, he has 3 Titan legions in his Grand Khan army now, plus 20 Astartes chapters. It would be hard to lose, once you get sufficient firepower on your side. I can't even imagine so many troops. The other Primarchs are also gathering forces, mostly successor chapters and unknown foundlings, plus whatever other troops and ships that gather to their banners, with Robot way ahead by orders of magnitude. Aren't we heading for the eastern fringe? The girl asked while checking the ship's course. We're taking a shortcut through the Maw Warp Gate. Saves us 60,000 light years of travel. I answered absently. Isn't it risky? Zeta asked a bit cautious. It's 1 billion times safer than traveling through the Immaterium. Which we are not, with the new warp-less drives. I said, raising my eyes from my own datapad. Maybe one day, there will be warp gates at every Forge world. If only we could discover that STC. They must have been made by the ancestors, right? The new Princeps asked, a bit too hopeful. I'm certain a Mugos explorer is looking for it right now. I answered confidently. It won't take much longer, if Jiren had already found the Speranza. By next month, I arrived at Forge Machine with the new Princeps, and unveiled the Blackstone Fortress to the gathered tech priests. We had gathered millions of tech priests from dozens of Forge worlds, and with their aid and the artifacts in my possession, namely the Hand_of_Darkness and Eye of Night, it should be quite possible to restore it to functionality. And then, there was a certain Tan who wanted to see me, and a couple of Inquisitors. Now, Lady Ashuria_Indries was always welcome, but the new one, Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax, was unexpected. Lord Trazyn, great work with cleaning up warp rifts and storms all over the Segmentum. Almost like you're preparing for something. Something involving Inquisitor Greyfax, perhaps? I asked, curious. Ah, Lord Lancefire. It took me decades, but I did figure out your identity. And you even have a space wolf. The Necron Overlord exclaimed in joy. Well, I was busy hunting down various Chaos Champions and Princes. Perhaps you would like a memento? A famous blade named Manreaper? I proposed and sent it over right away. It wasn't of any use to me, but surely the Necron Collector would like it. It is a nice toy, Lord Lancefire. I have been reading about your life. It does seem rather extraordinary, perhaps more so after we started trading, correct? Trazyn asked, holding out a copy of my personal logbook. I glanced at Zarylash and he nodded slowly. So I stepped from the Pharos, right in front of the Necron, for a face-to-face meeting. Not quite equals, but I had a Blackstone Fortress too. And other presents. I expected you to be taller. I said, blurting the first thing on my mind. And still impossibly brave. Even in my own fortress, the Necron exclaimed in surprise, using his Voxbox to speak. I have nothing to fear, Lord Trazyn. I expect you wanted me here for a reason? I asked instead. Indeed, I wanted that. Come, let's visit my collection and trade for real this time. I feel you have so many nice things to offer, he proposed and gently gestured us to walk towards a green-lit hallway. Even though I had quite a treasure of loot now, Trazyn had me beat, as the guy had been collecting for millennia and from different timelines too. Sadly, unique items or people didn't interest me that much, except for the Adeptus Custodes. I just stood in front of the frozen man, knowing the Emperor still saw me through the gold eyes. It wasn't like distance or time were any obstacles for a being of that caliber. He possibly sent the Custodes here just to keep his eyes on what Trazyn was doing. This weapon is called Drachnian. It is not really a weapon though, but something between a greater demon and an Imperian one. I explained, drawing out Abaddon's sword, who changed shape into a lance in my hand. Not all that funny, you crazy demon, but I was named Lancefire here. How are you not dead? The thing reeks of warp and death. Trazyn yelled and drew back. I twisted the weapon and drew a line on the green floor. Blackstone parted without effort, scratching a deep gouge on the floor and leaving a small tear in the stasis field. Warp, you say? Is it good to eat? I wondered, a bit amused, and vanished the weapon back in the Tesseract. Weapon test complete, and nobody saw it. Then I took off my glove, and held my left hand in front of the frozen Custodes, watching the golden veins start glowing. What is that? I am positive you're not a psyker. Trazyn shouted and stepped back again. My hand is special. But you see, there is nothing to fear, Lord Trazyn. Come, show me the orange monkeys now. I spoke in a gentle voice, holding my glowing left hand out towards him. I wasn't sure if my eyes were glowing gold too, but the Necron was certainly impressed. It's true then. You have some kind of special blood. I had so many plans for you, gonna have to cancel them now. Trazyn muttered, a bit dejected, and poked a wall to reveal the Jokero rooms. Now this would be interesting. I wondered if they could speak, or be mind-controlled. I could use my personal Jokero. Worm 155. The Jokero were sometimes used by the Ordo Xenos and the Deathwatch to upgrade their own equipment, often to degrees of lethality and miniaturization believed impossible. Trazyn had done the same, but gathering hundreds of Jokero in his pens and having them mass-produce exotic devices with technology from 100 Xeno races, plus some human machines like that sleek warlord Titan, which had possibly been a damaged Psi-Titan one day, and now looked like an anime dream. It was very possibly a transforming Titan as well, going by the thin rails for the head and weaponry. That Titan looks familiar, I said, pointing at the suspended walker where some 30 Jokero were busy adding some kind of gravity wings. It does, right? I was planning to have you as its pilot, but you're not a real pariah. No matter, I have found dozens of potential pilots anyway. Trazyn disclosed with a dissatisfied voice. Damn madman, you meant having me brain-wiped and slaved into the Titan's command throne? One day you will need to stop having designs on my person, Lord Trazyn. It would be a pity if your collection would just explode. I quipped with a level voice, and then went over to the Nolwan workshop, where a couple of orange primates were painting flowers on the warp-canceling weapons. One of them examined me with curious eyes, which locked on my left glove in a second. Not giving you my Thanos glove, silly Jokero. I had too much loot stored in those tesseracts, plus a tan shard. Way too risky. Scylla found your tesseracts, eh? I did find a gigantic garden filled with flowers and butterflies in one of my tesseracts once. And all the orcs inside painted with flower tattoos as well. Trazyn admitted with a grumble. Pretty much what I expected. The Jokero were whimsical and drawn to construct things based on aesthetic more than efficiency. If a tank became 10 times faster a result of the upgrade, it was incidental to the artist's desire to make it prettier. I don't see the Halo devices here. I answered instead, eager to get my hands on an uncorrupted one. I had one recovered from Footfall, but going by how distorted the original user was, I was better off keeping the things locked tight. I only have one left, Lord Lancefire. Currently undergoing calibration on Tyranids, like you have advised me. The other two were lost in creative accidents, the Necron complained in a sad tone. So you need a new one then? It might be expensive. I offered and took out the former Xenos with the blob of wires and metal teeth devouring half of the poor creature already. Trazyn waved his staff, confining the experiment into a green force field, and then had it vanish someplace. Very valuable, indeed. You had been exploring the expanse too, after all. Fought off Chaos Reavers, billions of orcs, space hulks, and found yourself more ships and weapons, correct? He asked in a knowing voice. This one, it will cost you a Primarch, Lord Trazyn. Not yours, mine. I want Sanguinius revived, and back in command of the Blood Angels. I demanded in a stern voice, staring right into his green necrotic eyes. Trazyn tilted his head, considering my words. The body would be easy enough to repair. But Primarchs are slightly different from other humans. They're souls. I know. I'll deal with that part. I intervened curtly. So, it is only a loaned artifact then. A test, to see if other dead people can be restored to life. You keep surprising me, Lord Lancefire. But I admit I am curious too, the Necron said in a strange voice, and we both appeared beside Fulgrim's stasis cell. Not a Tesseract transport, something different. Anyways, show no fear PEF. In a flash, I took out my Athame dagger and sliced through the stasis field, disarming the frozen Fulgrim and grabbing his left arm. Then I turned and held out the bleeding hand as proof. Here, Lord Trazyn. Primarch material for my Halo device. What was that? I'm quite certain that stasis field is impenetrable. The Necron grumbled as he grabbed the offered hand. I just shrugged and played it cool. It's a big galaxy out there. And some things are more impenetrable than others. All right. Let's return to my workshop and trade fairly. Not even Greyfax was this obstinate. Which is why I sent her to you. I heard you collect Inquisitors in your big harem, he admitted in a dejected voice, and we arrived in the familiar room where I almost always found Trazyn work on various schemes and devices. It took a whole day of using my best rogue trader skills to squeeze a deal out of Trazyn, always playing the indifference card. But I did have a big treasury of relics and rare Xenos, including the Hand of Horus, the most powerful power claw in the galaxy. It was a historical artifact, and Trazyn had to have it, at any cost. In the end, I got 5 Jokero and the Lone Custodes, mainly because Trazyn wanted to get rid of him now. Possibly suspecting the same thing I did, after seeing me get recognition from the stasis-held man with golden eyes. Enslaver bone mind shackles, to be fused into the skull of the target and subject to empathic directions, were great, as were a crate of more Null wands to protect my precious people. Then a dozen more Titans, including 1 more Emperor class and 3 Warlords, fully upgraded to the best possible tech of the machine cult, and an ongoing deal for data mining the Mechanicus memory banks from Hive World Vigilis and producing more STC templates. As for the Halo device, it would take a decade at least to be configured for Primarch use, and not mutate him into a gory abomination. You have to visit me again, Lord Lancefire. You're a bit scary, but I sense no ill intention from you, which is extremely rare for your kind. Trazyn declared as we shook hands to seal the deal. Perhaps one day, my robotic friend. Now return me to Machine Forge, yesterday, a minute before I arrived here. I asked with a slim smile. That's damn it. So you knew about that. Makes sense now. Trazyn murmured as I found myself beside the new Inquisitor, while my older self was just asking Zaryalash for advice. The 10 had seen me appear before I left, which meant I wasn't in any danger. Lady Greyfax. You look absolutely ravishing, for an Inquisitor thought dead for centuries. I proclaimed in a cheerful voice, and patting the woman's power armor pauldron in a friendly gesture. Boob plates were awesome. She also had a hat, which brought me fond memories. She turned and almost shot me in surprise, before stopping herself and examining me with suspicion. You must be this Pef Lancefire, who rules these stars. And you teleported beside me, with no warp signature. Some kind of unholy Xenos tech? Lady Katarina asked in a cold voice. Careful there, my dear. You're the one with Necron mind shackles in your skull. I managed to buy your freedom, but to free your mind will need a complicated surgery. I explained with a careless tone, and offered her my elbow. It always works, even with Inquisitors. I shall need to see Auspex scans of my brain first. Not that I don't trust you, Lord Lancefire, but I don't trust anyone. Katarina muttered as she held on my arm, and we walked towards the Biologist Ward elevator. Of course, we will do scans. The tech priests will need to know what to take out, after all. The Bionic Eye, would you accept a Jokero to look it over? Make it smaller and less intrusive, perhaps install some extra Auspex functions and digital weapons into it? I proposed as we neared the elevator. She tilted her head in a cute gesture, considering my offer. What kind of extra functions? She asked with a frown. Genestealer detection, psyker power levels, warp corruption, perhaps a few Xeno signatures from Dark Eldar to Necron and even Tau. We have bulky sensors being built here already from STC fragments, but the Jokero can make everything smaller. I explained as the elevator began descending at speed. The biolabs were 100 kilometers underground, and we had to shift into a new elevator midway as we passed through the kilometer-thick blackstone geoplate separating the construction sections from the research ones. What? I like keeping things secure and separated, even though we weren't doing virus research here. That I knew of. Verlaine was keeping an eye out for renegade tech priests trying to abuse their freedoms here, but once in a while there would be attempts at radical heretic, like always. People were people, even in 40K. Maybe more so in 40K, due to the entire culture being so distorted. An omnisensei. It sounds useful, Lord Lancefire. Perhaps later, after I get used to all this novelty. I saw another Inquisitor around, and heard about more, visiting here quite often. Not quite what I expected from a Forge world. Lady Greyfax mused in a softer tone. I do things differently, my lady. But I also have absolute power here, legally and otherwise. We're not in the Imperium, and thus I speak with the Emperor's voice. And I can enforce that, whenever I wish or have to. I whispered as if it was a big secret. The Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor turned to measure me again, mulling over my words. And so it would seem, my lord. So, have you met any of the Primarchs yet? She asked, changing the subject. Primarch Khan, yes. We burned down Kamarak together. It was really fun. I answered as the biolabs opened in front of us. The woman blinked and tried to see if I was joking. Fun? Well, I did lose a Corvette, so it wasn't all just blasting away with Exterminatus and plasma batteries. But the Primarch gave me battlecruiser to replace my loss, so at the end it was worth it. I concluded as the Magi biologist began setting up the operating table and suspended auspex scanners. This way, Inquisitor Greyfax. We'll need to remove all metal objects. Fabricator Jemina asked in a gentle voice, and set up her aides to the task. Aren't you the Fabricator Dominus of this forge? Katerina wondered as her power armor was swiftly dismantled. And the best Archmagos biologist in the Fringe, Lady Greyfax. Relax, and sit on the table. I've been dissecting humans for 3 millennia, the Fabricator explained in a rather unsettling manner. This doesn't fill me with more confidence, Fabricator. How many have you put back afterwards? The Inquisitor asked while the Mechanicus sensors started flashing and peeling away her pretty red hair. Jemina glanced at me and then stayed silent. She's joking, my dear. How do you think they are making Scutarii and other servitors? Doing it in reverse, it's much easier. I said gently and took the woman's hand for comfort. Soon enough, a holographic scan was projected above the medical table, with the Necron wires perfectly visible, even interfacing with the bionic eye. Damn Necron, spying through my eye. Take it out, the Inquisitor demanded in an angry voice. Jemina took that as consent and sprayed her with a paralytic gas, then held a tentacle towards me. Pass me a null wand, Lord Pef. She's a psyker and we don't want warp interference, do we? I took out a wand and handed it over. Keep it, Lady Jemina. I have found more. It was a rather sensible request after all, and I wanted Jemina kept safe too. Yes, I expect you have, like always. You want a full medical checkup for her future children, the Fabricator asked in a casual tone, and began peeling off the rest of the thermal sleeve from the sleeping Inquisitor. I was a bit hesitant, but after seeing that enticing body I gave in. Sure. Plus vaccines and rejuvenant treatment. And install a mind impulse unit, while the skull is open anyway. Of course, my lord. We'll take care of her, the Fabricator declared and pointed at the door. So, I took out the Nexus Cube and simply moved myself next to Ashuria, 100 kilometers away in another armored bunker. Having fun? I wondered as she observed some worm Xenos getting dissected in the lab below. Pef. You always find so many nice gifts for me. These Nagi may hold the secret to a new virus bomb, but we'll need more of them, the Inquisitor asked while hugging my side. Sorry, dear. Their home planet was struck with Exterminatus. Those 20 test subjects are all that's left from their race. I explained patiently. There were probably a few more, maybe among the Tau, but in too small numbers to matter. What can I say? I didn't like worms that much. Custodian 156. I had a first project for the Jokero now, using the Condemner bolt gun from Greyfax with a few other combi weapons as a model, and a new bionic eye with examples of Mechanicus scanners. I also wanted hundreds of these bionic eyes, but as picked cameras, to be used for my Lamenters and Silent Sisters helmets and even for the Knights and Titans. So I provided a crate of basic bionic eyes and helmet lenses, and just let the orange primates have fun. This Xenolab was set up on an asteroid fort, with walls of blackstone and adamantium, although they won't really hold the Jokero if they wanted to escape. For that you only needed to provide fruits and sweets, and they'll work happily as long as nobody abused them. What is that monkey doing? Ashuria asked outraged, while I observed the holoscreen with a curious eye. Drawing eyelashes on the bionic eye. I said with an amused smirk. Damn monkeys. Katarina won't like a painted eye, the Inquisitor muttered and leaned back in my arms, while I massaged her boobs for profit and pleasure. For them everything is art, my dear. Things might get smaller and more efficient, but it's a mere side effect of their purpose, which is to be artwork, not weapons. I explained gently while enjoying her malleable body and floral scent. Her personal biologist tech priest was a good perfume maker too, as strange as it may sound. And if my rogue trader senses tingled at the opportunity to sell priceless perfume to noble ladies, well, it was true. There were 1 billion nobles in the galaxy, and I had an exclusive product for most of them. Trillions of thrones in that market and millions of desperate noble women eager to buy a single drop of exquisite angel scent number 5. I'll need you to obtain 100 perfume formulas from your muggos. Something my house can trade with nobles, and gain easy entry, perhaps set up stores on certain hive worlds, keep track of cultists and genestealers with hidden auspex sensors. I proposed as Ashuria began panting harder at my deft massage. Yes, whatever. Now make love to me already, she demanded in a needy voice. It will be my pleasure, sweet lady. And after I was done with fragrant Ashuria, it was the turn of Lady Day and her 30 needy princeps friends. Perhaps next week, bed the new Inquisitor after she recovered from surgery? We shall see. I quite enjoy this part of my duty, bedding pretty women from all over the galaxy, sometimes making them pretty and young first, if they had valuable experience to bring in exchange. Just like Silentia Knight, the old knight pilot I have recovered from Ignys. Nearly 5 centuries old, but she now looked about 40 and her scars had vanished, leaving only a small tattoo instead. Rejuvenate treatment, healthy food and body training, plus a sword bout with a couple of orcs, and my new house knight made a formidable teacher for knight and titan pilots alike. Even for the Lamenters and Silent Sisters piloting Leviathan Dreadknights. I also kept watch for other Freeblade pilots, locating the Obsidian _Knight and his hidden base in the fringe. Not hidden from the Pharos, even on that remote barren world. The old guy had a small school, with 5 students being trained to become his heirs. Or perhaps a single one, after a battle royale. He only had the one knight suit, after all, and a small gun cutter to transport it. I could take them all, if they swore themselves to my house. I didn't manage to finish all this, because a new crisis arrived. The Salamander's homeworld of Nocturn would be attacked soon, and forces would rally in defense of Nocturn. Time to make myself helpful, once again. I promised myself not to cheat much, so I didn't bring any carriers. 3 battle barges, 3 battle cruisers and 30 cruisers, leaving the battleships behind to finish upgrades and defend my lands. Sweet Ashuria wasn't interested in fighting Chaos Marines, preferring to study more Xenos and their tech, but Lady Greyfax was, very much. If Katarina objected to the new upgrades to her armor and weapons, as well as her body, she didn't say. But I know she loved the new relic power sword with a null wand in the handle. I should thank you for this gift, Lord Lancefire. You might be a special type of Astartes, but you try your best even handicapped as you are, the woman said over our meal, and patted her sword. I blinked in confusion. Handicapped, my dear? You don't have Astartes organs, so you need to use Mechanicus implants. As for your blank genes, they are useful, I suppose, the Inquisitor explained in a casual tone. I smiled genially and extended my hand over to hold her hand. It is because of my genes that I refused the organs, Lady Katarina. I have duties both as a rogue trader and as a noble knight, which means I need to provide heirs and pilots, plus blank sons for the Lamenter chapter, and others. If you weren't so pretty. I don't trust pretty men, she murmured while squeezing my hand softly. I sighed and moved her over in my lap, while mentally asking Canis and Rafin to leave the room. I wasn't like this before I got angelic genes. This face is sanguineous showing off. Here, how I looked before that. I explained, projecting a few pic screens of my childhood and teenage years, stopping right after Esteban. You had a silly look, especially as a child. So serious, she exclaimed while examining my life story. Well, I was raised by a tech priest, father was a rogue trader, busy conquering the Lancefire lands from feral humans and orcs. My mother, Justine, was a blank assassin for the Inquisition. She died while killing Fulgrim on Esteban III. Then I killed Lorgar and began building my own forces, and didn't stop since then. And here I am, rescuing beautiful damsels and liberating the salamanders. I narrated in a half-melancholic voice. Beautiful damsel, huh? I suppose I could give you a chance, Lord Pef. A few years, while I build up new connections in this strange new galaxy. Katarina whispered and leaned into me. I kissed her cheek and held her in embrace, giving both of us time to adjust. When we have children, I will keep most of them. Pilots and captains and space marines. But you'll have a blank daughter soon enough to raise and train. My daughter Janice is on Terra right now, in the Golden Throne Room. I'm not sure what title she'll get, but at least an Inquisitor, and a blank one. I whispered as my hands began fondling her heavy breasts, and she squirmed in delicious embarrassment. I never said anything about kids. But really, the Golden Throne, she asked, a bit confused. I took my left hand away and pointed at the corner, making an Adeptus Custodes appear. A real one too. By the Emperor. Is that? She exclaimed and jumped from my lap. Yes, Inquisitor. I was held by the same Necron that captured you. Lord Lancefire managed to liberate me. The Custode spoke in a cursive High Gothic, like he rarely spoke anything else. Your name? Inquisitor Greyfax demanded sternly. I am Custodian Warden Toramachus _Ashen. And from now on, I will watch over you, Inquisitor Greyfax, as the Emperor commands, the man clad in golden auramite declared solemnly. This meant she was important in some way to the Imperium, but I knew that already. And when he says watch, he means just looking, not helping at all. It's what they do, these golden brothers of mine. So don't count on his aid, like all the others who died at his feet. I commented wryly, and sipped more wine. His eyes glowed golden for a second, as if consulting his boss. Probably so. Some aid might be allowed, against demonic forces, the custodian muttered with a rumbling voice. I shrugged, as I didn't expect much from the guy anyway. Join us for a meal, brother. It's not the usual Nutrigral, but I'm sure you can digest steak and vegetables just fine, maybe even white bread. Ashen smiled grimly and began wolfing down enough food to feed 10 normal citizens. So I turned towards the amazed Inquisitor and raised an eyebrow. You were saying, my dear? Something about the Golden Throne? Never mind. I need a drink. In fact, I'll take a bottle. Katarina grumbled and gulped the wine to wash away her sorrow. I'll be in my room, enjoying the company of a silent sister. I announced proudly and walked out, patting Canis on his head as he received me at the door, curious. An hour later, a slightly drunk Inquisitor burst into my room and climbed all over me, ignoring the 3 other women in my bed. I would like that blank daughter now, she demanded with a stern voice. Salamander 157. The forces I had brought with me were seemingly small, if you consider classic organization in the Imperium. Merely 5 auxiliary regiments, only one of them armored, plus 4 Astartes companies and our pilot Tech Marines. But when the drop pods began falling in the defense of my Salamander's brothers, then kept coming and coming, and then still kept coming. I had 20 drop cruisers now, each able to launch 80,000 small drop pods containing mostly tarantula turrets, but also light vehicles like armed sentinels and guardian walkers. They also carried attack drones, fighter squadrons, and a bomber squadron, plus the normal capital ship's weapons, mostly lance and plasma batteries. The heavy cruisers and the battlecruisers provided the main long-range fire, with both torpedoes and lances, while the battle barges brought the slow rear with ground invasion forces, plus thousands of tech priests and millions of servitors for battlefield repairs or rapid conscription. Gone were the days when my ship's lower decks were filled with malnourished indentured serfs, prone to revolts and chaos infiltration. Servitors could do the same jobs without complaints, and were very unlikely to revolt. In an anvil and hammer tactic, our faster cruisers struck from the flank while the battle barges took the brunt of the invasion fleet head-on, while fighters and bombers struck at the more vulnerable escorts with missiles and bombs. It seemed these Chaos Traitors lacked numbers and filled their ranks with Xenos, mostly corrupted Karateg hunterpacks from the Maelstrom Zone. Well then, ugly bastards, you made my shit list now, and your small stellar kingdom will soon suffer 9 deep strike with nicely inscribed torpedoes and high Gothic. Yes, I admit I cheated a little at the end, when the last 5 ships of the traitors were about to escape in the warp. Couldn't chase after them, especially with warpless engines, could I? So, those ships didn't enter warp, but instead vanished into System Sun, fueling the star with more atoms. Chapter Master Tushan welcomed me with some suspicion, despite an Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor at my right side, a giant space wolf to my left, and a bodyguard of Blood Angels, Silent Sisters, and even a lone White Scar captain named Khan. "Hello, brother. You seem displeased at our timely rescue?" I asked in a teasing voice. "There are a million drop pods on my world, Master Lancefire, plus knights and tanks and a legion of combat walkers." "Makes me feel a bit anxious," the black-skinned man muttered while his red eyes measured Canis with some surprise. I shrugged and didn't comment on that. It was true. We're inducting only blanks now, so we have to compensate for low numbers of battle brothers with other types of troops. You have to admit the turrets are effective, right? Only blanks. And those Silent Sisters provide fresh recruits, I suspect. The master of the salamanders wondered with a curious glance towards the pariah women. I avoided the delicate subject, at least for now. It is an effective solution for the constant traitor problem that plagues all Astartes chapters. I'm also providing some blank recruits to the Blood Angels and the Blood Ravens, as blanks are immune to certain mutations. I explained patiently as I examined the big holomap of the star system. It seemed the salamanders were constructing a warpless transceiver relay, as well as outfitting a battle barge with warpless engines. I didn't ask where they got the STC templates from, but Forge Angstrom was quite close, as was Akatran. The man nodded slowly and gestured for another space marine to come closer. "This is Captain Jorn_Tana, from the Black Dragons," he introduced his ally. "Captain Tana. I sense you have a problem?" I asked in a soft tone. The black-skinned man nodded politely and shook my hand, then and pointed at a side door. "If you have some spare time, Master Lancefire?" Sure enough, the Black Dragons had a small mutation problem and were willing to test a company of blank dragons. "Helping your parent chapter here, Captain?" I asked instead. "My ships were in this area, and we simply did our duty, Lord Lancefire," he answered in a gruff tone. "Fine, don't admit it then. Yours is a fleet-based chapter, correct?" I asked to make sure. "Just as your Lamenters," Captain Tana answered curtly. "What I propose is this, Captain. Meet your boss, and have your chapter travel to Machine Forge in the Fringe. Try to bring something to trade, derelict cruisers or large hulls that can hold warpless engines. We'll outfit your ships with the best technology of the Mechanicus, including Blackstone armor. Then, we'll conduct a series of tests to find a suitable bloodline that accepts your gene seed." I offered with a large smile. "So it's a compatibility problem." "Bloodlines," the Black Dragon mused in deep thought. "Yes, not every blank is an accepted recruit. Some get poisoned during implantation. Mostly wild blanks, dragged from slums and lower decks. My own children are much more resilient, but there's a hard limit of how many kids a blank can have. Also, I do have 100 blank daughters training to become ship captains. In time, they will also give birth to more blanks," I said with a thin smile. "I see. That's why you remain a neophyte, to produce more recruits. Makes you weaker personally, but straightens your chapter over time." "A harsh sacrifice to make," the captain said in a pitiful tone. I think he misunderstood the situation, but sure. Call me a saint for my sacrifice if it helps. I prefer to fight with my mind. I got Lorgar and Abaddon after all, plus I burned down Kamarak. Let me introduce you to my new companion. I announced in a cheerful voice, and moved Custodian Ashen next to me. "Stop doing that, Lord Lancefire." "I get dizzy," the Moros Adeptus Custodes protested in my mind and punched my shoulder, hard enough I felt it through my Artificer power armor. "An Adeptus Custodes?" "And a Warden at that," the captain observed in surprise and saluted his superior in golden power armor. "None of that, brother. Inquisitor Greyfax and me will need to travel a bit, so we'll borrow your strike cruiser till we reach Forge Riza." "If you agree, of course," the custodian asked politely, but it was an order anyway. "It will be my honor, Warden. Traveling to Riza is acceptable, as long as you keep the Lady Inquisitor off my back." The captain muttered, not too pleased. Introduction made, I moved the custodian again, letting the black dragon think the custodian had magic powers or something. "I can walk just fine," Ashen shouted in my mind. "Yes, but it is more fun this way, golden brother. Plus it enhances your stature to move anywhere at will," I explained patiently. "One day I will punch that angelic face of yours," he promised in retribution. Again with punching my face. Nobody knew to have fun in this damned horror galaxy. "I can see you'll be glad to escape from the Inquisitor and Custodian. He even left a dent on your pauldron," Captain Tana pointed out with a wry voice. "He is a good guy, but eats too much. Luckily, I have a space wolf and the meat pellets were enough to feed them both," I answered with shrug. Ashen did eat the pellets too, damn his over-energetic stomach. At least he didn't eat them from the same bowl. Perhaps it is he who is glad to leave your company. Anyway, that steel range strategy of yours, perhaps other chapters can try it, once they have drop cruisers, he proposed in a curious tone. "I would prefer my children drop among 1,000,000 of friendly turrets, especially amidst an orc waff or some Tyranid swarm. Swords and pistols are rather feeble force multipliers. So if you want Blankastartes of my bloodline, you will not spend them like bolter rounds," I retorted in a colder voice. Then I turned and left, leaving the captain to sort things out in his mind. Soon after, I sat down with Master Tushan to negotiate some technology and machinery transfer. "This data slate, no wonder your chapter has so many tanks and turrets." "You make them yourselves?" the man asked, curious. "Why would I do that? I have 2 forge worlds in the Eastern Fringe, producing armor and vehicles for my chapter, my auxiliary regiments and my trader dynasty. Plus, I trade with 30 forge worlds for more regiments and ships. Burn a Necron world, locate Blackstone deposits, trade it to a forge. Chase after pirates, board their ships and return them to service after upgrades. I even found a Gloriana battleship left derelict somewhere," I explained with a smug tone. "A Gloriana? What name?" he asked a bit wary. "It was called Light of Terra a dozen millennia ago. Needs a new name, maybe Singularity. Yeah, it isn't like anybody makes them anymore." I mused in a thoughtful voice. "You do have too much luck, Lord Lancefire. Our own Gloriana, the Flamewrought, has disappeared somewhere." The Salamander's master muttered in dismay. "Well, I can offer you 10 Los Angeles destroyers and 40 Retribution pattern land raiders, plus 3 blank captains for your battle barges. But in exchange, I want you to offer protection to several hive worlds nearby. Set up orbitals forts, clean the underhives of gangs and genstealers, and recruit 100 auxiliary regiments. When the Tyranids arrive, 1,000 Astartes will not be nearly enough. We'll need trillions of soldiers and millions of warships. We are the defenders of humanity, not of magma worlds," I demanded in a stern voice. "So that's your big plan? Throw untrained guardsmen at space bugs until they drown in blood?" Tushan exclaimed in outrage. "Guardsmen, PDF, turrets and sentinels, and every weapon we have. Or everyone will die, Master Tushan. I do have plenty of destroyers now, and I'll start spreading them to frontier chapters as soon as they get modified to the stronger patterns. But they are only useful for defense. To attack, we need cruisers with Nova cannons and warpless engines. Carriers too, if you can capture, say, orc cruisers or terror ships and have them refitted to carry corvettes and starfighters. I concluded and sat up from the plastal dais. Looting the orcs. Where has the Imperium fell? He grumbled in displeasure. I completely agreed, but reality was like that. Harsh and unpleasant. I will do my part and help others do theirs, even if they didn't like it. We're still going to get eaten by Tyranids, most likely. Force 158. Anyways, because I mentioned the orcs, I had another target in mind, the industrial world known as Bork, to the north of my kingdom in the fringe. Massive numbers orcs were gathering there and preparing another huge waff, and the locals weren't quite able to resist. So, as soon as the troops and drop pods were recovered, I departed towards Forge Antax to drop off the new recruits for the Blood Angels, 200 young blank men still dutifully pumping babies into our Catachan auxilia, in between training and more lessons. Mixing business and pleasure, but pregnant women were generously given 3-year leave from military service, and thus it was quite acceptable for them too. Raising a kid was rather less stressful than battling chaos worshippers after all. If the Catachan female soldiers were lucky, they'll escape another round of service with the next batch of blank recruits, and so on. Reach 10 kids, they could retire on a colony world or receive a military promotion for exemplary service. However, the great success were the new generations of Catachans in the colonies, a healthy stock of hardy people that received 5 classes of schooling for free and 5 more for a minimal tax that actually covered the salaries for scribes and acolytes. Couldn't do too much at once, but these educated citizens would form the foundation of my real power in the fringe, and a slight copycat system of the Tau Fire caste. They would all be soldier citizens with sufficient technical expertise to operate machines and weapons, while the brightest of them would be promoted higher in administration or as tech priests. The clans formed around my daughters and their blank children held the reins of power on those worlds, supported by local regiments and the tech priest class. As for the ecclesiarchy, sadly I couldn't be rid of them, only bend them towards a more female-oriented priesthood, with the Adeptus Sororitas performing any important role. It worked somewhat, although pounding on the altar with a bolter gun and singing hymns of praise to the emperor to the congregation was not really my intent. I still had them monitored and under surveillance, just like I did everyone else. Fanatics were always dangerous, and they could always be turned against you. Anyways, soon enough I was offered tea and cake by the fabricator of Antax, who seemed rather happy to see me. Lord Lancefire, so rare to see you, lately. I can only gather rumors and astropathic transcripts of your exploits from my sources, he began and patted my head in a familiar gesture. I sure hope so. Been fighting my way from one end of the galaxy to the other. Got the bastard Abaddon too? I replied in a gentle voice. Yes, I heard about Pythos. Shame it had to be burned, the Archmagos muttered politely and spread some incense for the lost souls. There was a big demon warp rift under the Hive City. I suspect the Grey Knights did not want to take any chance. I explained in a sad tone, and drank more tea. See? It's information like this that makes you so valuable, Lord Pef. Plus all those STC templates, the fabricator said with a cant praising the Omnisia. I sighed and slumped in my chair. How is Faithful? I asked instead. Anathema-class mnemonic erasure. He still lives, but that's it. I take it you had a part in his adventure, the tech priest asked sternly. He chose that by himself, fabricator. And you don't want to know why. What about Muggos Gyron? I wondered, curious. Yes. Gyron, your mentor. He is inside with my best Kogi experts, slowly awakening the holy machine, one datastack after another. The delegation from Mars is pushing for a faster resolution, though. It will destroy Palomar for sure when the ancient spirit awakens, he explained in a manifold transmission. Claim an imminent invasion and evaluate them. And use the damn blank interfaces and Geller fields, plus construct warpless engines. The Speranza must never enter the warp. I advised him while scrolling his trading list. Antax has grown greatly since I last been here, both in fleet power and manufacturing capacity. Billions of the new infantry Hell guns were already in stock, plus 1 million new light vehicles. Everything from cheap weasels and rapiers to chimeras and hydras and manticores, plus basilisks and armed sentinels. Not that many heavy tanks, but instead they made attack drones and cheap interceptors, millions of tarantula turrets, and even guardian walkers. Pretty much copying the production list of Forge Retribution and magnified by 100. So what happens on the World Engine? I've seen forges that don't even have blackstone plates for Astartes armor. I asked while doting my requisition list. I could raise 1,000 new regiments easily if I had the manpower. But the fabricator had surely thought of that too. Mars again, Lord Lancefire. They want everything catalogued and researched carefully. My forge was first on the scene, and we got away with a gigaton of samples, although the Xenos technology of the Necrons is highly puzzling and accidents are frequent. Perhaps you can aid us in this matter, the fabricator asked cautiously. I nodded and took out a datastack, then connected it to my implant, downloading a list with 100 known Necron devices and their basic functions, plus marking a dozen as extremely dangerous, my eyes only. If they found transdimensional devices, I didn't want them playing at science with them. My Ordo-Xenos friends also researched many Xeno samples. I gave you what is known, and what is proven dangerous. If you find anything on the red list, I can trade them further for Archaeotech and Dark Age devices. Or you can blow up the sun by accident and spare me the trouble. I claimed in a soft voice. The tech priest read the datastack and crushed it a minute later. Dangerous knowledge indeed, Lord Pef. We have a silver runic cube like you pointed out. It gives out strange dimensional signatures, and we thought it to be a teleportarium node. But obviously is not, or much more. And I heard you also have one, and can even use it. I sighed and nodded. It is a tactical weapon, able of planetary scale effects, including teleportation. Inquisitor Remius has another, so never cross her. Consider it an alpha-level psyker, without knowledge of using the powers, pressing cogitator keys at random. Tactical, so it's a mere low-level device. And an alpha psyker without control always turns into a warp portal and then a demon world. The fabricator mused in a slow daze. Fabricator, the old ones fought the Necrons and they lost, despite creating races like the Orcs, the Jokero, and the Eldar to fight for them. The Ten betrayed the Necrons after the war, and then they were vanquished as well. We're lucky they are waking up disorganized and with memories scrambled by millions of years of stasis damage. For if they were sane, we have to flee the galaxy, even through the swarm of Tyranids that comes our way. I whispered in a warning tone. Makes sense, a race of abominable intelligences just like our ancestors fought in the past. Your notes will help us make more sense of their technology. The Orcs are bad enough, hearing what's going on at Armageddon, he answered in a small voice, seeming tired and defeated. Yes, the Orcs. Heavy nerve gas will help for now. Send a manufacturum ship with me to Bork Prime, and start a new forge there. Light weapons and vehicles and nerve gas, for now. We'll raise 1,000 PDF regiments and crush the Orcs, clean up the place and make it profitable. I bet we'll find plenty of holes in orbit, maybe even space hulks. I advised the Muggos with a wry smile. Sure. There are some rogue traders in that area, maybe a new domain can be formed, and we'll get another link in the chain. So what STC templates have you found lately, Lord Pef? He asked with a level voice. I just took out my newest work, including the Vigilus force fields and the Ragnarok tanks, plus a few Tau-based patterns. Very nice discoveries, Lord Pef. The Bastion fields seem familiar, and the Ragnaroks are easy enough to produce, depending on the main weapon. However, these plasma fusel patterns are much more advanced and will take decades to establish the proper rites of awakening. Maybe Ryza or Metallica can make them right now, the man replied in an interested tone, then glanced at me for confirmation. Good. I'm certain similar patterns will appear on various derelicts all over the galaxy soon. If the forges still do not share, there are other forces that can do it for them, breaking up space hulks to release the knowledge locked inside. I'm not sure they'll be the same, but most parameters will be there. Probably better than the fragments I recovered so far. I announced in a knowing tone, then offered my hand for a handshake. The fabricator grabbed me a bit wary. I knew it was you. Somehow, you are doing Omnisia's work, even against all odds. It's not just me, my friend. Anyway, we need to accelerate the exodus to the fringe. At least 100 billion in 20 years, and 1 trillion in a century. Mostly young women, if possible. I demanded while turning away to leave. The fabricator stared after me in silence, Cyborg's arms clenching his tentacles as if afraid. I did show my hand though, and it must have unsettled him. Diplomacy 159. I have been struggling to keep cheating at a minimum, mainly to allow my crew and troops to experience real combat. I wouldn't always be there to babysit them, and experience was as important as better weapons. The orcs made easy opponents anyway, when you had correct tactical information and orbital superiority. Take that away, like on Armageddon, where the giant space hulk in low orbit was denying the Imperium orbital support, while the thick air pollution and metal dust forced the troops to engage orcs in melee, even their mechs and gargants, and it quickly became a clusterfuck. I was in two minds about interfering there, because the entire galaxy was watching, and showing my hand too soon will not result in praise, but sanctions and accusations. On the other hand, it would be a giant battlefield filled with amazing loot and profit opportunity. No. Bad PEF. We don't want our children burned alive. Stick to the plan, and avoid the solar segmentum until Gallium clears the way. Anyways, by setting up a forge here at Bork Prime, the place will become rich and attractive in a short time, while the local criminals and gangs provided human resources for servitors and forced labor. Antax will need to import a few billion immigrants to develop the place properly, but a wealth of metal from the space hulk fragments we found in the system will keep the forges and the dockyards busy for a millennium without much other imports. And as usual, we picked a moon to set up the chemical and radioactive industry, while the planet itself would still be able to produce food for itself, without getting overwhelmed by pollution and toxic chemicals. From Bork we ranged a small expedition to expand the domain to 50 planets nearby, and reach Jamal, a feral world that housed the Honored Sons chapter. It was a pathetic place, truly. Luckily for them, I was in a good mood, so I offered them 10 torpedo destroyers and a light cruiser with drop pods, plus another company of blank recruits and captains for their ships. Their chapter master Seneca was rather suspicious, especially when I handed him another power sword with a null wand inside. This relic blocks the warp, brother. It gives me no pleasure to hunt down corrupted space marines, like the late chapter master of the Blood Ravens and Huron of the Astral Claws. We were meant to defeat any foes, including demons. I explained patiently while Canis grinned at the honored son with teeth the size of combat knives. Perhaps the wolf found the traitor bones crunchy? And in exchange? I know this isn't free, the man exclaimed with a wary glance at my wolf. I mentally urged Canis to walk away, as his teeth were not helping right now. There are worlds nearby that need your protection, Master Seneca. Places like Exotia and Formant, where an array of orbital forts and a patrol fleet will defend humanity, especially if you raise 100 auxiliary regiments and clean up cults and corruption. And train 1,000 tech marines to pilot your tanks and gunships, for Emperor's sake. I demanded in a low growl, mirrored by my wolf. I'll have to speak with my captains and librarians, Lord Lancefire. But sending 1,000 neophytes to Mars for training is too much, he claimed in an outraged voice. Who said anything about Mars? Forge Maguire and Triplex Fall are much closer. Have your barges and cruisers fitted with warpless engines and Nova cannons, requisition 1,000 sentinels for each regiment, and even infantry auxilia can defend against small invasions. The Imperium hamstrings the Imperial Guard with their minimal use of vehicles, but we're not so limited, are we, brother? I asked rhetorically and offered my hand. He was hesitant in taking my hand, knowing already it wouldn't be all that easy. You act like a Primarch, damn you. You even have Sanguinius's face, he murmured in a not-too-pleased tone. I do. I don't recall giving out orders and writing a codex. I answered cheerfully and turned away, walking towards the landing bay. And yet, it is exactly what you did, strange lamenter. Master Seneca murmured at my back, although I pretended not to hear him. He was right, of course. I was setting up objectives and achievement targets, while inserting my own blank sons into his command structure. Helping too, with ships and advice, just like any good Primarch would. I just didn't expect the man to be so perceptive. Then again, Astartes did have better minds than most people, and a chapter master was not picked for his painting skills. From here, my fleet to Coralax, the homeworld of the Knights of the Raven, where pretty much the same deal took place. I tasked them to watch over Nuceme and the growing stellar domain of my daughter Andrea, now an independent rogue trader with her own warrant. However, the chapter master was a psyker and unwilling to be separated from his gift, so I gave the power sword to his second-in-command and tasked him with keeping constant watch over his boss, in case he fell too. I almost got stabbed for that, until I reminded him of Gabriel Angelos and his fight with his own chapter master. Captain Gurion just glared at me and took the sword with disgust. This not an honorable task, Lord Lancefire. The great enemy is not honorable, brother. Psychers are always exposed to the warp, and the voices they hear are rarely good. My own Primarch died at his corrupted brother's hand, and millions of traitor marines plagued the galaxy. As for the sword, you were not lucky enough to be born a blank, but with this sword you can still do your duty, even when faced with a demon prince. Just like Captain Semni from my second company did. He helped kill Corruptus, and even lived to have a laugh about it. I answered with a wry voice, and offered my hand. Naming the sword duty was too much. Now I can never put it down, the man complained as he examined the power sword with competent eyes. I just smiled and patted his armored shoulder. It is very light though. You won't even feel its weight. I explained in fake naivety, then walked away and scratched Canis as a reward for keeping me safe. Why does it feel so heavy though? The Astartes captain murmured softly, while testing a few sword moves at lightning-fast speed. A week later, we arrived at Sternak to trade with the Iron Lord Space Marines, gifting them maimed soldiers as new recruits, and more torpedo destroyers and another light cruiser with drop pods. Plus the now familiar null sword, blank captains from my many daughters who wanted a capital ship, and a hangar filled with blackstone to protect their armor and vehicles from warp and weapon damage. Unlike other chapters though, these guys were really grateful for my help, especially knowing of my deeds on Estaban personally, many of them having been there along with their Iron Hands founding chapter, and knew of my mother's sacrifice to kill Fulgrim. And since Fulgrim killed their Primarch, Ferrus Manus, well, it was a big debt for them. So I offered them a standing invite to Forge Machine for repairs and supplies and free training for 1,000 Teg Marines, and their ruling council immediately agreed. It was a bit strange to deal with a rather democratic leadership, but such was their way, and it worked for them. It also helped that all of their Iron Captains had Mind Impulse units, creating another bond between us. As for their task, I charged them with protecting Hive World Agrellan and the nearby planets exposed to the Tau Empire's expansion, where their technical expertise would be needed to combat the advanced technology of the Tau. In fact, they promised to adopt my operational procedure entirely, as long they could receive walkers and drop pods and every other type of equipment. Brothers, Forge Machine is not an unlimited supply depot. You will have to send diplomatic ships to other forges, like Estaban and Tigris, and requisition material for this task, plus more ships. Or have them provide manufacturum ships to set up a new forge in the Agrellan system, and produce everything locally, while you raise and train auxiliary regiments. A hive world can support 1,000 regiments without worry, especially after you clean up the underhives and increase production. I told their council in a sterner voice. You're right, Lord Lancefire. If we want a miracle, we have to work for it. But with 1,000 auxiliary regiments, we should be able to retake the lost human worlds from those Farsight _ enclaves. It will take a decade or two, but we will do it, their Lord Captain promised ceremoniously. Here, here. For the blood of Ferrus Manus, the other Iron Captains chanted in an eerie chorus. The Tau use missiles and railguns in large numbers, so you'll need flare shields for armor and lots of aircraft to engage their rapid grav tanks and mobile suits. And never engage if you lack orbital superiority. Consider the Tau are all tech priests, and you'll have a better estimation of their real strength. I explained in a gentle voice. Their enthusiasm halted at once, and they became more sober. We'll need more tech marines then. But there have to be millions of maimed guardsmen everywhere. And many of them enroll even at 14 or 15 years old. Sadly, it was true. With lifespan on feral and feudal worlds rarely passing 40 years of age, and even Hive world rarely reaching 50, people started duty at a younger age, not that they had school to occupy their days anyway. Work, pray, sleep, often 10 people in a 20-meter room. Child labor was so common it was nearly the norm, while injuries and disease were almost never treated among the masses. Crime was rampant and corruption ubiquitous. The Imperium of 40K was a hellhole, and humanity has lost its meaning. There was little humane left in humans, and nothing humane in our enemies. For in the grim dark future, there was only war. Negotiators 160. By the time I returned at Machine Forge, after a short diplomatic voyage to show the flag and uphold several Astartes chapters with infusions of ships, manpower, and advice, 2 years have passed and more progress had been made. Children were born, ships repaired, even the Blackstone Fortress had been cleaned up of chaos vestiges and sanctified by the Cult Mechanicus with their own Magi-Tech rituals. I would have to start my fucking job again, not that I didn't enjoy most of this duty. Only Lady Verlaine was around this time, still keeping a watchful eye on the new forge and preventing more outrageous Mechanicus experiments from going too far. The tech priests sent to the fringe weren't the most loyal and stable after all, and their various inner cults had quite dubious agendas sometimes. There were also 3 new ships in the system, one being a derelict great cruiser missing half its prow, very likely the gift from Trazyn the Infinite. One was an Arc Mechanicus with marking of Mars, and one was a Dark Angel strike cruiser, containing only 2 Astartes and the Surf crew. Well, I had avoided the big wigs on Mars for far too long. They probably wanted a share of the loot too. Probably all of it, if they had their way. What does Mars want from us? I asked Jemina directly in her mind. PEF? They want to inspect all our facilities, make sure there is no hair-tech work done here. And they want to inspect your chapter's gene seed and the blank Astartes. I also suspect they want clones, she whispered back, all while escorting the Mars delegation throughout the labs. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Anyway, that could wait. I will first meet the Dark Angels and see what the Lion Primarch wanted from me. Names? I asked as they entered my hangar bay. I am Brother Afferin, and this is Lexicanum Merlith. Have you heard of the battle of the Caliban system? He replied in a monotonous voice, with the Lexicanum Astartes recording every word beside him. I was busy. I answered curtly and eyed the Lexicanum guy with suspicion. Psychers were always bad news. Well, we managed to defeat the traitors and even captured some of them. Your name was cursed many times during interrogations. They seemed to think it was your fault for their defeat. Which is rather curious, since we are quite sure you were never at Caliban in your entire life. Brother Afferin explained while measuring my space wolf for a steak, while Canis did the same, only medium rare. What can I say? Ask them more details. I have been burning traitors left, right and center for 50 years at least. I answered in a casual tone, and stepped closer to the Lexicanum, making the guy back off a few steps. We know, Lord Lancefire. I was on the rock at Pythos, the man muttered while gesturing to Merlith to stand his ground. So I got even closer, patting the Lexicanum psyker on his shoulder. Astartes fear nothing, Brother Merlith. And yet, here you are shivering and sweating, while warp voices howl in your head with murderous cries. Where is your courage, Dark Angel? I wondered in a friendly voice, making the man flinch from a gentle pat on his hood. Anathema. You are a black soul, he growled back, stepping back once more and holding his staff to ward me away. Rather cute, if he wasn't a fucking Astartes. You are an idiot, Merlith. Blanks are psychers too, only immune to warp. Only I don't have shields or invisibility powers like the Silent Sisters, nor can I reverse waff fields and banish demons like the Pariah. Instead, other psychers like yourself have hunted out blanks all over the galaxy, just to gain more secular power. Inquisitors, navigators, astropaths, and cardinals, even librarians, all corrupt to their very soul by the warp. And you dare call me anathema? How many of your chapter have fallen to chaos? 40,000? That's 40,000's reasons you should kiss my feet, because I will never fall. Get the fuck out of my ship, and never enter my presence again. Or I will burn your corrupt soul to ash. I shouted and kicked him away, Sparta style. I did wear power armor, so it worked too, sending the psyker skidding along the metal floor for 20 meters. Canis chased the exiled Lexicanum to his dropship, carrying his staff in the mouth, like a small bone. I'm sorry for my brother, Lord Lancefire. Psychers are sometimes sensitive to blanks, and the superstitions do not help either, the Warrant of the Rock said in a peaceful tone. Go back to burning Imperium's worlds, brave defender of humanity. Your fanatic chapter is not welcomed here. I answered in an angry tone, and pointed at his dropship. He turned and walked away, possibly trying to figure out when the negotiations went wrong. Did I snub a big Astartes chapter by this? I sure hope I did. Some things were not okay, and knowing and seeing were very different. I kinda hoped they will all become fallen, so I would have a reason to burn their zealot corpses into a sun. Not really. They would be useful enough stirring trouble and fighting traitors in other places. I couldn't be everywhere, and they even had a pre-march now. An hour later, I met with the Mars delegation, led by some high-ranking magi that were supposed to make me feel impressed. What do you want, Mars Forge? I asked them directly. It has come to our attention that you've acquired many exotic and even Xeno artifacts that shall be turned over to the Forge. And you also need to offer us access to the Lamenta gene seed and the Blank Astartes for detailed examination, the tallest Muggos demanded from 1 meter above me. Of course. As soon as Mars shares all the technology it has. Unless you have brought the complete database, you have 1 hour to leave my system or be destroyed. 59 minutes now. I answered with a genial smile. You cannot do this. The Imperium. The other Muggos tried to argue in near panic. We are not in the Imperium here. 58 minutes. I continued with a softer voice. Are you really going to rebel, Lord Lancefire? The first Muggos asked with surprise. There is nothing to rebel from. You have no authority here, and I do. Bring out every STC template you have, and share it with my forge. Then, we can trade. Until then, you are trespassers trying to steal from me, and we burn criminals to the stake here. 57 minutes. I continued as my bodyguard raised their weapons and began advancing, as ordered. The two Magi exchanged a glance and walked away towards their Mechanicus dropship. It seemed today was a terrible day for negotiations. The Arch Mechanicus exchanged 100 engrammatic messages with Machine Forge till the time was up, then turned away and fled as my own ships formed up for an assault. Not that I would destroy a priceless ship like theirs. They were idiots anyway, trying to force my hand like this. It wasn't like I would let them call a punitive expedition on my house. The Arch Mechanicus opened a warp window and vanished, and ended up in my tesseract beside all the other loot. Yet another ship lost in the warp, like millions ships before it. Even if they didn't have the best technology of Mars on that ship, it would be more advanced than Forge Retribution had. Perhaps just enough technology to repair the Gloriana and make it great again. A week later, during my regular visit at Retribution, an intact but empty Arch Mechanicus appeared in the system and was quickly taken over by my fabricator Dominus and his Cagispriests. eager to examine the lost relic and its amazing technology. Nearby, a huge zero-G dockyard made from asteroids and metal scaffolds housed the Singularity battleship and its Singularity weapon, the Void Claw being slightly repaired and configured by a few Jokero artisans, while new warpless engines and powerful plasma reactors were being assembled for the crown of my fleet. The regular battleships were less important and could be repaired and upgraded at Triplex Fall and Metallica, as well as Forge Lucius for those captured in the Expanse campaign. It would be slower, but at least I wouldn't have to worry about chaos or infiltrators here. Only my dynasty had access to Retribution, and few Inquisitors even knew its location. The big shipyards and factories of Machine Forge could not be hidden, and indeed were not meant to be hidden, with tech priests drawn from 30 Forge worlds and a big Blackstone fortress right in the middle. As long as the Pharos was still operational, attacks will keep coming, and what better defense than a giant fleet, 1,000 forts, a giant battle station and the interest of 30 Forge worlds to keep their investment safe. Already fabricator Jemina wanted to open a new forge on a different moon, due to the influx of new acolytes that needed to be trained into more tech priests. Immigrants kept coming, and will keep coming as long as there were jobs here. Beside my Lamenter chapter and the Lancefire dynasty, even the Inquisition would be interested in keeping the Tan safe for constant interrogation, without knowing the true purpose of the prison. All except Rose, and her nebulous call to visit Terra and meet the Emperor. I was quite curious what came of that.